Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive, but I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you, and it really breaks my heart. But their lies are off the charts, and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based, or you'll get erased. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life. I know it's hard to accept that all the ones you've met lie with every single breath. They want you dead, but you must not be weak. Just open your eyes and see they always exploit the meek. See their vampire teeth, and it can make you cry to learn your life was full of lies and their face was a disguise. But you must fight. So if you want to live and protect all of your kin, you have to grow thick skin, or we won't. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life.
And we are live. We are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. It is, man, what, June 19th? June 19th, man. Let's get up on screen here for you guys. What's up? Welcome to the stream, ninjas. I was just doing some final edits with Bills. Sorry for the delay, but we are here now. You know, just trying to make the show more entertaining for you guys. So, yeah, every time you guys gift to the channel on Kick, something funny pops up on the screen. I think you guys might have seen it already. But yeah, guys, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're live on all the platforms. We're live on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, OSS. Even, I think we're up on Castle Club too. Yeah, we should be up on Castle Club as well. Like I told you guys, I'll still stream on Castle Club up until next month. So we're here, bro. We're here. We are going to be doing a longer one tonight, guys. And I apologize, I'm out of breath. I just got done working out. Let me see here. I think what we'll do first, guys, is we'll kick off with some Diddy, pause, and then we're going to go into the current events. But let's kind of get Diddy out the way. We'll cover some Karen Reed as well, because we've got a longer show today. So let me go ahead and get Mel in here. I'm going to give him a Zoom link, because it's been a minute. We haven't covered too much Diddy since the war kicked off. But from what Mel tells me, guys, the trial might wrap up next week. So, y'all like that? You guys like that thing? Bills made that shit, man. You guys can thank Bills. Shout out to Bills, bro. Shout out to TPC Films with the 10 gifted, baby. Shout out to you, TPC. So, yeah, I'm out of breath because I was working out, guys. I know some of y'all niggas are fat and don't work out, but yeah, that's what I was doing just now. So, yo, that shit is fucking funny, bro. Okay, let me go ahead and get this shit going for y'all ninjas, man. And as always, guys, like the video on your way in. Like the video on your way in. I'll read some super chats while we wait here real fast. Okay, close this. All right, let's see here. All right, so we got Abdumo subscribed to the OSS for $4. Welcome, bro. I appreciate that. Welcome to the team. Texas Outlaw says, shit's getting intense like a circus fire over here, bro. Them boys dragging us deeper and deeper into this. Also, I subbed on to OSS on FNF Rumble. YouTube X, Kick, anything else I could do to support. Texas, that's more than enough, bro. Smash the like button on the video for YouTube, and that's it, bro. Thank you so much for that, man. You're a real G for supporting like that, bro. Like I said, that's the best way to support the work by far, so thank you. Ratio says, seeing how BRICS countries are for a multiplier world and G7 countries are for IMF, who central banks, which hegemony do you prefer? Oh, man. Be honest, they're all shit, bro. Fear of Myron, did you celebrate Juneteenth? I see what you did there. Coco Manny says, to my fellow beaners, the J website known as Diario Judío has a list of the most influential J people in Mexico. Now Google list of richest billionaires in Mexico. They are all on that list. Yeah.
Welcome, punch!
Yep. So you already know. Shout out to Merkius, gifted 5 subs. Yo, that emote is hilarious, bro. That shit crazy. I ain't gonna lie. You guys see that shit on the screen? Shout out to you, Merkius. I appreciate it, man. Bruh. Okay. You guys can thank Bills for that one, man. Bills is creative. He came up with that shit. Anytime someone gifts a sub on Kick, it gets shown up on there, which is fucking hilarious. But anyway. Let's see here. Mel should be coming in here in any second now. Let me see what other chats we have. Yeah, bro, but you know, it's just every single time now at this point, right? So it is what it is. Not surprised they're on the list. I mean, the president of Mexico is one of them. And, you know, and that's like 0% of the population. So shit's crazy, bro. The sea belongs to the streets. Hey, thank you, bro. I appreciate that greatly, my friend. Thank you very much. Mordecai appreciates it as well. Yo, W Bills, bro. This nigga hilarious, bro, for that shit. And then he put the sound effect too. Let's see here. Let me bear with me real quick, guys. Where is? Oh, Kang Bynum says, I just want to thank you for all the education. This is all I look forward to, and you make me invincible when I have conversations with my military buddies who are for Trump helping them boys. Oh, shit, man. Yo, look, I talked about this like last week, but I'll talk about it again because we got a lot of you guys in here. Bro, when you guys, because as you guys know, I started doing this show January of last year, right? Not last year, excuse me, January of this year. I basically set out and said, I'm going to start, because, all right, let's go all the way. Let's go all the way back in time. So as you guys know, Fresh and Fit is very controversial. We cover lots of topics, right? And one of the topics we started to touch on was influence control and how we are an occupied government. And talking about this topic cost us some trouble. Got us demonetized, shadow banned, all this other shit, right? So, and you know, and obviously the channel's a self-improvement channel, right? So I was like, you know what? I should probably, you know, we all kind of decided, all right, you should make your own channel, talk about that stuff over there. Cool. Right? Because I don't want my opinions to you know, like fuck anybody else's shit up. So I started this channel and I started posting content on this channel. This channel used to be a true crime channel, as you guys know. But it turned into a political commentary channel because I started posting more on here about, you know, the other stuff. And I remember I was at about 186,000 subscribers on this channel. I was at 186,000 on this channel in late December. Starting in January of 2025, I started going live every day at 5. I made a commitment. I said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go from Monday to Sunday, Saturday off, 5 p.m. I'm just going to do it, and we're going to make it happen. Started off slow, maybe 1,000 viewers here, 2,000 viewers here, whatever, maybe. It was very slow. But as I got more consistent, as you guys got used to me going live at 5, as you guys got more used to this type of stuff, I noticed that the audience started to grow. And then on top of that, I was investing, right? My guy Brett, you guys know Brett Osika. Me and him were working together, putting, he was making a lot of shorts and clips. Right? So I have Brett, that's one of my guys that does my clips, and I got another guy that does my, Brett does my shorts, and I got another guy that does my clips. And we just started making the clips better. I told my guy, hey, I don't want you to just pull the clips from the stream. I want you to make the clips and then also edit them, right? So I'll give you guys an example of what I mean by this. While I pull this up, yeah, so like this right here, right? What Netanyahu basically did. So it starts with the intro, and then by preemptively attacking Iran, and it's like edited and stuff like that. So it's not just like pulling it straight from a stream, right? Better quality, right? Then I, started posting all the time. The channel started to grow. Right now we're at like 270 something thousand, right? 276, right? And during the ascent, right around the 250K mark, I noticed a lot of you guys would type in a chat. Now, this is where I'm going to bring it full circle. A lot of you guys in the chat would say, yo, Myron, I watch this for the news now. I don't watch other political commentators, or I don't watch the news anymore. I just watch you. Now, to some of you, you think that's just a regular statement. That's like, whatever. That's not that big a deal. Yeah, I watch this nigga for the news, whatever. In my mind, I was like, oh, shit. Right? I was like, wow. And once I started, because it was a lot of people, yo, I watch you for the news now. I don't watch the news anymore. That's when I was like, okay, I got to step it up. I got to go even harder. And the reason why is because if you're relying on me for your news, that means I have an enormous duty to you to make sure I'm researched, make sure I'm sharp, make sure I know what the fuck I'm talking about, making sure that I come with the best information and try to give you guys the best stuff to my knowledge at the time I provide it. And most importantly, if I'm wrong, I tell you guys I'm wrong. I'll give you guys an example. With Donald Trump, you guys know, I voted for Donald Trump. I was a hardcore supporter of his all 2024 for a multitude of different reasons. I want him to end the wars. I think he was better on immigration. I thought a lot of the shit that we're doing as far as like when NATO was stupid, he was going to bring back free speech, right? Which has happened, right? He passed that bill, that executive order on day one, where you can't silence American citizens on social media platforms, colluding with the government. So overall, he was the better candidate than Kamala Harris, right? But you guys know me. When he does shit that I don't like, I say it, right? He freed the January 6ers. I was like, this is awesome. He did the anti-Semitism bill and started getting college students arrested for criticizing Israel. Stupid. So I'm very, I'm measured. I'm not like one of these like MAGA retards where I can't criticize Trump. But I think you guys are starting to see this right now with the war going on and the war brewing with Iran, that a lot of the biggest conservative influencers will not criticize Trump because they have connections to the White House and they don't want to lose those, right? Charlie Kirk, people from Daily Wire, shit like that. But the point I'm trying to make is this. When you guys started telling me that, because there was a lot of you, I was like, all right, I got to take this shit seriously. And that means I got to be as objective as I can be. And if I'm wrong, I admit that when I'm wrong. Like I told you guys right now with Trump, he's done a lot of dumb shit. And I will admit, this was not a good move. The war with Israel, the backing of Israel with all these fucking foreign wars. I did not think he was going to do that, right? Like, I mean, you could have predicted, but in my head, I was like, okay, Trump has so much of an ego of being the anti-war president. He would not allow Netanyahu to drag us into a war for his own ego. You get what I'm saying? I'm not coming from a moral perspective with Trump. I'm coming more from the perspective of he has a huge ego. But I was wrong. And you guys are seeing it right now. We're probably on the cusp of World War fucking III right now. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, so when you guys told me that shit, I was like, damn, I have to take this extremely seriously. And that's kind of where we're at now. So I ain't gonna let y'all niggas down. That's why I gave up my social life, to be honest with you guys, man. Because that's a very serious thing. I know for some of you guys, it's like not that big a deal. It's a very big deal to me, bro. That's a very big deal. So anyway, let's see here. Let me see if this guy joined. Where's this nigga at, bro? He on some nigga time, bro. Hold on, Jet. All right, let me finish reading this stuff right quick. Red X says, joined Council Club and OSS 2 days ago. Pick to verify. Salute for great news and insight. Got you, bro. Thank you so much. And that's the best way to support by far. Is our price grandfathered then with the promo codes? No, it's for the year it is, but for the monthly it's $4 the first month and it goes up to 10 after that. Text Outlaw, I get my news mostly from you now. The only source I believe 100% on. Yeah, I'm deployed at the Middle East right now, and it's so hard to explain to military bros and fellow contractors what's really going on. Bam! Yo, Texas, shots that belong to the streets with the gifted sub, bro. Damn, bro. Dude, be safe, bro. I'm not even kidding around. Guys, we got an OSS member here that's out there in the fucking Middle East serving our country. Bro, be careful, man. Dude, if you can't, try to get the fuck out of there, man. Especially if you're one of these based out in the Gulf. Because y'all are literally right there in front of the fire, bro. Because if Iran was to strike, you guys would be getting hit first. I pray you guys don't, though. God fucking damn. And see, chat, this is what I'm talking about, right? So let's stop the fucking show. When you guys see me on this fucking stream, right? Yelling and railing and cursing Israel out and saying this is fucking bullshit. I don't want no more foreign wars, no more foreign wars. That's not just me talking about it. There's someone in our community right now that's in the Middle East, that's in the middle of this shit. So when I'm sitting here saying, yo, no more fucking wars for Israel. No more American blood for Israel. No more fucking debt for Israel. When I say that shit, we got someone right now watching this stream from the Middle East in harm's way. Because these stupid ass Israelis want to run Operation Rising Lion, aka Rising Retard, and attack Iran in the middle of negotiations. So it's close to home. Literally, Texas Outlaw, 1991. Bro is probably 34 years old. And he's out there in the military deal with this bullshit. Out in the Middle East. Hey, bro, be safe, man. Be safe, dude. And don't show your power level too much, bro. I don't want you to lose your job, bro. They just fired a colonel yesterday for criticizing Israel, bro. So don't show your power level too much. Red Pill Clipper says, shout out Myron's parents and Angie for doing this side quest so you can entertain us with the main quest and giving the best quality to OSS. I appreciate that, Red Pill Clippers. How do I join OSS for 75? I don't see a link on Rumble and wanted to support the cause. Also, I finally know what O/ means. I didn't want to support until I know what it meant. Don't worry, bro. Yeah, bro, the link is in the description below. The annual link is for $75. I'll drop it for you. It's in the description, top of the description. I'll get it for you, though, right now. And I'll drop it in the chat. Yeah, but the promo code for that one is JFK911, which is kind of funny. The real ones know what that means. Here, I'll drop the link right now for all you guys on Rumble and everything else. Okay. Drewski says, shout out Myron, hardest working man, motherfucker in the game. O/ appreciate all you sacrifice for us. I appreciate that, bro. Rodek, okay, cool. I think we're caught up. And then Seisman, much love, Myron. Thank you for all the hard work and value. You covered this a while ago. The Israel that I actually want to see succeed. This is a win for the boys and not them boys. Oh, what happened? Oh, Israel Adesanya's ex, Charlotte Powdrell, was ordered to pay $500K a core battle after attempting to get half his fortune only to discover he had $0. Let's go! Hey, the only Israel we want to see win. Fuck that bitch. I remember when that shit came out last year, bro. Good for him. Hey, Mark, glad I can finally support the channel coming from Big Brother Britain and can't sign up for Rumble. Fuck my life. It's okay. That's why I still stream on YouTube for you guys. I know a lot of y'all can't watch on Rumble. So that's why I still stream on YouTube. So don't worry, bro. It's fine. Stream is up on YouTube and Kick. We got Pac says, Israel's like a wild 304 wipe that just extracts resources and doesn't listen. Bro, that's exactly what those niggas are. That's exactly what they are, Pac. That's exactly what they are, dude. So, yeah. All right. This nigga. All right. He's delayed a little bit. All right, let's go ahead and go into, let's go Karen Reed first, chat. We'll save the war for last, because that's obviously going to take the longest. As you guys know, Karen Reed was found not guilty, which is nuts.
Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
So excited. Couldn't have asked for a better outcome.
We waited for this, and justice is finally served.
Bro, that's crazy that she beat the case. For those of you that don't know, quick summary of the case, right? All right, I'll give you all a quick little summary of the case. So we got to go back in time. Basically, her and her boyfriend, who is now deceased, a Boston police officer, were at a bar drinking. It was a very cold night in Canton, Massachusetts. Canton is a suburb outside of Boston. And they were invited to a house party at a private residence. The person that owns the house is a Boston PD cop, right? Detective for like the gang unit, right? So Karen Reed had been drinking that night. So was her boyfriend. She drops him off at the crib and leaves. Now, what's contested is the prosecution said when she dropped him off, she did a 3-point turn, aka a K-turn, hit him and killed him. Right? That's what the government, the state alleges. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts alleges that, right? But she says, I didn't do that. And her defense team came up with the theory that her boyfriend went into the house and was beaten to death and then left outside in the snowbank, right? Now, some of you guys might say, what the fuck? Hold on, Myron, what are you talking about? This doesn't make sense. What, you're telling me some fucking cop, like he gets hit by his girlfriend's car and then you're telling me he's getting beat up? What the fuck? What are you talking about, Myron? Yes, I know. It's a very strange case. I said the same shit when I was listening to it. But those are the two things. The one thing that no one disputes is they were all out drinking, partying. Then they went to the house up there in Canton. The facts after that is what's disputed. The state alleges she was drunk and hit him and killed him as she was doing a 3-point turn when she tried to, when she was going back home because she came to drop him off and leave. That's what the Commonwealth says. And then her defense says, no, he went into the house and he was beaten. Now, why did the defense think or theorize that he was beaten? He had black eyes. He had defensive wounds. And he had what looked like dog scratches. Now, inside that home is a German Shepherd. That wasn't, let's just say it wasn't that friendly. It had attacked a bunch of people before. It had problems. They suspected that the dog attacked him and he was beaten in the house. One of the pieces of evidence that they used for this was they said, yo, on his Apple Watch, it showed that he climbed roughly 3 flights of stairs. So that leads them to believe that he went into the home, went upstairs, then went back downstairs into the basement. Shortly after this case happened, they sold the house, they got rid of the dog, and there was even some talk about them, they redid the flooring in the basement. Looks guilty, doesn't it? And then obviously that's kind of where the battle's been going back and forth. The prosecution says that she hit him because they have shards of glass, shards of the taillight that were found in the snowbank. And the defense says that she didn't hit him. He was assaulted inside the house by his cop friends. Because there was like 7 of them in there, chat. And something happened, must have been an altercation, and they beat his ass and killed him. And then they left him there on a snowbank. And when she came back, she saw him. So that's kind of the facts and circumstances of the case. Give me ones if that all makes sense to you guys. Give me ones, because I know it's a little confusing. Give me ones if that all makes sense, so we'll keep watching this thing. We're not going to watch the full 40 minutes. Sorry, we're not going to watch it. We're going to skim through it, but. All right, perfect. Good. So you guys understand. Obviously, I grossly summarized it, guys. Let me be very clear here. I cut out a lot, but I gave you guys the most pertinent points that you need to know.
Amazing supporters.
Because just so you guys, because they did this trial already, guys. They did a trial. It was a mistrial. They had to go to trial again. This is her second time going to trial, chat. Second time.
Harder for justice for John O'Keefe
John O'Keefe is her ex.
than I have, and my team. Thank you.
Karen Reed, a defendant no more, found not guilty of murder in her retrial. We have new reaction from Dedham, Massachusetts, including witnesses. And now that this trial is over, what's next for Karen Reed? We'll discuss what's ahead and possible civil cases that are coming up. The government's case against Diddy is also winding down in New York. Prosecutors are expected to rest in the coming days, placing the spotlight on the...
Yeah, next week they're saying that it might be done, guys. I'm debating going over there next week.
Music moguls.
Because I really do want to go for closing arguments.
Defense case. Our experts discuss expectations for this defense and attorneys for Bryan Kohberger. They're asking for a trial.
Oh, this is a big case too, bro. You guys remember this one? The Bryan Kohberger case? This is the one out of Idaho. The guy that fucking went in the house and stabbed a bunch of college students and killed them, and bro had a mask on. You guys remember this case? I covered the Kohberger case. This guy's a criminal justice major or criminology major out of, I think, like Washington State or something like that. Bro drove across the border and stabbed up a bunch of college students. And then they were able to identify him via a sheath, like a knife sheath, a marine knife sheath. And it matched because he went all the way back to Pennsylvania home, and they were able to get connect the DNA.
Delay, but was the defendant spotted by a DoorDash driver the night of the Idaho murders? Could this potential witness tip the scales in his case? It's all next, right here on Opening Statements.
I'm looking at the chat right now. Someone said that OSS is working? How's that? Bro, OSS is working. What do you mean, bro? It's definitely working. I'm looking right now, bro. The OSS video is working.
Welcome to Opening Statements. I'm Julia Janae, sitting in for...
Yeah, Cover Zone, it is working. I think you might be talking about Castle Club. Let me double check Castle Club.
Julie Grant this morning. Thank you for being with us on this Juneteenth holiday, where we here have had a huge week at Court TV. And here on Opening Statements, just like in an actual trial, we are getting you ready for what's ahead in court this week and next. Let's begin in Dedham, Massachusetts. It's our top story. The center of...
Okay, I see. You're talking about Castle Club, bro. It's not OSS. You're talking about Castle Club. Why the fuck is it not going? All right, I'll fix this, chat. For my Castle Club guys, I'll fix it.
It all in Dedham is where a jury of 12 was able to do what the first jury could not. Finally, a conclusion in the Karen Reed case after a shocking retrial verdict was read in court on Wednesday.
What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
You can hear those cheers erupting as the jury returned not guilty verdicts on the counts against her. Second-degree murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene. She was convicted of a lesser charge, operating under the influence, and she was sentenced to 1 year probation, a punishment that pales in comparison to the outcome that she faced, a possible life.
Yeah, she was driving drunk, chat.
Behind bars. So let's go now to what's happening after, the morning after this shocking verdict. Outside of the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts is where we find crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who has been keeping us updated on everything in this case. Good morning, Matt. Excellent reporting from you throughout this case. Tell us about the recap of you being there for that verdict.
Julia, good morning. So outside the courthouse here, you still have confetti in the street. You have people yelling as they pass with their cars, honking their horns. And you have media surrounding the sidewalks here in front of the courthouse, where this trial played out for 3 weeks of jury selection, 8 weeks of testimony, and then those 21 hours of this verdict watch over 4 days. This community still coming to terms with this chapter of this long saga, 2 trials total. coming to a not guilty verdict on all of the serious charges, and this chapter finally closing. Well, this community also waking up this morning to big headlines here in the Boston Globe. Reed is acquitted on most charges. Let me show you these newspapers as we talk about this case this morning. You just can't avoid it anywhere. This one is the Boston Herald. Reed freed. That says it all. A lot of newspapers using that same headline. We have the New York Post. They were not kind to her during this trial. Also, Reed freed. Get it up there on your screen. You can see it right there.
We got it.
You know, yeah, I mean, this is just something that people are lamenting in, trying to take in. We don't have another week of testimony. We don't have another day of verdict watch. We are finally able to move on. But I do have to say that there is no closure in this community, no closure for the parties. There's more, and we'll talk about that. But you know, this community still feels divided, and they still feel like they do not have answers. When I bought these newspapers at the gas station on my way here to the courthouse, the attendant was telling me, he was very angry. He said this trial should have never taken place, and in his opinion, his viewpoint, that $1 million should not have been wasted on a retrial.
Wow, wow. The strong words from the people who really feel this in their community, Matt. We saw the reaction a bit from Karen Reed there as the verdict was being read. It looked like she was wiping some tears from the corner of her eyes. What else did we get in terms of this former defendant who couldn't seem to stop talking to the media?
Yeah, last night they were celebrating in the Seaport area. They were celebrating and speaking to the media out in the parking lot, saying that they still want this case investigated. Karen Reed echoed out to the cameras that she has been the most staunch reporter for.
All right, sorry guys, I figured out what the problem was. I fixed it. It was fucking. I didn't hit the restream button, so sorry about that, ninjas. My camera just got turned off. Let me put that shit back on.
For her former boyfriend, Officer John O'Keefe, and she still wants justice for him. But here, during the verdict time, during that reading, you could hear the crowd inside the courtroom as soon as they started to hear those not guilties. Out here, it was just pandemonium. It was almost like...
All right, so we're good. We're back up on Twitter, and we're back up on Twitter, and we're back up on Council Club. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't hit the fucking restream button. That's my bad.
A concert or a rally out in front of the courthouse. It took a while for this defendant to make her way down the steps, but she did address her supporters, thanking her supporters for keeping it on social media, thanking the media for covering the case, and of course, her attorneys. Take a listen.
And guys, this is by far this was like the biggest case on the East Coast. By far, man. And a lot of you guys actually requested me do this case. It's one of the main reasons I covered this, because I got an overwhelming amount of you guys saying cover Karen Reed. So that's why I kind of started covering it. Obviously, we came a little bit late in, but you know, rather late than never, right? So big case out there in Boston. So when the first trial had a mistrial, chat, she did a documentary. And I thought that was a really bad idea, because they used that documentary against her, chat. The prosecution absolutely used that documentary against her, but she was able to keep it from fucking her up. So that was a whole other thing. Yeah.
And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have, and my team. Thank you.
Then it was the media scrum. There was probably 30 media members, probably more cameras than that. We were being pushed around. I was being pulled by my jacket by state police, keeping us away from this defendant as she...
And just so you guys know, after going to like one of these high profile cases, dude, it's fucking pandemonium, man, when you go to these things. When I was at the Diddy case, bro, people are waiting in line. Chat. People are waiting in line, okay? So court finished at 5. At 5:01, there's people already in line for the next fucking day. with some of these big cases, man. Everybody wants to get in a courtroom. Reporters are everywhere.
She was making her way to her vehicle and then driving off away from this courthouse, possibly for the last time. And I was trying to get the answer to the big question, what is next for this defendant, former defendant? Is she going to stay in the area, or is she going to move on? What will she do now that she has become this sort of true crime celebrity, not only here in the United States, but around the globe, and a face for what this community has asked for in change in policing, and they want to see an investigation. But I didn't get the answer. She didn't answer anything more than what she said on the courthouse steps. The other thing that we didn't see yesterday was we didn't see Hank Brennan or anyone from the Commonwealth address the media. They didn't answer any questions. They went out the back. And then, of course, the O'Keefe family, who have asked for privacy during this entire time, and they still have that civil suit pending. They went out the back as well, and they didn't address the media.
Oh, wow. And Matt, you're so right. Our international viewers, it's been amazing to see their reaction to this case, their interest in it. You mentioned that there's still no closure. I think that's a great way to put it, because for the town, for the parties, but also for these witnesses, are we seeing any reaction from those people who took the stand, especially in the Commonwealth's case?
Yeah, that's a great point, too, because I was also looking for them at the courthouse when, you know, this verdict was imminent. Last year, trial number 1, 2024, we saw some of the key witnesses in the gallery. And remember, they sat with the O'Keefe family, and from where they sit in the gallery, they face the jury directly. And we saw last year it was Kerry Roberts and the McCabe's and a lot of these key witnesses, Brian Higgins, they were in the gallery. We didn't see that this year. But some of the family members and some of these former witnesses did release a joint statement. Let's put that on your screen for you, and I'll read it for you. This is from the McCabe's and the Albert families. This is their statement to Court TV. Today, our hearts are with John and the entire O'Keefe family. They have suffered through so much and deserved better from the justice system. While we may have more to say in the future, today we mourn with John's family and lament the cruel reality that this prosecution was infected with lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some of...
Okay, so just so you guys know, McCabe and Albert, right? Those were some of the witnesses. Oh, McCabe especially. That was, I think, the sister of the homeowner of the house where he was beat up. McCabe is I'm almost certain, either a cousin or a sister or a family member related to the owner of the home. And McCabe was one of the star witnesses, this female. And this is what their statement.
The media. The result is devastating miscarriage of justice. Obviously, that is their point of view. Remember, it has been a long process for everybody involved.
Yeah, this should happen in like 2022.
Painful one, but no more, you know, obviously for the O'Keefe family, but this entire community that has been torn apart by this.
Oh, yeah, Matt. And you've been there for so much of it. I know we have to say goodbye to you. I would say get some rest, but I have a feeling you're still going to be tracking some things down for us. So thank you so much for everything. Let's bring in our guests who are standing by to talk about this monumental finding yesterday. We have attorneys who are no strangers to trial strategy and walking with clients through difficult cases, perhaps like this one. We have Eric Bland, John Phillips, and Michael J. Brown with us. Thank you so much for joining this morning. Eric, let me start with you. I just want your reaction to free Karen Reed being a reality.
Well, obviously, it's a jury verdict that was the shot around the world. You're either in the Karen Reed camp or you're in the O'Keefe camp.
And she got a lot of fans, man. So many people came out to support her, bro. It was like crazy.
There really wasn't a middle. And what, you know, the statement that was just read forgets that there were 12 jurors with 24 eyes and 24 ears that listened and watched, and they made a thoughtful decision. They obviously deliberated for 3.5 days. And I think the defense was very smart in focusing on reasonable doubt on all different pieces of evidence, whether it was the site of the debris, whether it was the potential dog bite on the arm, whether it was some of the testimony given by Jennifer McCabe and Higgins. I think they got away from the corruption of the police investigation from the first trial It just was really good lawyering on the part of the defense. And, it was a robust trial and 12 jurors.
And the reason why it was so good by the defense guys, so Karen Reed's defense, the reason why they're so good is because, or why they won this case is because they properly created a reasonable doubt, okay? Now, in the American legal system, right, to get found guilty in a trial, they have to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? Beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's a pretty high burden of proof, right? That the government has to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Excuse me. All the defense has to do is create doubt. So the government's job, remember, so you get arrested by the state or by the feds, you get arrested. It's on the government to prove the case, not your defense. The government has to bring up the evidence. The government has to bring in the witnesses. The government has the burden of performance to make sure that they convict you. The state, you as a defendant, you have to just defend. You don't have to bring witnesses. You don't have to take the stand. You don't have to say shit. You just sit there. And your defense is supposed to basically attack the credibility of the state or the government's witnesses. So in this case, what the defense was able to effectively do was create an alternate theory that's believable. Because, and actually worked out in their favor that this case was televised. Because there was an enormous amount of pressure from people that are fans of her saying, she didn't kill him, it's a conspiracy theory, blah, blah. 30 cops killed him, right? And right now in society, let's be honest, police officers are not well liked. Law enforcement is not well liked. No one trusts the government anymore, right? I would say over the past 20 years or whatever, trust in our government and our law enforcement agencies and stuff like that, it's kind of dropped off a lot, right? So basically, the fact that her defense was able to come in and be like, look, Ken O'Keefe has defensive wounds on his fists. He has black eyes. He has a weird laceration on the back of his head. He has scratch marks, indicative of potentially a dog attacking him. This can't happen from getting hit by a fucking car at 24 miles per hour, right? So the defense was able to craft an alternate story, an alternate theory, and that alternate theory made it where people said, damn, I don't know. And that's exactly what they want. If you got the jury saying, I don't know, that's what you want as a defense. Because that's all it takes. A little bit of doubt, boom. So that's what her defense team was able to do. They were able to reconstruct another theory, another story with some of the physical evidence linking up to that theory, alongside the sensationalism of this case, alongside the television that this case is being on TV. All of the different factors and variables worked in Karen Reed's favor.
Jurors felt that there was significant reasonable doubt. Now the prosecution thinks that maybe there was doubt, but it wasn't reasonable. But that's what makes trials.
John Phillips, what did you think about the bit of a mixed verdict in terms of not guilty on everything that the Commonwealth charged her with as far as top counts, but they came back with that lesser of driving while under the influence that the defense wanted on the verdict form, but it was the only charge on that form that had nothing to do with a collision between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's vehicle. Your thoughts on them speaking loudly with that decision?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty clear that the state had two chances to convict and failed both times. You know, the defense has a definite advantage the second time because they've seen the state's case.
Oh yeah, that's another big one. So the defense was able to come back and defend against the government's each exhibit of the government and witnesses. So that actually did help defense as well. I should have mentioned that, because when you have a mistrial and you got to go back chat, now you know what the government's going to put out there, right? The only difference in this trial, I think, is that they used evidence from her from the documentary, because she had done, like I told you guys before, during the first trial, she was filming a documentary. So when they got the mistrial and the documentary came out, on the second trial, this one here, they used evidence from her documentary against her.
or the Commonwealth's case in this case. And you know, I think and you got to look back at the questions and kind of how the jury was teetering here. But, you know, I almost think it was like the slightest little bit of compromised verdict. Like they didn't want to completely say Karen Read did nothing wrong. But they had that. Look, what we've dealt with and what we're going to try to move on from was like one of the classic dopamine hits for trials. We had, you know, cop cover-ups. We had an attractive criminal defendant charged with murder.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the makings to give her a W.
We had, you know, relationship tension, all of the things that made this so sensational. And guess what? Now we have the civil case.
Michael J. Brown, what's your reaction to
Rose, right.
the verdict, the way that it came down, and really the way that this jury took their time? And there was a moment where we thought we had a false verdict and then came back and they actually had a verdict.
Yeah, well, I think it was the right verdict in the sense that they have failed to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, Julie, and that's the standard. And they didn't do it the first go round. And by the way, Hank Brennan, I think, did a great job. And strategically, he left out certain witnesses which were to his advantage. Granted, they didn't get the conviction, but not putting Proctor on, not putting some of the people in that house on, didn't give the ability for the defense to cross-examine them. And they weren't going to call them on their own. So I think he did everything he could have done. On the flip side, Jackson is a real skilled attorney. He did a great job. He created reasonable doubt and hit all the points he needed to hit. And yeah, the jury deliberated. They took their time. That's evident by the 3+ days they took. And, you know, justice was served. This is how our system works.
Michael, speaking of those witnesses who were not called, we heard yesterday for the first time in a 2020 exclusive. Michael Proctor sat down with ABC, talked to Matt Gutman, and it's the first time publicly that we've heard Michael Proctor being interviewed, someone who didn't testify this time around. Take a listen.
At what point did you develop such strong negative feelings about Karen Read that you would say things like, hopefully she kills herself, or calling her the C word?
Oh, okay. This is a big deal. Okay, so this was the trooper that ran the investigation the first time. So this trooper ended up getting fired for the Massachusetts State Police. He was the main case detective that ran this investigation. Obviously, this crime happened in Canton, Massachusetts, but the state police took over to avoid conflict of interest. This guy, however, knew the Alberts. He knew the homeowner because, you know, cops know cops. And even though he was Boston PD. So what they ended up doing, the defense did a good job of this. They had his text messages between him and his colleagues where they were making fun of Karen Read and saying all this shit about her. Now, obviously, toilet humor, it is what it is, right? Well, whatever. But in a case of this significance, it doesn't look good when the lead investigator is over here making jokes on the fucking defendant.
Feelings develop.
And he ended up getting fired from the state police after the first trial, or the mistrial.
As the case went on.
I mean, can you see how people might think,
like he was making fun of her because she like shits in a bag or whatever, because I think she has like a colon problem, Karen Read. So he was like making fun of her for that shit.
He was caught in this instance speaking about a suspect in this way. Maybe it's happened in other cases as well.
I 100% understand why people would think that. But when you have, you know, a fellow police officer around my age, 2 kids of his own, it generates an emotion. And I expressed those emotions in a negative way, which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't even, you know, been texting my friends anything. They are what they are. They don't define me as a person. You know, they're regrettable.
Yeah, he fucked up because this case was so big, bro. Like, you can't be doing shit like that when it's gonna be national news. But like, clearly he didn't foresee that probably.
Now, Michael Proctor said that he wouldn't do anything different a second time with this investigation because he believes that everything was done right and by the book. Eric Bland, you have represented victims' families in situations where there have been allegations of improper influence on officials. I'm talking about the Murdaugh case. And I'm wondering what you think about Michael Proctor and his role in this not guilty verdict for Karen Read.
And it always creates a sideshow, and the defense attorneys will pounce on that. You know, you can criticize any investigation. No investigation is perfect, but when you have an absolute direct and actual bias that you see, you always feel there may be a bias towards a police moving towards a particular candidate for being a defendant in a murder case. Here, you know, the statements were so inflammatory and so direct and so venal. You know, the C word, and hope she, you know, dies from her Crohn's disease and all this other stuff.
That's what it was, Crohn's.
It just creates a sideshow that is unnecessary. And police, by and large, are very good. This is an outlier where you see these kind of statements, but it definitely infected the public, and it definitely infected, I think, the jurors.
Eric Bland, thank you so much for your analysis this hour. I know we have to say goodbye to you, but thank you for joining us this morning. John Phillips, Michael J. Brown, you all are sticking around. We have more that we're going to talk about. Karen Reed, after the break, is what we're going to be discussing. And here's a look at this verdict in this case. What's next for her? Our legal experts are going to be talking about where she goes from here, what she's going to be doing, what she could face even after this polarizing.
All right, let's fast forward here a bit. So that's kind of the Karen Reed thing. Let's go ahead and jump into the next topic here. Let me see how far this. See, fast forward here.
The case has ended inside of a criminal courtroom. The charges that really mattered in that moment, the Justice for John O'Keefe focus. But what does that look like when you're on probation and you're on this program? And is that going to impact her ability to partake?
I don't think it's a big deal. You're talking about a misdemeanor when you're facing life in jail, Julia. We'll all, John and I would take that every day of the week. So she's going to be on probation for 1 year. Listen, there are travel restrictions on probation, but if you're earning a living, and we can get to that in terms of lecturing and going on appearances and things of that nature, usually the probation officer will consent to you leaving the jurisdiction when you're engaged in gainful employment. But I don't think it would restrict anything in terms of what she's going to try to do.
Yeah, John Phillips, Michael mentioned it. She likely is going to still be something of a public.
Yeah, she's definitely going to fucking do all the interviews now and make a bunch of money. All right, let's go ahead and go into the Diddy case, guys. And then we're going to get into Tucker and Ted and some other topics as well. Shout out to all these ninjas. Let's see here. Oh, trial was halted? What the fuck?
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you so much for joining us on our special live coverage. Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you so much for joining us on our special live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal case out of Elizabeth. So good to see you. What happened? What happened? We were supposed to have court today.
I know. I was truly surprised because every day I wake up, or try to at least wake up at 4 a.m., get here by 6:30. We're all ready to go. I have my notepad. I have my pen. I'm ready. The judge gets on the bench and he's like, a juror is sick. And so we're going to adjourn for the day. Now, as far as just the more kind of reasons as far as what really happened, you know, the judge gets on the bench and he says this juror was on his way to court this morning. What we did know about this particular juror is he is one of the alternates, but he did get sick on his way to court this morning. He had vertigo and then he turned back around to go home. And so they're kind of monitoring the situation right now. There's no need, you know, as far as further action goes. They're just waiting to see and make sure that the juror is okay to continue on Friday, and then possibly have more discussions just about what had happened if that juror doesn't, you know, isn't able to get better. But hopefully the juror is able to get better so that way court can begin on Friday.
All right, let me go through some chats. Let's see here. Okay, because they're piling up. Also, guys, just so you know, we are doing an OSS subathon. As you guys can see, we are 50 away from reaching our first mark of 1,000 members strong. That will allow us to, you know, finally be independent 100% of YouTube. As you guys know, I've been demonetized on YouTube for 2 years. I still stream on YouTube for you guys because I know a lot of you guys might not have Rumble, might not have Kick, or you might not like Rumble or Kick or locals. So I still stream on YouTube. So do me a favor, if you guys are watching on YouTube, you want to support the mission so I can continue to make content like this for this channel, because as you guys know, this channel is very time consuming for me. I'm dedicating myself to it. So for me to be able to do that and, put a lot of effort into this channel as well as Fresh and Fit as well, the best way to support is to join the OSS by far. They can't take that from us. They can't cancel us on there. That's our platform, right? Because it's obviously linked with Rumble. Rumble's free speech. So, we're safe over there versus YouTube or any of these other platforms, bro. They can fucking kick us off for anything, and it's fucking annoying. Especially when I make the kind of content that I make, and you guys know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. So, the goal is at 1,000 tonight, and then I'm going to stay on longer and longer the more we get to. So, first benchmark is to get to 1,000 active supporters. And what are the benefits? You guys are probably wondering, Myron, what benefit do I get for joining the OSS? Sure, it's easy. You get access to starting next month, I'm going to be doing call-in portions of the debrief where members of the OSS can call into the show, give their opinions, whatever it may be, towards the end of the broadcast. That's number one. Number two, whenever I go and travel to another city or state for a case or anything else like that, I put out a message. Hey guys, I'm going to this city. I'll be there from this time. Let's do a meetup at that place. Completely free. Also, you get access to one meeting every single year on 420 right here in Miami, Florida, for obvious reasons. The date. And then you also can watch the show on Locals, and there's a chat in there where you can like put memes and shit like that. It's hilarious. We got 100 of them in there right now, having a good time. And actually, you guys can go in there right now. Matter of fact, you don't even have to be a paying member. You could go ahead and be in there and watch what's going on. Also, if you're and when you chat from the OSS, you send a super chat from there. I read all the chats on there for members. So that's another benefit. So you don't have to worry about doing a $5 minimum, whatever. And then also you get merch discounts when you have merch. I'm going to do a merch launch in next month. Brett, we already got some samples. I should be getting one like today or tomorrow. So you'll get discounts for there. So that's how. That's some of the ways that you guys benefit. It's only $4 to start, $10 a month, an enormous amount of value. Oh, also when I do my clan meetings on X, I give you a mic if you're a member of the OSS. So it's kind of how we can continue to do this show without having problems, without putting so much effort and not getting anything back. Because as you guys know, I've been funding this channel with my own money since 2021 when I started it. I've been funding it with my own money. But now that I'm investing significantly more into it, I'm putting way more time into it. As you put more time and resource and effort into it, it's going to be more expensive. And as it becomes more expensive, I need to go ahead and ensure that we stay black. Before, I was operating on red because it's whatever. I'm like, okay, I'll invest into this shit. I don't care. We're doing, I stream once a week on it. It's a true crime channel. No big deal. But now that we're taking it seriously and getting to the next part, traveling, higher production levels, better cameras, better quality, etc. Obviously, using clippers and stuff, it's become significantly more of a more laborsome project. So the best way to help out is to join the OSS. Also, if you guys want to donate on Kick and do a sub, and you could go ahead and get some emotes, which are hilarious. You guys can see all the emotes with stuff over there on the chat. Also on Rumble, you could sub on Rumble or on Kick, and you get access to the emotes. But yeah, the OSS is by far step one. Once you're in OSS, however you want to support. Hell, you could just do OSS and do nothing else and just smash the like button and we're good. Or if you don't have the money, no problem. Just smash the like button. That's all we really need. I know some of you guys might not be in the best financial position. No problem. Just smash the like button on YouTube so we can get out there to more people and grow the OSS army. But yeah, guys, that's kind of what it is. That's why I'm doing this. I want to get to a point where we get to 10,000 strong. Once we get 10,000, bro, I'm not plugging this shit no more. We're just gonna fucking truck on. We're just gonna be filming content, bro. Once we get to 10,000 people on there, bro, we're just going. We're just streaming. We're not giving a fuck. We're doing what we want to do. We're throwing O/slashes. We're saying fuck the establishment. We're saying what we want to say. We don't give a fuck what these boys got to say about us. Okay? And that's how we fight back against censorship on YouTube. All right, let's read some chats here. But yeah, link is below, guys. $4 for the first month, $75 for the year, whichever one you prefer to do. It's $10 a month. It's never going to go up on y'all. I'm always going to keep the price very low because I want to get as many of you guys in there as possible. Caleb says, would you know why when I send up to use the code CC17 it says code expired? That's for Cast Club, bro. That's why. You're doing it for Cast Club. Donnie GG, you fuckers better support Myron. This kind of content you'll never find. Facts. There's nobody on YouTube that talks about the shit that I talk about, bro. Everyone is too fucking cucked by them boys. True Alpha, just signed up for OSS Army. I'm ready to join the fight. Thank you so much, True Alpha. Caleb says, oh no, we read that one. Tick Tit X says, just join OSS. Here's my 30 shekels, my friend. I'm trying to get Trump to make me the Ayatollah in Iran. I'll have the men eating bacon and the women on OnlyFans by next week. Okay. Mary said, oh, no, that's okay. Umar H joined for the year. Shout out to you, bro. Welcome. You paid $75 to join the year. Smart move. Smart move. Medicated Machine says, Myron, brother, I've been a listener since FNF Tate episode, first time subscribing and first time tipping on the show. I appreciate everything you've been striving for, especially lately with the debrief shows, and I'm sure we can all agree that you're one of one. Thank you very much, man. Do have one question for you, though. Would you ever consider going live on stream wearing a suit and tie, how you have in a debrief loading screen? Probably not, bro. It's not my style. Probably not. I don't like wearing suits. And it's not authentic to me. You guys know I'm a hardcore fucking minimalist, bro. I wore the monkey suit for years when I was an agent, bro. Shout out to Yan, gifted a sub right there. Appreciate you, my friend. And you guys can see the funny emote that comes up anytime you guys gift a sub on Kick. Oh, man. Okay. We got here. What's up next? Valexia says, so since she got off and found not guilty, wouldn't the others who was in the house be charged? Also, the way it went, it kind of easy for them to make it all up by taking the watch while other beat and punch him while he saw he was already dead and so on. Isn't that possible? Problem is that hard to prove it, I suppose. Yeah, it's hard to prove it. That's why they didn't bring a case against him. Richie says, join OSS today, showing love from the UK. These Panasonic missiles look mad. They go into space. Do you have a short of the salmon option? I don't have a short of it. TBC says, what happens now? Does the prosecutor go after the real criminals, or is the case cased? I think you mean, is the case cooked? With no justice deceased. Yeah, the case is cooked, bro. Because let's assume that it was the cops that killed him. Well, that'll be awkward to bring them in now after you had just used them as witnesses. So, yeah, it's cooked, bro. No justice for the defendant. Fuck YouTube. OSS full throttle. Thank you so much, TDF, man. Meekly, I fixed it. We're back up on Council Club. Mike says, Myron, want to say I only watch you for the news, and FNF has taught me so much over the years. I've been watching amazing value you guys add for young men. You guys are saving us out here. Thanks for all you do. Nigga, I appreciate that, man. Baby Bunker says, I'm convinced after watching Nick this morning that there is a split on where we should be focusing our military, either in the Middle East or Asia Pacific. I noticed an urgency with the Sean Ryan show about posting an interview with the vice president of Taiwan. Taiwan is trying to hook themselves with the U.S. with business investments and other foreign affairs alongside of America. What are your thoughts? We've been spending, yes, we should be focusing on the Pacific and China and Asia, but we're not because we're so fucking busy fighting wars in the Middle East. We should have been done this 20 years ago. Angelo, WOSS fan from Montreal. Value a lot of hard work you do. You're a true inspiration. Thank you so much. Pac says, Israel's a wild 304 wife that just extracts resources. Yep, okay, we're caught up now. And all those chats, guys, came from OSS members. They're sending in $1 or whatever, and they're getting involved in the show. EMAC James says, when you do a show with Tates again this year, would you be a part of the Railroad 2.0? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it, but I could definitely talk with them. Nigas Groiper, one of the only real news out there. Keep it going, Myron. W Stream, WSS Brothers. I got you, bro. I don't just cover the news. I cover true crime, all that shit for y'all. Myron, you going to play Lucas Gage new song you released today? I didn't know you released something today. Poppin7 says, hello, Myron. How are you today? I hope you're okay and feel better than yesterday. I do. Your IDF debate clip got a lot of views in one day. Congratulations. It's a massive hit. The people love it. If you're the only guy debating the enemy in a time of conflict, can we play more OMTV or Monkey today? Thank you. Yeah, I will go ahead and go on OMTV and debate some Israelis later tonight. Don't worry. I'll do it. I know you guys like that stuff. One Chess says, hey, brother, checking if you'd like to do the Nick Fuentes stream up here in Chicago around the same time as the Tough Mudder on August 23rd. We got your Tough Mudder ticket and hotel. Stay paid. And security protection if you like. No pressure. Plenty of CC and OSS here that rock with you and got your back. I appreciate that, One Chest. Shit, I got to start planning for that then. It's been a while. I haven't been in Chicago since 2005, bro. So, yeah.
But really today, Jesse, court was about 30 minutes long. I mean, outside of the judge revealing to everyone that a juror is sick. And so we're going to adjourn for the day, which, by the way, both sides did agree upon this. And so what ended up happening is probably he sat down on the bench by 9 o'clock, 9:30. We were all out of the court.
All right. So a juror was fucking sick. Okay. Let's go ahead. Oh, yeah, this fucking guy. All right. Let's see here. All right, I'll let y'all niggas pick. You guys want me to jump in Sulaiman's space, or actually, you know what? Let's watch some news first before we get in there. We don't want to go in there fucking blind. Because I don't know what's the latest. I literally just woke up and jumped on here. I know the latest news, just so you guys know when it comes to the war, we're going to pivot real quick to the war. The latest with the war is I know that a hospital got hit yesterday. Now, some people are saying Iran hit the hospital, and other people are saying that it was a false flag. So let's go ahead and see.
Cluster bomb bearing missile. That's from Reuters. Iran launched a missile at Israel.
Trump says he'll decide within 2 weeks whether to join the war. Interesting. Let's see here.
When you were pursuing a diplomatic negotiation.
Yeah.
Now, you seem very open to the idea of potentially taking U.S. action. Obviously, you're not going to tell us that. Can you walk us through what contributed to that change, how you got to where you are in making your decision now?
Well, I think it started the first night. I mean, that first night was devastating. And it really knocked the one side off, as you know. It was a devastating evening, day. And it pretty much proceeded that way. I have a meeting in the war room in a little while. Situation room, as some people call it.
The feminism movement didn't unite.
So we're going to meet. We're going to see. We're in the midst of it. It's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction. But death primarily is what I hate to see.
Does that mean you haven't made a decision yet on what to do?
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other. War is very bad. There was no reason for this to be a war. There was no reason for Russia, Ukraine. A lot of wars there was no reason for. You look right up there, I don't know, see the Declaration of Independence, and I say, I wonder if the Civil War, it always seemed to me maybe that could have been solved without losing 600,000 plus people. So a lot of, it's very sad to see. It's very sad to see what's happening. But with that being said, I would say right now, Israel, from the standpoint of winning a war, is doing pretty well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Yeah, well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. This is all a bunch of fucking bullshit right now, man. Let's just call a fucking spade what it is, bro. So here's the reality. Here's the fucking cold, hard reality of what the fuck is going on. And I alluded to this yesterday, but I kind of want to double down on this thing. I need you guys to smash that like button. Let's get to 2,000 likes so I can deliver this fucking thing for you guys. I'm gonna play this a little bit more, see what he's got to say. But let's get to 2,000 likes so I'll let you guys know. We're at 1,200 right now. We got, what, 5,000 plus you guys in here.
Reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago, just left. And we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan. And they were both here, but I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, they had people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers. And they decided not. So I was honored to meet him today.
And if I can, Mr. Keefer, sir, and for anyone who may want to answer, how has the travel bans from certain countries affected fans maybe coming in for the games, or is that not a consideration?
Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah, we're 1,300 likes, guys. Let's smash the like button. Let's get to 2,000 plus.
Not a concern for us. For the games now in the Club World Cup, everything has been done in a very smooth way. We have an excellent collaboration with
of course, with the president, but with the task force in particular. For next year, the World Cup, we have one more year to work, and the learnings that we have this year with the Club World Cup, which is historic, I say this to all the Americans, because it's the first ever Club World Cup, and it's played in the United States of America. So the learnings will have.
Hey, Jan3, thank you for the gifted sub.
For this, we'll apply them next year.
And they're largely sold out, so
but
I don't know. I don't think he's too worried about the travel ban. He doesn't know what the travel ban is, I don't think. Johnny, tell me what the travel ban is. Right? He doesn't know what it is. He's largely sold out. Like tonight is totally. I've had friends, they heard about this meeting. They said, can you give me tickets? I don't know if I can get tickets. He won't give them to me. Maybe John will give them to me. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, two questions, if I could. One about Iran and then one domestically. With Iran, what's your message to Americans, both here and abroad, who are not only concerned about the U.S. potentially getting involved in another conflict in the Middle East, but worry about the potential for retaliation here at home?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get involved either, but I've been saying for 20 years, maybe longer, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I think they were a few weeks away from having one. And they had to sign a document, I think.
They don't have one, man. They don't have one. Donnie, they don't have one, bro. They don't have one. I'm going to let him keep going, and then I'm going to talk to you guys about this shit.
They wish they signed it now. It was a fair deal. And now it's a harder thing to sign, you know. It's a lot of water over the dam. But, you know, it's very, I say it very simply. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Too much devastation. And they'd use it. You know, I believe they'd use it. Others won't use it, but I believe they'd use it. So that's it. It's very simple as far as I'm concerned. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
And then domestically, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley came out this week as the lead sponsor of a bill to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. It stands out because he's a Republican. There's still 20 states that have it at $7.25. Do you support the legislation or the idea?
Well, I haven't seen it. I'd have to speak to Josh. He's a very good friend of mine. That's interesting that Josh did that. I'm going to have to think about that one.
Guys, I don't know why the OSS, the cast clip shit isn't working on whatever, but it's fine. Just come over to OSS, guys. I'm going to give you guys the link for OSS. It's completely free. Just all you guys that are watching on cast clip, just come over to OSS, bro. I don't know why the fuck it's being that way.
Some people agree with it. Some people don't. You know, some people say.
I dropped the link for you guys that are watching on cast clip. Just come on over to OSS. I see some chats here. True Alpha W Myron had to catch up on some of your streams. You dominated that Twitter space. It was frustrating that the host muted you when you were speaking facts. One-man army. Hey, bro, I'll be cooking these niggas on Twitter spaces. I also heard lots of U.S. military quitting because of the Israel-Iran conflict. Yeah, they don't want to die for Israel.
It really.
But yeah, bro, come on over, guys. I dropped the link on the Fresh and Fit cast clip for you guys, so you guys can come on over. I don't know why the fuck it's being stupid like this. I'm using a different streaming, so I'm using Restream, so maybe that might be why. Versus using Rumble Studio, but yeah, man, just come on over. I'm end this fucking stream here and just come over to OSS and just. I'm sorry, man. I don't know why it's acting like that.
He turns away business, restaurants close, and a lot of things happen. Other people agree. I'd have to speak to Josh. He's a good guy.
Did you see that
for the Iran, the possibility of an Iran deal? Is the destruction or the dismantling of the Fordow nuclear enrichment center, is that a prerequisite for a deal? Is that a red line?
Myself to it.
No, it's just something that people talk about having. We're the only ones that have the capability to do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it at all. Yeah, we have the best military equipment in the world. You see that with this fight. We have planes that are undetectable, flying around like, you know, nobody's able to see him stealth. You guys want to be stealthy tonight. You know, you can be stealth, you'll never lose, right? But these are incredible planes and weapons. We have the best weapons in the world, by far. Nobody close. And I mean, certain countries take advantage of that. Israel has incredible weaponry. So we'll see what happens. I've been asked about it by everybody, but I haven't made a decision.
Mr. President, you talked earlier today about having daily conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah.
How have those conversations weighed on you in terms of getting more involved? He's been lobbying for the U.S. to get more involved. Has that had an impact in kind of your evolution, sir?
Look, we talk, and I'd like to see everything done. I would have preferred having just an agreement, a strong agreement, you know, verifiable agreement. But it was such a shame. They were so close. You know, Iran was very close to signing what would have been a very good agreement for them. And maybe that could still happen, I guess. You know, they do want to come and see us. They want to see me in the White House. That's a big statement. But it's very late.
Is it enough of a statement to hold off getting?
We're going to see what happens. Look, we're going to see what happens. Ending it as soon as you can would be good.
Have you closed the door on meeting with them?
No.
Okay, so it's still open to them coming here in your
Yeah, I mean, they asked if they could come. We'll see if that happens. It's not that easy for them to come. They can't get out. You know, they're in Iran, and in one case, the guy wanted to come so badly, but he can't get out because his bombs dropping all over the place.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike.
And don't worry, guys. We are going to react to that interview as well. We are going to react to that interview, man. We got a great show planned for y'all today, baby. Don't worry. We're going to react to that interview as well. We're going to break that shit down, too. So stay tuned, ninjas. We got a lot to cover today. Like I said, we're going to cover Diddy. We're going to cover the Ted Cruz interview with Tucker Carlson. We're going to cover the war updates. We're going to be on all night. We're going to be cooking tonight. Welcome, punch! So, you know, get yourself a fucking popcorn or whatever you guys want. We're going to be covering a whole bunch of stuff, and you guys are going to be super aware. By the time you guys get off the stream, you guys are going to know everything going on with Diddy. You guys are going to know everything about the Karen Reed case. You guys are going to know everything about what's going on with this conflict. We'll do a little bit of looking into what's going on with Tate and Bonnie Blue as well. I know that he sat down and had a conversation where I don't know if the video's out yet, but we'll talk about that a little bit. And we'll cover other news as well, guys. So it's going to be good.
Strike is kind of dividing.
That interview is fucking viral right now with Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. So
a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon.
See, look at that. Just delusional. No, your supporters want you to stick to what you said when you campaigned. You said no new wars. You came out and you talked shit about the Iraqi war when you ran for president in 2015. This is Iraqi war part fucking 2, man. The Ayatollah is the new Saddam Hussein. So Trump is just straight up fucking lying here. The reason why the MAGA base is fractured with the situation is because we don't want to go to war anymore. And we finally have the ability to say we don't want to go to war. Back in 2003, there was no alternative fucking media. Okay? There was no alternative media. You had to rely on mainstream media, CNN, Fox, MSNBC News, etc. You did not have the ability to be an actual dissenter with a platform. Thank God we have independent journalists and we have independent podcasts. We have independent creators now that can go ahead and give a different perspective outside of the mainstream media. And the reason why it's fracturing his base, and he fucking knows this, is because he campaigned on a couple of things. He campaigned on bringing the price down of food. He campaigned on strong immigration and borders. And he also campaigned on no new wars. Under me, there were no wars, no new wars. The Democrats are crazy. If I wasn't president, Putin would have never invaded. I like Putin. I get along with him. Right? That's what he was saying. 24 hours. I'll end the war in Ukraine. 24 hours. I'll make the deal. So, of course, the people are going to be fucking pissed off. Because you campaign on no new wars, man.
He's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right? But very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran,
shout out to 124 Guitars with the 5 gifted subs.
Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that don't want, I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight.
This is literally the same exact shit from 20 plus years ago. Same shit. Oh, Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. We need to go in. We get in there, no weapons of mass destruction.
Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting at all. Israel's done a very good job of that. But we'll see what happens. The bottom line is they can't have nuclear. And if I can't imagine that Ted Cruz said it's okay for Iran to have nuclear, including Tucker. I don't think Tucker says it's okay. The problem is then they get themselves into a thing. They don't want them to have nuclear, but then they say, well, we don't want to fight. Well, you're going to have to make a choice because it's possible that you're going to have to fight for them not to have nuclear. And it's interesting because I did ask Tucker, I said, well, are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the hands of Iran? And he sort of didn't like that. He didn't want to really, but he sort of didn't like that. And I said, well, if it's
see, and this is why, see, remember how I tell you guys all the time? So actually, let me like, and this is the problem sometimes, right? Like with Tucker and some of these other people that are like kind of starting to talk about this topic with Israel. They're not willing to go all the way, right? They'll say, I don't want another war and kind of end it there, right? Because they know that getting into war is wildly unpopular with their base, but at the same time, they understand that if I go too hard on this anti-war stuff, Media Matters and the Zionist lobby, the Jewish lobby is going to come after me, right? So Tucker and a lot of these other big names are doing a couple of things. And I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a tweet that I crafted yesterday, which perfectly explains this conundrum that we're in with this current topic, right? Let me find it for you guys real fast. Because I wrote a tweet about this and it perfectly exemplifies what's going on. Where the fuck did I put it? Bear with me, chat. I got it here somewhere. Okay. So there was this girl on Twitter, right, that said that, oh, I could be making 10 to 20K a month if I just start shitting on Israel, right? And I wrote this thing here saying how that's bullshit, right? That's why I said it's hilarious when whatever. But anyway, criticizing them boys, Israel, Zionism, or J-Power is one of the fastest ways to lose sponsorships, be targeted by the ADL, Media Matters, SPLC, Right Wing Watch, get demonetized, deplatformed on major platforms, and be debanked. Why do you think the biggest conservatives in America over the last decade are all pro-Israel or silent on the issue? Benny Johnson, Charlie Kirk, Stephen Crowder, Dan Bongino, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, Jordan Peterson, and many others, Tim Pool, etc., are pro-Israel or avoid the topic altogether to avoid the difficult conversation on Jewish influence on American foreign policy and American conservative media. Many of these personalities have been strong supporters of Israel and critics of Islam while never challenging the ethno-supremacist ideology of Judaism. I agree that Islam is incompatible with a first world democracy of free speech, but neither is Judaism. Yet conservative media never says that. Ironically, Judaism opposes Jesus, yet many evangelical Christian Zionists are too blind to see that. Until recently, even Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson were pro-Israel. Tucker still won't condemn Israel or Jewish power, however. This is why big names are precise and criticize Israel from a non-war angle, not addressing the problem of J-power or influence in America. If you think criticizing Israel is good for monetary gain, you're grossly unaware. Twitter isn't real. Every other social media platform of real influences punishes you for criticizing them boys or Israel, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is because they're not willing to go all the way a lot of the times, right? Like they'll say, I just don't want to get involved in the war. But they won't identify or talk about the problems of why we might get into the fucking war, right? And we just got to be honest here a little bit. The Zionist lobby is too strong. Way too strong. They have dual allegiance. They have our foreign policy by the fucking balls. And they're using it to their fucking advantage. Far too much influence. Way too much. But everyone is scared to say that because in conservative media, we know who runs it. So they don't want to lose their jobs, or they don't want to lose donors, or they don't want to lose support because right-wing media is owned by them. This is why so few conservatives talk about this shit. Or better yet, they stay silent because they know that this is a very unpopular topic. Look, I'm still going to give credit to Tucker and Candace and other people because at least they're saying, yo, we don't want to go to war for Israel. That's good enough in my eyes, honestly. That's fine because their audience is so fucking big that if you're watching Tucker for information on foreign policy when it comes to Israel, you're going to find me. You're going to find Nick Fuentes. You're going to find, some of these other guys, right? To my knowledge, the only people that like openly talk about this shit on video podcasts with a platform is like me and Nick. I don't really know too many. Of course, there's people on Twitter, but like I said before, Twitter's not fucking real, bro. It's not real. It's not fucking real. Every other big conservative person that talks about this shit, it's me, Nick, Candace, Tucker, Theo Von started talking about it, but like, again, they come from the humanitarian perspective and the anti-war angle, but they don't really come from the why this is a problem angle. Does that make sense, chat? Like, I name names, right? Like, for example, the Iran nuclear deal, right? I broke that down for you guys why it failed. I explained to you guys how Trump was heavily influenced by who? Mike fucking Pompeo, who was the Secretary of State. Mike Pompeo, while being Secretary of State, heavily influenced Trump to, number one, pull out the nuclear deal, and then number two, move the embassy to Jerusalem. And he went ahead and put the IRGC on the terrorist watch list, the foreign terrorist organization, and as FTO, because he was the Secretary of State. So it's very important that we identify this shit, and so you guys can figure out what's going on. Because when you actually look at the background, right, you start to figure out and you start to connect the dots. You look at someone like a John Bolton, who's a fucking war hawk, huge Zionist. You look at him. Where's he from? PNAC. What's PNAC? PNAC is a fucking conservative think tank. Who's it run by? So once you fucking go and you start peeling layers back and you start naming names and figuring out what the fuck is going on, it's the same fucking group of people every time. So that's what it is, dude. That's what it is.
Okay with you, then you and I do have a difference. But it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight. And maybe it'll end, and maybe it'll end very quickly. But there's no way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon because the entire world will blow up. I'm not going to let that happen.
Now, here's the other thing, too. Hot take here, but I'll say it because that's the other thing. Because he was saying, let's go back because I really want you guys to hear this so I can juxtapose this.
You and I do have a difference, but it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight. And the problem is then they get themselves into a thing. They don't want them to have nuclear, but then they say, well, we don't want to fight. Well, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting.
That's not true. We have been fighting. We've been shooting down their missiles. We've been supporting them significantly. We've been scrambling our fighter jets to shoot down missiles coming into Israel. We have been fighting.
We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting at all. Israel's done a very good job of that. But we'll see what happens. The bottom line is they can't have nuclear. And if I can't imagine that Ted Cruz said it's okay for Iran to have nuclear, including Tucker. I don't think Tucker says it's okay. The problem is then they get themselves into a thing. They don't want them to have nuclear, but then they say, well, we don't want to fight. Well, you're going to have to make a choice because it's possible that you're going to have to fight for them not to have nuclear. And it's interesting because I did ask Tucker, I said, well, are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the hands of Iran? And he sort of didn't like that. He didn't want to really, but he sort of did.
Why did he not like that? Because Tucker's still beholden to legacy media that's controlled by them boys. So let a real nigga give you guys the answers. I'm totally fine with them having fucking nuclear weapons, and I'll tell you why. Unpopular take, but let me go ahead and go through with it. Israel is doing a fucking genocide right now, okay? They have bombed systematically the Strip of Gaza for almost 2 years. They've killed well over 100,000 or 200,000 people. Right now, it's being reported as about 50,000, with about half of those people being killed, women and kids. Gaza, before it was invaded by Israel, was literally 50% children under the age of 18. Okay? About 70% of the casualties in Gaza are innocent women and children. Okay? they're committing a genocide. They're committing war crimes. They're bombing hospitals. They're killing kids. They're shooting them in the head as they're trying to go get food. They're starving them, and they're not allowing aid in, right? Professionals, genocide researchers, experts, to include Jewish experts when it comes to Holocaust historians, genocide researchers, all of them are in unanimous agreement that what's going on right now in Gaza is a genocide by definition. Now, let's add to that. The state of Israel has an illegal nuclear weapons program. They are not a part of the No Proliferation Treaty or the Proliferation Treaty. They're not a member of that. They have an undeclared, unacknowledged nuclear program that is illegal. Now, you're probably wondering, okay, they got nukes, like, how do you know? I'll tell you how I know. A guy named Mordecai Vanun who exposed this roughly 30 years ago. Okay? That Israel does in fact have a nuclear weapons program, and a sophisticated one at that. Now, let's talk about how nuclear weapons work real quick. To manufacture a nuclear bomb, you could do it in one of two ways. You can either enrich uranium or use plutonium. With uranium, you're using centrifuges to basically process the material. And with plutonium, you're using a reactor. Okay? Those are the two main ways. I'm simplifying this because it's a very complex situation. I'm not a scientist, but I'm giving you guys the very simple way so you guys understand this. Two ways to get a nuclear bomb: uranium enrichment or plutonium, whichever one you want to use. Plutonium uses a reactor, uranium uses a centrifuge. Back in the 1960s, the CIA suspected that Israel was running a nuclear weapons program, and they were going ahead and doing some work with France. Okay? They went out to Dimona and they tested the soil. When they tested out the soil, they found that the uranium was extremely high. Something around 90% is weapons grade, chat. So when they tested the soil and they saw this pure uranium there, there's no need to have uranium that highly enriched unless it's for weapons. They brought this information back to Kennedy. Kennedy demanded inspections because he suspected that they had nuclear weapons. Now you're probably wondering, uranium in the 1960s? Yeah. You want to know where the fuck they got it? They stole it from us. At the time when this happened, there was only one country in the world that was having uranium that pure. It was the United States. And, namely, it was a facility called Nukes out in Apollo, Pennsylvania. Okay? So, not only did they steal uranium from the United States, there's declassified documents that show this, by the way, where they systematically smuggled uranium out of this plant, destined for Israel, where they can conduct this stuff. They were obsessed with getting a nuclear bomb because the Suez Canal crisis embarrassed the fuck out of Israel. And Ben-Gurion became obsessed. Ben-Gurion was the first prime minister of Israel. So when you actually look at all the facts and you figure out that Israel's doing a genocide, Israel has an illegal nuclear arms program, Israel's not a part of the non-proliferation treaty, and on top of that, to make it even funnier, they shouldn't be getting aid from us technically because they've done illegal uranium enrichment and they've run a nuclear program, and there's a law in the books right now from 1978 where we're not supposed to give aid to countries that run illegal nuclear programs like Israel is. You start to realize that we hit peak fucking irony here. So you're telling me Israel, who's committing a genocide, who has an illegal, unacknowledged nuclear weapons program, that stole the uranium for their nuclear weapons program from us, that's getting aid from us as they disobey us. You're telling me that they're trying to tell Iran that they can't have a nuclear weapon when Iran is actually on a non-proliferation treaty? When Iran actually complied with the JCPOA, aka the nuclear deal from 2015, where they were working alongside France and Russia to ensure that they didn't enrich over 3%? Now you guys want to come back and say, oh, well, we think that they got a nuclear bomb and it's a problem because they got their uranium up to 60%? Let me tell you something, dumb fuck. The reason why they got the uranium up to 60% is because you motherfuckers made them tear up the deal. So don't fucking sit there and tell me that, oh, Iran can't have a nuclear bomb, blah, blah, blah. As far as I'm concerned, we pushed them to make a nuclear bomb. Because we've been disingenuous, we've had bad diplomacy, and we've been fucking lying. And when they did come to the table to try to work with us, alongside a bunch of other countries, to come to a peaceful, amicable end, what did we do? We pulled out the fucking nuclear deal. Why? Because Trump and Mike Pompeo, are cucks for the Zionist fucking lobby. Mike Pompeo, just so you guys know, he was the guy that told Trump not to declassify the JFK documents. I wonder why. Because JFK didn't want the Israelis to have a nuclear fucking bomb. So let me get this straight. Pompeo forces Trump to get out the fucking nuclear deal that Obama established. Then he asks Trump to go ahead and move the embassy to Jerusalem. Then he puts the IRGC on the terrorist watch list in 2019. Then, when Trump wants to go ahead and declassify the JFK documents, he tells them no. Tell me that's not running cover for the Zionist lobby right fucking there. And these are the cold hard facts that none of these fucking retards can refute. This is why I embarrass Zionists anytime they try to tell me Iran can't have a nuclear bomb. Who the fuck are you to say that they can't defend themselves when you want to sit there and say, we have a right to defend ourselves? Cool. I actually think that Israel has a right to defend itself. But guess what? If you're going to go ahead and apply that metric that Israel has the sovereignty and the ability to defend itself, so does every other fucking country. And after all the bullshit diplomacy that we've exercised in the West, we got to take accountability. We have severed diplomacy. And the reason why we severed diplomacy is because we have a fucking outrageous Zionist lobby in America that does not give a fuck about American interests and wants to wage a war in the Middle East and be the only fucking nuclear superpower, and they want regime change. So, when Trump asked Tucker that question, do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? People got to grab their nuts and say, you know what? I don't give a fuck if they got a nuclear weapon, because quite frankly, I would feel better with Iran having a nuclear weapon than genocidal fucking Israel. And you could take that to the fucking bank. Israel's committed far more war crimes, killed way more people, done way more fucking heinous shit than Iran has. I'm not saying Iran's a fucking angel. They're terrible too. It's an evil regime. But don't fucking sit there and virtue signal and say, the most moral army in the world. We're the only democracy in the Middle East. We have freedom of press. It's all a fucking lie. It's all a fucking lie. Democracy? Freedom? Israel is an apartheid, ethnocentric state that practices the very supremacy that they criticize other countries of having. And most Americans are too stupid and oblivious to know this. Israel got hit, their hospital got hit yesterday, or earlier this morning. Oh my God, they hit our hospital. But what they won't tell you is that Israel hit 3 hospitals in Iran this week. What they won't tell you is that they bombed the fucking Al-Shifa hospital and killed hundreds of kids. What they won't tell you is they destroyed 36 fucking hospitals in Gaza. Hamas is there, that's why. Every single time they do some fuck shit and they kill kids, I'm sorry, Hamas. They've killed aid workers, they've killed journalists, they've killed doctors, they've killed innocent people. Nobody died during the hospital fucking attack yesterday, earlier. But these guys have systematically bombed hospitals all across the Middle East. Not just Gaza, but they bombed them in Lebanon, they bombed them in Iran, etc. So for them to sit there and say, oh my God, they attacked one of our hospitals. After they attacked 3 Iranian hospitals this week, and they blew up every hospital in Gaza pretty much except for one, is fucking incredible. And the reason why they're able to get away with this is because people don't do their fucking research. So yes, in conclusion, I would feel much better with Iran having a nuclear bomb than Israel. Because unlike Israel, Iran didn't steal the uranium from us. Unlike Israel, Iran lets inspectors go check their nuclear facilities. Unlike Israel, Iran is a part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Unlike Israel, they've worked with the IAEA before. So, for Israel to sit there and say, yo, you guys can't have nuclear weapons when they're running an illegal nuclear weapons program is absolutely fucking comical. But again, most Americans don't know this shit. The history I just exposed for you guys is censored everywhere. You got to go fucking to the corners of the internet to find it. There's a really good documentary on this. Go check it out. It's called Numek by my guy Ryan Dawson if you guys want more detail on this. I summarized it up for you guys very grossly. But this is the cold hard truth that they don't want you to know. So if anyone tries to sit there and tell you, oh, they can't have nuclear weapons, blah, blah, blah. Tell them just like this. Shut the fuck up. Because Israel's doing a genocide and has nuclear weapons. Who do you think is worse? Anyway.
Fatality.
So this is what we're going to do. Let me go ahead and this is why people, they got to know, I told you guys before, you got to know Middle Eastern foreign policy to understand the bullshit with Israel, right? It's not enough just to understand their influence in America. You need to know Middle Eastern politics to truly be able to go after these motherfuckers and tell the truth. But a lot of American political commentators don't understand Middle Eastern foreign politics. You guys think Charlie Kirk or fucking Matt Walsh or any of these niggas know anything about what I just said when it comes to the dark history of Israel or how they've been systematically overthrowing and or destroying every single Arab nation around them? No, they don't fucking know this shit. They're more concerned with, oh yeah, let's talk about what is a woman and stuff like that. They're more concerned with hot button domestic issues, which is fine. But that is one of the biggest weak points when it comes to conservative media. They stay away from foreign policy. And the reason why they stay away from foreign policy is because once you understand foreign policy, Israel is fucking defensible. I'll say that again. Once you understand Middle Eastern foreign policy, you understand that the defense of Israel and the support of Israel is fucking defensible. It's a losing position. It is a losing position every single time. Why do you guys think guys like Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, whatever, they will never, ever, ever, ever go ahead and debate someone who understands this shit? That's also an influencer, not some stupid kid at Oxford. Because Middle Eastern foreign policy is very complex. A lot of shit's going on. There's a lot of history. There's a lot of misinformation. And a lot of it is suppressed for obvious reasons. This used to be a very taboo topic prior to October 7th. It was one of the fastest ways to get your fucking YouTube channel banned. Immediately. Immediately. So we got some fucking catching up to do. So that's kind of where we're at, chat, with that shit. But yeah, conservative commentators, bro, never cover Middle Eastern foreign policy. And if they do, they have L takes like Ben Shapiro. All right, let's see here. Hey guys, join the fucking OSS. Welcome, punch! Because this is where you get real nigga information. Because obviously they banned me for talking about this shit. Let me see here. Let me look at some of these chats real fast, and then we'll get back to the cooking. All right, Q the man says, can Trump send people to Iran to check and see if they if they even have nuclear weapons? And if Trump cuts ties with Israel, what can be the negatives of that? He never will. The Zionist lobby is too powerful in America, bro. That's what I'm trying to say to y'all. Do you think that some of these conservative figures know everything you are saying, but won't ruin their cash flow? Yes, they do know. A lot of them do know. Like, I mean, Patrick Bet-David the other day, he said Iran has been the root cause of all the problems in the Middle East. That's a lie. That's demonstrably false. It's Israel that's been the root cause of almost all the problems in the Middle East. Right? But again, talking about them boys fucks you up in the social media world. You get blackballed. Myron, keep these long streams. I'm a window cleaner that works in NY. Listening to your pod helps me get through the day. No problem, bro. I got you, man. You got a long one coming up today, so you guys are good. But yeah, bro, a lot of them know this shit. It's just that they'll never talk about it, bro. I'm telling you, man, the Zionist lobby is too strong in America, especially when it comes to conservative media. They own that shit, man. They own that shit. Melancholy says, they didn't even hit the hospital. Iran hit the 2 military stations that were next to the medical hospital. The hospital was just lightly damaged from the shockwaves. Bam, there you go, my friend. That is true. It was a false flag. Hit a squirrels. Myron Gaines X, would you consider running for 2028 presidential election, Fear Myron? They'd never put me in, bro. They'd assassinate me. OD4L, let's go. Just got off work and turning in shout out Myron and OSS gang. Got you, bro. Hold on 1 second, then just. We got Afghan vet. Hey, Myron, did you see the Al Jazeera interview? One of the inspectors from the IEA, he stated that Iran had 0 weapon-grade uranium in all the uranium mining sites. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. They don't have any nuclear weapons, bro. Because here's the thing. The Israelis are freaking out over Iran refining up to, enriching up to 60%. But the reason why they enrich up to 60% is so that they have a negotiating chip, guys. That's the reason. The reason why Iran has been enriching and gotten some stuff. Some people say, oh, they got it to 80%, they got it to 60%, whatever. That doesn't matter. The reason why they're enriching is so that they have our bargaining chip to relieve the sanctions, chat. That is the reason why. Welcome, punch! Okay? That's the leverage that they have. You guys want us to give up our highly enriched uranium? Fine. Lift the fucking sanctions. The sanctions, guys, are crippling their economy. Also, I'll talk about the real nuclear weapon that Iran has, which I'll talk about that here in a second. And it's not the atomic bomb. I'll tell y'all that. They actually have another way more powerful bomb. And I'll explain that a little bit later. What's stopping Trump from denouncing aid to Israel? I know Trump more heavily endorsed by Zionists, but couldn't he just say, fuck them and do the right thing? No, bro. Ryan, you, my friend, we are an occupied country, bro. We're an occupied country. You cannot go at the Zio lobby. Afghan vet. Hey, Myron, did you see Al Jazeera? Oh, no, sorry. Ryan Trober says, what's stopping? Nope, read that one. Levy Israel. Myron, would you watch a tree grow or Negro? Oh, don't know. I think many don't realize that having a nuclear weapon is the best nuclear deterrent coming from someone who studied mechanical engineering. Yes, it's to be a deterrent. Absolutely. Why do you think we don't fuck with North Korea? Right? And it forced diplomacy between Trump and Kim Jong-un. You can make the argument that North Korea is way more reckless than Iran, but they got a nuclear bomb, and we still got peace with those niggas. Go figure. Finally got to catch a live stream. I get to work at 6 a.m. and have been and just have stream running all day. Love for everything you do, bro. It's only up from here. Shout out OSS, shout out the Last Battle, and shout out the Protection Squadron. Appreciate that. TPC said, True Teller said some real things today in Sulaiman space about a possible false flag attack happening around July 4th. The space was very interesting earlier today. They're also cooking that space with those Zionists that were muting you, saying that they couldn't stay in that space for more than 30 seconds due to the delusions they have about Israel. If you go to that space, ask the truth about the possible false flag. Okay, I'll ask. Cage says, well, you can't blame Biden now. Facts. Posted a link on the OSS feed to a tweet explaining how the Israeli money supply is tied to their shenanigans. Super interesting if you have time to take a look. And that's from Tony. Unrah's 3 Fuji Apple Celsius drop equipped. Street wall. Hold on. Myron, if the USA does get involved, are you going to still do these live streams on the topic with the same freedom of speech, or will you walk a tightrope when talking about this topic? No, bro, I'm still going to say the truth, man. Would you consider Trump a sellout to Israel? Yeah, at this point, yeah. EMAC, this may be a weird question to ask, but where the fuck is J.D. Vance? Like, I haven't heard anything about him since the Ukraine president been there. Bro, the vice president is a ceremonial position, bro. That's why. They don't really do much. Mr. Biceps look like cottage cheese. Everything else okay? Recommend anything besides curls? Chin-ups. Iran posted on X some missiles that was that real or fake? I don't know. Did you see how he pivoted from Israel and Iran to wars are bad? Look at Russia, Ukraine. What about the ones like niggas stop? Yeah, I know, bro. Ridiculous. Hey, Myra, some guy said you skipped their chat. I told them you're on YouTube, so you can't talk about certain stuff. I told them to make them short and to proofread them well before they chat in. I sent this funny music video to you the other day. It's super short, only 133. It's a funny AI video. Yeah, bro, the thing is that I'm reading as many of these chats as I can. But yeah, some of them I can't read because they say crazy shit. And then also, guys, keep it short, man. Like, don't, like, some of you guys are writing paragraphs here. I heard lots of U.S. military are quitting because okay, I caught up there. But I've pretty much read all the chats, bro. The ones that I didn't read are probably, it's $5 minimum if you're on Rumble or the other one. D. Almeida says, can you make a reaction video to King Azul? Another one of those Fugazi alpha male mentors. I can't tell if he's trolling or being serious. Anyway, still taking advantage of global male. Nah, bro, I'm good. Why Fresh hates Stu Peters? I don't know. Brimless Nosedive. Bro, can you react to this debate? I pulled it up. Well, it's about feminism. We'll see. We'll see. All right, I think we're caught up there. All right, let's finish up this thing with Trump.
Didn't like that, and I said, well, if it's okay with you, then you and I do have a difference, but it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight, and maybe it'll end, very quickly. But there's no way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, because the entire world will blow up. I'm not going to let that happen.
Mr. President, you had a bit of a row with President Emmanuel Macron of France the other day at the G7,
No,
it sounded like.
he's a nice guy. Look, he said I was going back home to make a ceasefire. Not a ceasefire. We're long beyond ceasefire. And I said, why do you say that? Why would you say ceasefire? It's a bad term to use. Because a ceasefire means like everything's going swimmingly, we'll take a little time off. It's not. We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No nuclear weapon.
No, it's regime change. That's what it is. It's regime change. It's not no nuclear weapon. And that's where the lie is. It's absolutely regime change, chat. All right, so guys, quick little... We're going to go ahead and switch back to Diddy real quick. I got Mel in the house. We're going to go do a quick summary for you guys. I know we're doing a war coverage and stuff like that, but we will go ahead and cover this real fast. And then we'll keep going with everything else. Nope, Zoom meeting. Nope, that doesn't work. Hey, what's up, Mel? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You're coming in a little bit low.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
All right. So here, let me turn my camera on, bro, so you can see me here. So what's going on, bro? It's been a while since we've spoken. I know you've been at the courthouse every single day, grinding. So I guess kind of give us the latest, because for this week, if we can summarize this week, what's been going on so far. I know that one of the jurors was sick, so they had to adjourn early. But other than that, man, what else is going on?
A lot of activity. Basically, this week, the government came in and they went through a chart. They broke down all of the people, places, and things that were involved in different meetings, like when Sean and Cassie, and let's say Jules, were having a freak off. On their chart, they would have in the room or this meeting, they would have those three people. And so the agent, when she was asked, like, how did they determine the people that should be in this room, in this setting?
Which agent did they question?
This was Penda. Penda was the one that broke down the locations.
Penda?
Penda. Last name was Penda. P-E-N-D-A.
Which
Penda.
office was she out of? New York?
Out of the Southern District of New York.
For HSI?
Yes.
Was she the one that we saw when she flashed the money?
No, I don't believe so. I had never seen her before.
Okay, that's interesting. So, okay, so they brought in, because the last witness I remember was Diddy's girl. That was the last witness I remember. Not Mia, the other bitch, Jane.
Jane?
Yeah, so who went after Jane? Who was the witness after her?
After Jane, basically we had these two agents for I forget the first one's name, but there are two agents out of the Southern District. Basically, they're just breaking down the people, places, and things, showing how the sex workers came from New York to L.A. and how they were moving them around, basically.
Okay, so they covered the logistics of how Diddy was doing the freak-off logistics and bringing the escorts around and shit.
So basically, when you look at the trial, they brought in the witnesses, they brought in the victims, and you wonder why they didn't show Diddy's inner people, like, for instance, the security guards, and also they didn't bring in Christina Coram.
Yep.
Well, with these agents, they basically brought them in because they showed all of the text messages and how they were moving people around. They were communicating together. They were supplying drugs, basically as this Combs enterprise. You follow?
Yeah, so the agents came in to establish the conspiracy, to show how they were there to explain the investigation, why it constitutes as a RICO from a conspiratorial standpoint.
Exactly.
And they needed 2 agents to do that?
Yeah, they had 2 agents. Basically, the first one showed, for instance, they show how mainly the main sex worker is Jules. They never brought him on the stand. But through these agents, you really didn't need him.
Okay.
Because imagine he would be cross-examined probably by Bryan Steele. Bryan Steele would probably tear him apart.
Yep.
Okay, so they had these agents show how his tickets were paid for by American Express.
Gotcha.
He flew out of JFK to LAX. They showed the text messages, Cassie saying, hey, can you come to this event? They show the money exchanging, right? So they're showing all of these things. And then to top it off, they actually show the sex tapes in court. They tried to prevent us from seeing it, like sitting in the audience. But at some point, it was so loud that we could actually hear what was coming out. So one of the marshals was like, the main one that's always yelling at people. He said, nice guy, though. He said, hey, Judge, we can hear what's being said. And then also, they were watching the video. I'm not saying that I saw the video, but I can tell you this. I think, okay, let's get this clear. I think what they were showing is rough sex. They were showing 2 on her. They also were showing the aspect of drugs involved. So basically, the paperwork showed the intent, and then the video shows they actually had sex. So that's what the whole picture was about.
Okay, yeah, because I do remember them saying that the jurors had headphones in and they were okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it was a lot of agitation. Like one juror, he had on the headphones, and whatever happened, it's like he saw, you ever seen a kid when they taste something bitter? He pulled off his headphones.
Yeah.
And he was moving back, so it was some serious stuff that they saw in the video. And plus this guy, what's his name, Jules, he was like a huge guy, man, looked like a professional wrestler, that's what I imagine.
Okay. So the agents came in, because we've been wondering, D-Rock and KK and all these people that were on Diddy's staff, where the fuck are they? Why aren't they testifying? So there's no need, because the agents already have their text messages and everything else and are able to illustrate the conspiracy.
They're moving around with the company vehicles. They're moving around the sex worker.
Okay.
When Diddy's beating the girls, they're helping facilitate getting her back together. All of this stuff in the background. Pretty much Christina Coram, KK, she is dealing with Diddy's business, but also his personal life, and they really honed in to prove conspiracy or RICO.
Why did they not get charged? D-Rock and KK and all these other people that helped them out. Like, that's crazy to me.
From what I understand, some parts of this is still sealed, but we'd have to see who the defense call. But I think ultimately, depending on how this go, you might see some people still get cooked.
All right, so the 2 agents testified to show the conspiracy. They showed the graphic video in court of Cassie and I'm assuming the other Cassie, probably, and Jane having these freak offs.
Right.
What else? What witnesses came after the agents?
Well, they're supposed to bring in the final one, which is Brendan, but that was Wednesday. That's when the agent was sick, and then today we have Juneteenth. So it will pick up tomorrow. I think yesterday the judge said it's canceled until further notice. We assume that court's going to be tomorrow, but I haven't heard officially.
All right, so after Jane Doe, 2 agents, and then that's it. We haven't gotten another witness besides that.
No, that's it. That's basically it.
So those agents, I'm assuming, ate 2 days up of testimony?
Yeah, with cross-examination. It was a lot. It's been one morning that they've been really going back and forth. There's been a whole lot of chaos with the trial. So the judge spent a whole morning trying to figure something out. So it hasn't been smooth sailing this last week. And so Brendan is supposed to come in and as a drug mule, per se.
Oh, the white guy. The white guy.
Yeah.
The basketball player.
Right. Real tall guy. He came into court. They gave him immunity, but he came into court. He seemed like, I think it's going to be very interesting. I think he's going to seal the deal for the prosecution.
Yeah, let me pull him up real quick. Brendan Diddy assistant, because I remember this guy got arrested when he was with Diddy on a private jet. He's like a former D1 basketball player. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. He came to court. Really tall guy. I thought he was short based on what I saw on TV.
Yeah, I'll show him on the screen for everybody so they could see who I'm talking about here. Okay. And you said that you think the trial's wrapping up next week then?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically they said that, well, it was supposed to be this Friday for the prosecution. Probably will still happen. They probably need just a day with this guy, Brendan, maybe till Monday or Tuesday. But the defense, initially, they said they needed extra time to July 4th. They came back last week, said they need 2 to 5 days. And then obviously you have the closing statements or whatever. But yeah, they changed their whole position.
Okay, I was just showing a picture of Brendan to the chat. This is the guy that got arrested, chat, on the private jet with the drugs, if you guys remember. This was like a year or two ago, I remember, when you got arrested.
Right after Diddy, yep. Right after Diddy was arrested.
Yeah. Okay, so...
About 9 months ago.
So he's going to be the government's last witness, and you anticipate he's going to go either on Friday or early next week?
No, he's going tomorrow if court. He's the
if court goes. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Court goes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then is the defense gonna? Because I remember you told me the defense is gonna put witnesses on. They're not gonna do it anymore.
Yeah, they are, but they said they only need 2 to 5 days, so maybe 2 to 5 witnesses or what have you. Not a lot. I guess they figured they can close this out and not need a lot more witnesses.
Okay. So the witness. So so they didn't say how many witnesses they had. They just said they need 2 to 5 days.
No, but rumor has it they have 5. So I don't know how true that is, but that's what everyone is saying. They have 5 witnesses.
Okay.
I did not officially hear that.
So we know for a fact, at least, that Brendan is going to be the government's last witness, and he's going to testify probably, if court is tomorrow, he'll start tomorrow, or he'll start next week. But the government's going to wrap up their case after this guy.
Yeah, and I just want to break down real quick.
Yeah.
On cross-examination, the defense really used the chart because the government provided this chart that had people, places, and things or whatever.
It was like a link chart, right? It was like a link chart with faces and stuff, and it showed how the conspiracy was done. Yeah. Yeah, I've done that before.
Behind the chart, right? Behind the chart, it had all the hotel records, airline tickets, American Express cards showing payment. Then also they showed how various things were paid with cash. Okay. They also have the dialogue with text messages, emails between all the parties. And they had a really nice, elaborate chart. They had 2 charts showing all this in the background. What the defense did, they basically pulled up the chart. It was Garagos, right? Penny Garagos. And she says, let me show you this text message from Cassie. And Cassie's basically saying, oh, I can't wait to have those D's. I'm going to lick them from top to bottom. And she's like, this is not on your chart. How come you didn't put this on the chart? And the agent started choking up, right? Here's another time. Diddy says, let's have one final freak off. Cassie says, I don't want to have one final freak off. I want this to be the first freak off for the rest of our lives.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
So Tenny Garagos is asking the agent, so why isn't this on your chart? You say you're covering all the texts and emails. So it really showed how they're really slanting this case against Diddy, basically.
Yeah, they're omitting all the consensual sexual encounters that Cassie had with this situation. They're making it look like he forced her to do these freak offs when in reality, and I remember this during Cassie's testimony, there was a considerable amount of evidence that showed that she was doing this stuff consensually for a while, saying she wanted to do these freak offs. Same thing with the other girl, Jane, that you talked about before. So, I mean, okay, I guess I can ask you this question now. You've seen 95% of the witnesses go at this point for the government.
Yes.
You know, we only got Brendan left, who was a drug mule, which I don't suspect he's going to have too much info. If anything, he's going to have, oh yeah, I used to supply Diddy with drugs. Okay, whatever. So he's probably not that important of a witness, to be honest. Where are you leaning, man? Do you think he's cooked, or do you think his defense did a good job of defending him? What do you think what are your thoughts in general now that you've seen pretty much 90% of the government's case?
I have it at 60% prosecution, 40% defense, right? But I have it as a mistrial. I think they won't be able to get all the jurors on the same page based on all the discrepancies with the case. And not only that, removing this juror, I think it had a strong impact. But I think had they kept the juror, you definitely would have had a mistrial. But I still think that this mistrial...
Oh, can you tell us about that juror real quick? Can you tell, because I know that they removed the juror. I didn't get to cover that. Can you explain to the audience real quick about this juror that got kicked off?
Okay, so there was a juror, a black fella. that when he first, so I was at the trial from the very beginning, even with jury selection. They had 14 questions they would ask the jury members, the potential jury members. One of the questions is, where do you live? This particular juror said he lived in the Bronx. They says, who do you live with? When he filled out the form, he said he lived with his young child and his fiance. Okay, so last week he was running his mouth and one of the jury staff heard him. And he said basically that he was commuting back and forth to Jersey. Maybe it was tough on him. That jury staff member reported it to the government, right? And so the government came and questioned him. They alerted the judge. So upon questioning, he said that he had moved to Jersey just about 2 weeks ago. They asked him further, like, well, who do you live with? He said he lived with his young child and fiance in New Jersey. How long had they been living there? He said that they had been living there basically all along. So on his previous application, he said they lived in the Bronx with him, but now he's revealing that they lived in New Jersey all the time. So when you look at the basic facts, he did not show candor by being honest, but the defense was trying to paint the picture. Maybe there's a language issue of some sort, misunderstanding. Not everybody can perform at a high level like an attorney, so maybe he just got confused. The judge on Friday morning was kind of open to that and made it seem like basically if we talk to this juror, we could probably work this out. The judge came back in the afternoon with the axe and he was ready to get the guy out of there. So that happened with that juror. Now, I will tell you, Donaldson, which is Diddy's African-American attorney, tall, bald guy, black guy.
He fucking sucks.
Twice. What's that?
No, I said that dude sucks.
Yeah. He stood up twice and he tried to argue that he had been operating as an attorney in this district, very courthouse, for the last 25 years. He said that this jury was the most diverse that he had seen. So he was telling the judge, you're going to undermine the process if you get rid of this juror. The judge says, well, listen, it's untruth. He wasn't accurate. He's out of here. He stood up again and tried to argue it. So then he sat down. Bryan still stood up and says, listen, you guys could have made this argument earlier in the case. Maybe you've been observing the way this guy's leaning. You see him writing notes. He's paying attention for certain things for Diddy. Could that be the case? The judge kind of rebuffed him saying, this court is above par, what have you. I'm speaking loosely, but you get the point. Then Agnifilo stood up. He tried to argue the point. At the end of the day, he's out of there. The next day we come back to court. Now, juror number 7, he's on the chopping block. So I guess he's been chatting with some friends or work acquaintances. So they're trying to perhaps even reprimand him or get him out of there too. So we're losing jurors every day. We come in Wednesday, and then they say no court. So it's very confusing. Now all of the conspiracy theories are flying and saying that this is going on. So that's basically where we are, guys.
Shit. So they got rid of the juror for lack of candor because he lied about his address. And I'm assuming he probably did that because if he had told them he's from New Jersey, they probably wouldn't have picked him. Because obviously commuting from New Jersey to New York City every day is a fucking nightmare. And you can easily be late all the time. So he lied and said he lives in the Bronx when he really doesn't, and that's what fucked him up, and they kicked him off. Now, I find it interesting, though, because it seems like, from what you're saying, the defense really tried to fight to keep him as a juror. I'm assuming they picked this guy, right?
Yeah, they picked him, and they also probably had a leaning toward which way he was going.
And just so people understand, so guys, it's called voir dire, right? Which is basically the process where they're selecting jurors. During that process, they ask the jurors a bunch of different questions. And the defense and the prosecution can basically get rid of jurors that they don't want at any time. So this juror, the defense liked him, so they picked him and the government didn't object to it, and he was a juror. But since he lied, I guess, on his address, they used that to disqualify him because it's lack of candor, not being truthful. So they're like, this is supposed to be a trial. Everything is supposed to be truthful here. So that makes sense. Damn. And then another one got kicked off for, you said, yapping too much to the press, or?
Well, they're discussing him. So basically, at the end of the day on Tuesday, they had another private meeting. They asked everybody to leave out. But basically, the judge had said that they would be discussing this juror at that point. So evidently, it's very serious what happened with him. But even more so than that, the judge came in and that morning, I guess it was Tuesday morning, he reprimanded both legal teams, talking about the lead attorneys, because someone had violated violation 23C.1, which is someone revealed information that was under a gag order. And they revealed it to a magazine, and the magazine perhaps wrote about it. And so the judge says, if it happens again, I'm going to basically cook you all.
Yes, I remember seeing this, that he wanted to prosecute whoever leaked it, but no one knows who leaked it, right?
Not yet, but you know, they're going to find out.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Shit, man. All right. Well, any other updates besides that? So we got, okay, so after Jane went, aka the woman that, you know, Diddy did the freakouts with, which, you know, I suspect it's 50's baby mama, which you don't have to confirm or deny. But I think almost everyone says that, saying that. But you're in the courtroom, so that's fine. After her went 2 HSI agents that basically described the conspiracy and showing the evidence of the credit card purchases, the talking between Diddy and his security staff and KK and everything else like that. And we haven't had, and then the next witness is going to be this Brendan guy who goes on either Friday or Monday.
Yeah, we'll probably see him going on tomorrow morning.
Okay. If you guys have court, that is.
Yeah. Somebody has vertigo, so.
Okay.
At least that's what they're saying.
Yeah, no, it is vertigo. It is, yeah. I saw that. Okay. That's why you guys had to stop court. All right. Anything else, bro, that I missed, or?
No, I think that's it, brother.
All right. Yo, where can let me put up your channel real quick. Can you shout out your stuff real fast? I'm gonna show your channel. Congrats on your first 1 million views, by the way.
Yeah, so guys, I'm on YouTube as Watching the World 777. You can find me. I post a lot of videos in regards to, you know, things that you would see outside the courtroom, a lot of fighting and everything else. I cover the good, the bad, the ugly. You can also find me on TikTok under the same handle. So I appreciate you guys. And thank you for bringing me on, brother. I appreciate it very much.
No worries, man. Yeah, I'm showing them your channel right now. Oh, are you going to go cover the, or no, you're back home. So are the protests still going on in New York or no?
Not today. I went down today just to cover it, but it was raining so bad, so I guess it's called off.
Here, guys, I'm going to drop his YouTube link here if you guys want. He drops a bunch of shorts of stuff going on in front of the courthouse, because it's fucking madness over there, guys. Like, if you guys want to see, like, yeah, he does like a bunch of shorts where he'll like show like the pandemonium and also the protests and stuff like that. I'm showing him your channel, by the way, right now as we're talking.
Okay.
But yeah, would you say that the protests have pretty much died down, the immigration protests?
Yeah, it's died down a lot. So
are they protesting the war now with Iran? Because I heard that's the new thing now.
Yeah, so now you have a different group that's starting to do that. They were out there today, but it started raining so bad everybody dispersed.
Okay. Shit. Okay. Well, bro, I'll talk to you tomorrow, man, and we'll figure some out. Or actually, probably, well, yeah, because I'm going to do a debate. So that we'll link up on either, I'll text you tomorrow and figure out when we'll set it up, the next one.
Okay. Very good.
All right, bro. Thanks, man.
All right.
Take it easy, bro.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. Peace. And here's his channel, guys, right here. Watching the World 777. Go check him out. All right. Cool. W Mel, man. Shout out to him, bro. Bro, we do it all over here, niggas. We do it all over here, chat. All right. We do it all. So that's the latest on the Diddy case. All right, let's get back to the war, chat. Let's get back to the war.
Mr. President.
So I thought it was a very badly worded statement by him, and obviously I let him know that.
On the southern border, you've had record low numbers for the month of May, 95 apprehensions, 0 releases, compared to that of the previous administration exactly a year ago, so more than 60,000 releases. What do you attribute that success to?
I like you. Who are you with?
Turning Point USA, sir.
Well,
Turning Point USA. We already know, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Of course you got to ask that question. That's Charlie Kirk's girl. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, bro, they can't criticize the administration, bro. How do you ask yourself a question, niggas? How do you guys think Turning Point USA is in the fucking White House, in the Oval Office, asking Trump questions? You guys think about that? Welcome, punch! It's because Charlie never talks or criticizes Trump. That's why she's in the fucking Oval Office, all right? Because mainstream media, CNN, ABC News, whatever, they can go ahead and criticize Trump because they're mainstream media. They're big. They got a press pass for real. But Turning Point and these other media companies, they're not the same. So you got to have relationships to get in there. So for them to be able to get in there, you know what I'm saying? You ain't going to get a press pass because this isn't just a press pass chat. She's in the fucking Oval Office asking them questions. It's one thing to get a press pass and ask the girl questions, the press secretary, but to be in the Oval Office and ask Trump questions directly, bro, you got to be linked in.
Very good. Turning point. Charlie, very good.
See, Charlie, come on, man. Told y'all.
See, that's what I call a good question, fellas. 1 out of 10, John. 1 out of 10, but that's a really good question. No, we had record good numbers on the border. And people are coming in, but they have to come in legally. Like some of these guys behind me, they have to come in legally. And if they come in legally, we want them. They have to say they love America, they love our country. And if they can't say that, we don't want them. Thank you very much. Very nice. Thank you.
All right. Let's get on Twitter, guys. Let's get the latest.
You know, it just is what it is, I guess. They're
but
putting
this
something
was like
down
a
there in that water.
prominent. This one was a prominent anti-Jew account, and now he's like full on Zio mode. That's interesting. Let's go to
Sully. You can drop me real quick. I gotta step away, but I'll be back. Thanks, guys.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, whenever it's one needs to leave, you can just leave. You don't need to announce it.
Well, tune in.
Hi, Myron. How you doing? How's things?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm on stream right now, and I figured I would come in. I was covering a press conference that Trump had a little bit earlier in the White House. What's the latest, man? I haven't been, actually like following the news. I figured I would just come in now because I'm going to start covering the war now. So the last I heard was we had the the hospital situation where first it was reported by the Israeli media that a hospital was attacked by Iran. Then other information came out saying, no, it wasn't the hospital that was attacked. They just the reason why it got destroyed is because of the shockwaves from attacking a military installation close to the hospital. So I don't know if anyone can like kind of clarify what the official narrative is with that now, because I'm sure obviously in the fog of war when things just happen, there's information all over the place if that's been corrected. And then what's the latest as far as Iranian strikes and Israeli strikes?
Yeah, so from Israel's perspective, they continue to perpetuate the propaganda that the hospital was hit. So they've not changed their stance whatsoever. Obviously, our stance, as we've demonstrated through the various imagery and information that was relayed during that time, that this was something that the military base was hit, and it was the shockwaves that hit Israel. Nobody was killed. A few people they claim, according to the Israeli side, had minor injuries, and a number of people had to be relocated. So the Iranian position is that the hospital was never targeted. The Israeli position is that the hospital was targeted.
Gotcha. Okay, so Israel's still sticking to Iran attacking them, and then the other media is saying that it was shockwaves.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I saw Yosef Haddad had put a fucking video out, but I think it was in Hebrew, so I couldn't understand it. But all right, what else as far as are there any other attacks as far as what's going on? I see that you guys put up here in this thing, Khomeini talking about Jesus.
Yeah. This was just me showing how Iran leader Khamenei, he said, any Muslim who denies Jesus Christ and Saint Mary's infallibility is rejected by Islam. This is how Islam respects Jesus and Mary. And then I just wrote, Iran leader respects Jesus and Mary. What's the Israeli position on them? So, go ahead, Myron.
No. We know what it is. I mean, yeah, they hate Jesus, bro.
Exactly.
But
Ben Shapiro called him a rebel. And somebody who went against, and basically was somebody who was illegitimate. The Israeli position in the Talmud is that he's obviously in hellfire. So yeah, that's their position for sure.
And till this day, they occupy Bethlehem. Till this day, they occupy the Christians in Palestine. On a lot of the Christian holidays, they don't let the Christians in the churches in Jerusalem as well. So I just wanted to add that in there as well, that they do not like Christians. They hate Christians. Thank you as well, Sulaiman, for highlighting that. If you guys are tuned in right now, hit that repost button on that post above. Repost the hell out of that, because it just goes to show This is what America doesn't want you guys to know. They think that they want you guys to think that the Muslim guys hate all of America and hate Jesus Christ. You know, and Israel loves Jesus Christ. That's what they want you to think. But it's the complete opposite. Israel hates Jesus Christ. Israel bombs churches. We saw that in Lebanon as well. Israel literally doesn't let Christians go into their own churches, right? In Jerusalem. This is what Israel is about. So make sure to hit that repost button. Share the hell out of it, guys.
And just on that, Myron, so in terms of since you've been on, there hasn't been a huge amount of news. And the only thing was Trump, which I'm sure you've covered, which is that Trump's kind of delayed his decision.
Yeah, 2 weeks, right?
Within the next, sorry?
It's like 2 weeks?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Which kind of leads to the argument that was made by Simon, I would say, that this is more of a negotiation tactic as opposed to him actually deciding to go to war. The delay has either that reason, or it could be because maybe he's had some discussions and people have changed their mind, or he's basically seen the zeitgeist on social media and by his whole base, where they've basically pushed back significantly against it, as well as the polling in the United States of America, where nearly everybody's against it.
Sulaiman, I want to add it really quick, and then back to you, Myron. Just really quick, guys. Another theory is that Trump is waiting for the carriers to reach Iran as well, as they're on their way. Go ahead, Myron.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, okay, so Trump is in a very, very sensitive position right now because, and I'll kind of go through this. I know I might sound a bit redundant to some of the speakers on here because you guys have heard me say this, or for the Americans, but I know that we got, almost 5,000 people in here, and they might have never heard this before. So Trump's in a very sensitive situation right now because when he campaigned in 2024, one of the things he campaigned on was no new wars. And he understands that there's two things that he has to worry about, right? So he campaigned on no new wars. But for Israel to get the job done, right, and allegedly take out this nuclear program, they need to destroy Fordo. The problem, though, is that Israel does not have the capability of destroying Fordo. They don't have the bunker buster bombs. We have the bombs. Now, even having the bombs doesn't guarantee Fordo's destruction, because not only are you going to have to drop this 30,000-pound bomb on this fucking mountain, you're going to have to do it multiple times. And it's still not a guarantee that you're going to be able to destroy it. So on one end, Trump's battling with, am I going to intervene? If I intervene, that is contrary to what I campaigned on. Now, I'm not saying that Trump cares about lying to his people or whatever, that they're lying to his base. He's done it before. I'm not saying that he's some ultimate warrior. But there's going to be negative consequences to him jumping into the war, and I'll cover that a little bit later. So he knows that it's a risky endeavor because he's going to have to go ahead and mobilize that B-2. He's going to have to get that 30,000-pound bomb. He's going to have to go over the mountain and bomb it. Then he's going to have to do that again and again and again and hope that the nuclear facility is destroyed. By doing that, he has basically opened the door for Iran to retaliate against the United States. Now, there's two things that can happen here, right? And this is why I was talking about this earlier in my stream, but I'm going to reveal it here. I think Iran has something more powerful than a nuclear bomb. They have an economic bomb. And that economic bomb is them creating absolute fucking turmoil for the rest of the world when it comes to destroying and or significantly hindering the oil markets. And I would argue that them doing that is worse than having a nuclear bomb. And I'll explain. If they had a nuclear bomb, right, like Israel says, worst case scenario, they fucking shoot a nuclear bomb at Tel Aviv, right? The loss of life would be great. It would be horrible. A lot of innocent people would die, right? It would be bad. But that tragedy would be reserved to the borders of Israel. However, if Iran does what I call the economic bomb, we're talking about global financial shutdown. 20% of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz. You guys all know this on the speaker thing, but for the audience here that's listening, they might not know that. That's a significant amount of oil that runs the world, okay? If it were to get shut down, that would be a big problem in itself. Now, if Iran were to take it a step further and say, you know what? Not only are we going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz and or make it hard for ships to get through here, we're also going to start striking strategic oil locations all across the Gulf. We're going to attack Saudi Arabia's oil. We're going to attack UAE's oil. We're going to attack Oman, Kuwait, all this shit. We have missiles pointing at all these fucking places. And it's important for people to realize that there isn't missile defense systems protecting these oil fields. They're very sensitive. And since they're very sensitive and they're not protected, they're going to be destroyed fairly quickly with cheap drones. Okay? I showed a video yesterday for Propaganda & Co., great video, where he gave an example of how the Houthis bombed one oil site in Saudi Arabia and how they lost billions of dollars just off of having to put that fire out and rebuild it and get it going. Could you imagine? And Houthis are an unsophisticated militia group that was using cheap fucking drones to do that. Could you imagine if a country like Iran, who now has pretty much proven they have a sophisticated ballistic missile program, could you imagine if they actually went ahead and targeted all these oil locations and shut down the Strait of Hormuz, the fucking economic turmoil that would create? Now, the reason why I'm saying all this is because that is what I think has Trump waiting. Because though he knows, okay, we can go ahead and do this B-2 bomber operation, and maybe we have a 70% chance of success. I'm going to have to deal with. I'm opening the door for Iran to not only create economic fucking shutdown, but they also might attack U.S. bases. They might do both. The doomsday scenario is he goes ahead, he bombs this fucking thing, they destroy the facility. Then Iran says, okay, cool. Now we don't got nothing to lose. We're going to go ahead and we're going to destroy all the oil fucking locations, and we're going to attack all your military bases. So American soldiers are going to die. The economy is going to fucking go. The world economy is going to get destroyed. The oil markets are going to fucking go wild. And the problem with oil is oil has a very strong cascading effect across other markets. If oil goes up, everything else goes up because everything is built upon oil. Your food's going to go up. Your gas is going to go up. Your ability to electricity is going to go up. Everything is going to go up significantly. And the very people in America, right, that were angry at the Biden administration for inflation and high cost of living and groceries being outrageous, what's going to double and triple over that? Which again goes against Trump's promise. I'm not going to start no new wars. I'm going to bring the cost down of groceries. Well, guess what? You dropping this B-2 bomber on this fucking Fordo opens us to the possibility of an economic fucking destruction. And that's what I call the economic nuclear bomb, which I think is going to be is worse. And I think this is what's been having Trump up late at night. I think this is what's making him be so ambiguous when he answers the press. And I think that's what is on his mind the most when it comes to this conflict. But if I was to give an estimation, I think he's still going to do it. He's probably going to go ahead and set up things in place. That might be another reason, too, why he's delaying. He's trying to get carriers in place to defend these military bases and these oil fields before they do the B-2 bomb, because he knows that there's a very good chance that that Iran will retaliate in that way and make the rest of the world pay for the United States' intervention in this conflict. But yeah, that's my analysis.
But doesn't that defeat the object? Because we broke this down because we do get into like the details and everything. And actually, he's not on here right now, but we spoke about how, for example, Fordo, if hypothetically speaking, the US was right and they did have nuclear facilities there, and you've already mentioned how difficult it is to even according to even US technology using bunker buster bomb that US have, you need to have multiple strikes on the exact same location.
Yep.
But let's say hypothetically they were to succeed.
Okay.
That it takes 1 or 2 weeks, roughly about 2 weeks, to completely remove all of the items within there and move them to another place, another facility. The fact that it's already been a week, the Iranians were probably aware of this a bit before that. If Trump's given a bit more time, it's not going to have any nuclear capability or content in there anyway. So what's your thoughts on that?
Well, okay, I'm really glad you brought that up. Another thing that the Israelis proposed was the United States drops the bomb, and the Israelis actually want to send in a special unit on the ground to go in and make sure everything is destroyed. So basically, they would use the U.S. to open up Fordo, right? Kind of get the ball rolling. And then they would send in ground troops to finish the job. And this is actually what the Israelis proposed back in March. A lot of you guys remember when we were in the middle of this tariff war, right? Israel came to the United States to have a meeting. People think it was because of the terrorists. No, the real reason was because Netanyahu wanted to talk war plan strategy. And during the war plan strategy, one of the things they discussed was bombing the nuclear facilities and then sending in Israeli special operations, potentially in tandem with American special operations groups, to go in and finish the job at these nuclear sites. Obviously, the United States said, fuck no, right? But Mike Waltz and a couple other war hawks were heavily on board with that strategy. That is actually a big reason why Trump fired Mike Waltz, was because he was pushing him too hard to do this operation with the Israelis. So what I think might happen if Trump were to do this B-2 bombing thing, and because like you said, it's not going to be, we don't even have a 100% guarantee that they're going to destroy it. You know, that's another thing I think Trump is trying to figure out is like, what's the percentage of us actually destroying it? It's not 100%. So what the Israelis have offered is we send in ground units and they'll finish the job. But once you introduce ground troops to a situation like this, that can open up Pandora's box. Because at that point, we know for a fact they're going to be engaged. We know that the IRGC is capable and a huge military. And that could potentially lead to escalations where now we need to put boots on the ground because they got prisoners of war. They've killed some Israelis, whatever it is. So, you know, I think the Israelis are almost kind of using their special operations as a carrot on the stick. Like, hey, we'll go ahead, we'll handle it. But what they won't admit is there's a high likelihood there's going to be a conflict and then they're going to need backup. And at that point, we're already too invested. We'll probably have to give them soldiers. So that's how I see them kind of getting around it with the whole situation of not being able to destroy Fordo with just the bombs.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But it's such a complex situation, man. Like, it's like, you know, and I really want the audience that's listening to like really understand that, like, we're talking about extremely sensitive, complex situations where there's a million different variables going around with the situation, and it changes every day based on, you know, how the conflict is going. And obviously, you know, right now as we speak, you know, Iran is bombing Israel and vice versa. So everything is so fluid. And I think also Trump is kind of trying to let the dust settle a little bit, so the fog of war can go by, so we can make a more informed decision. But you know, there's no doubt about it that the next step here is to bomb Fordo. He's just trying to find a way to do it while maintaining his base, not fracturing his base, because it's a highly unpopular decision. His potential legacy as a president, because we know once he goes down this road, he might be put in the same box or era as Bush with being a neocon president. So there's so many different factors in here, from his personal political career ambitions to the economy and what might happen, to conflict, to going into another war. So many different things here playing at play.
For sure. So you still think that the US is going to enter the war? If that was to happen, though, like, I mean, that's just going to be the end of the US, right? What happens to Trump's legacy? He destroys MAGA, because the vast majority of MAGA are actually against him on this. If you look at I've been shocked in terms of social media how much of a pushback there's been. Other than the Jewish Zionists, generally speaking, the vast majority have been pushing back. Where does that leave Trump and his legacy?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest reasons, because, you know, Trump is an egomaniac, so he wants to be desperately liked. He's kind of like Elon Musk when it comes like that. So, you know, he loves being praised. He loves getting validation. I was just watching an interview with him. Someone at Turning Point USA was in the Oval Office asking him about his, like, you know, immigration policies and how it's been so good, and he's got super happy to answer the question. So we know that the guy has an ego and everything else like that, and he knows that if he goes to war, he's going to become the very administration he criticized. When Trump ran in 2015, one of the biggest talking points he had was, you know, no more foreign wars, and, you know, the Bush administration failed us, right? We've been in the Middle East. We spent so much money. This is fucking stupid, blah, blah, blah. So he knows, even from a limited perspective of using a B-2 bomber to drop a bomb on a nuclear facility, that opens the door for a potential conflict, because he's giving the Iranians everything they need to, you know, to aggressively attack the United States. So I think it would be a big fucking L if he were to do it. But I think he will. I honestly think, and this is why I think this. The reason why I think that he's going to get involved in the wars, for one, there's multiple, but I'm going to say one main reason. I'll turn it back. The Israelis, as we know, on this side of the internet, are sustaining quite a bit of damage. Right? Contrary to the blackout ruling in Israel, where they don't want media showing anything, in this space, we've seen an enormous amount of damage done to Tel Aviv and to Haifa. We've seen hypersonic missiles hit. We've seen missiles get sliced through the Iron Dome and the Arrow Sling and the David, all this shit. And there's been a considerable amount of damage to Israel. And there's no way, in my mind at least, that Netanyahu and the Israeli government would be tolerating this level of damage in Israel, which is not used to being damaged, by the way. They're a glass fucking cannon. They've never been hit hard this in their life ever like this. I find it like almost impossible that the Israeli government will tolerate this fucking abuse from Iran without having some type of assurance from the United States that all this damage that they're taking won't be in vain. In other words, hey, we will attack Iran first. We will take on all the risk. We will go ahead and shoot and assassinate their people. We will do the airstrikes. We will do everything. We just need one thing from you, United States. We need you to drop the bomb, because we know once Operation Rising Lion happens, they're going to hit us back hard. They're going to target Tel Aviv. They're going to target Haifa, and we might not be able to shoot everything down. So can you please at least bomb this fucking thing for us? And I'm sure someone at the White House told them, we will. Don't worry. That's why I'm so confident that the U.S. is going to enter in, because Netanyahu would not have taken such a risky operation on and conducted it preemptively had he not had assurances that they would be able to finish the job, namely destroying Fordo. That's my take on it.
Yeah, that's just crazy. So, I mean, in the US, because like obviously you do cover US politics quite a bit. In the US, what we saw was essentially the Democrat Party completely imploded, kind of almost looking like they would have no future for a very long time. It did seem like the Republicans or the right were going to continue winning. At least the next election, maybe the election after that, there was no direction, nothing coming from the left whatsoever. This situation has almost brought them back into the forefront, because now, because of Trump, they've taken an anti-war stance, generally speaking, and almost reinvigorated them. If that happens, where does this leave the Republicans? This is good. I mean, is this the end of MAGA? Is this the end of the right? Like, is this going to harm the right in the foreseeable future? Does it impact them significantly in the midterms, in the next election? Like, what's your thoughts on all this?
Well, we're cooked on the midterms. We're absolutely going to lose on the midterms. Trump is kind of, obviously the No Kings protests have caused quite a bit of, problems. The conflict with Iran is wildly unpopular. And the Democrats are kind of trying to seize the opportunity, and it's just not good. So I think we're absolutely going to. I mean, historically, the administration in office, typically their opposing rival takes the House after the fact. So we'll see what happens. But I think him getting into this conflict, yeah, it's absolutely going to fracture the voter base significantly, and he knows that. He's denying it when he gets interviewed, but he knows that it's going to derail his legacy. Oh, Truth, by the way, do you have that list by chance on the 10 things that they've been lying about?
Yeah, I sent it to you if you check your DMs.
Oh shit! Okay.
So, well, it's more about how is my view, my contention as to how Israel's losing. It's not just about the lies. It's also about. I thought the discussion was about what they're not discussing in the news.
Yes. That's what it was about. Yep, that's what it was.
So one of them, for instance, you mentioned was how at least 5 or 6 fighter jets have been successfully struck by Iran in their airspace, which would give them a sense of air superiority that obviously Israel doesn't want to discuss. But yeah, I titled it, "How Badly Is Israel Being Dominated by Iran?" Since last Friday, Friday the 13th, of course, easy date to remember. Is this about nukes? It's clearly not. So first of all, there was a plan to attack Iran all the way back in 2009. It was Path to Persia. It was made by the Brooklyn.
And as you're talking, Truth, I'm showing your. Keep going. I'm actually showing your thread as on stream as you're talking. So keep going. I got you. I'm following.
Yeah. So each one of the claims has receipts. I'm not going to go through it all in detail. I'll just go through each of the main points with a little bit of commentary.
Yep.
Just because I don't want to monologue too long.
Okay.
So anyway, there was a plan created back in 2009 to want to overtake Iran's regime, take it over, and essentially take over the resources and disrupt it. And this was created by the Brookings Institute and also the Haim Saban Institute. He's a major Democratic donor mainly. He's previously been a Hillary Clinton donor. He's Jewish, of course. He's a one-issue guy by his own admission. He's all about Israel. So he viewed Iran as a threat. So of course he was looking for ways to be able to disrupt the government and its and the current operations that are there to take it over essentially.
Okay.
And then has Netanyahu been lying about the Iran's nuclear program for 30 plus years? There's a video in there that shows that he has, including the dates at the various international forums he's been at, where he's continuously said Iran's either 2 weeks away or several months away or 6 months away from developing a nuclear bomb, without ever any evidence to back it up. So that's between 1995 and 2025. And then does America fear China's new trade route through Iran, which bypasses all the U.S. hostile checkpoints, sanctions, and gives China an advantage on trade? maybe this is part of the reason why, Israel is in fact attacking Iran also on behalf of American interests without actually stating this overtly. But in fact, it serves America's interest for Israel to be doing this because they want to slow down China's trade, since now this, cuts back on their costs by like 50% and their time as well. It's a major trade initiative between Iran and China at $400 billion. China also buys 2 million barrels a day of oil from Iran. And how Iran's air defense systems perform. So this is where
real quick, truth. Before you go on to the air defense thing, because that's going to be a whole other topic. I've heard some things here where obviously because there was oh my God, General Flynn put out a post this morning, and I read it, where he said that we need to focus on the Indo-Pacific and China. Right? He said China is the real enemy, and the argument he made was destabilizing Iran would make China weaker because China gets a considerable amount of oil with Iran and is, one of their allies. So he's saying that by us weakening Iran or putting in a new regime that's Western friendly, that would impede China's dominance in the region. Do you, knowing these facts, that China does have a vested interest in Iran winning, because obviously a friendly Western government being installed in Iran would hurt China's interests. Now with this information, do you think China would intervene to ensure that Iran isn't destroyed by the West?
Well, there's a lot of ways they can help Iran, not necessarily with boots on the ground. An invasion would change the optics completely, then anything's possible. But if it's just a back and forth with aerial bombing campaigns and, responses made up of drones and missiles and air defense systems defending the territory, then there isn't a lot China really needs to do. Maybe send some consultants or provide some help with munitions, or if they're having to step up on their munition supply production, they can provide the precursors as well with trade. So they can help that way. But beyond that, Iran doesn't particularly need the help. They can handle this on their own for now. Russia's said the same thing, that Iran hasn't really asked us for any help for the moment. They have some consultants at the nuclear facility, likely to relocate it. We don't know what that's for. That's confidential, classified information. But yeah, China obviously would want to protect its interests. But they're not going to tell you that, though. They keep their cards close. Remember, these entities don't operate with 24/7 mainstream media news where they're putting out propaganda or trying to mislead audiences. When they speak, they'll tell you exactly what they want you to know, and then that's it.
Yeah,
it's not open to a lot of discussion. Sometimes they do Q&A with their audience. I've seen Xi do it. I've also seen Putin do it, but it's not often. But yeah, I mean, they've invested a lot in Iran. I imagine that's absolutely what they'll do, but they're not going to be overt about it. And Iran now serves as a major hub for trade because there's like multiple corridors through this new train station that they've built in Iran that's going to serve China's interest to, again, reduce the cost of trades and time as well, and bypass all the hostile routes that they previously had to use in the water. This is part of the Belt and Road Initiative to be able to get goods to other Middle Eastern countries, and also to even get them towards Europe. There's like 4 separate corridors that stem through or that travel through Iran. So it is a major corridor for them that they do want to protect, because it's just worth so many billions of dollars, collectively trillions of dollars over time in trade. China's got the biggest trading manufacturing base in the world. So that's a big deal for them.
Yeah, my bad. But you could go back to the F-35s. I just wanted to see how, if anything, if China is what they would do to intervene. But no, you made a good point there that Iran pretty much has this. Given the way that the warfare is going with Israel, there's not really much China needs to do. So, and this one is one of the biggest ones here. Truth, with the F-35s, man, you're the only person that's reported this on the internet that I've seen so far in this space. So yeah, if you could take my audience through this one.
Sure. So this is highly contentious, disputed facts, and Iran's reported on this multiple times. They struck 2 within 24 hours, then like 2 more, 1 more, 1 more over the last week. These are F-35s, and they have, from what I understand, at least 2 fighter jet pilots that are prisoners of war now. I shouldn't say hostage. They entered Iranian territory. They got struck, so they were in enemy territory. They've been captured. Now they're prisoners of war, and Iran can release them at a future date. And they don't need to necessarily discuss it in public to bring attention to it. So, of course, Israel and America have every reason in the world to deny this happened. They never want to admit an F-35 has been struck successfully, because it shows the inferiority of the fighter jet, much less 6 of them. That's just embarrassing. We've noticed Lockheed Martin stock take a bit of a nosedive as well once this news came out. So Israel, of course, wants to hide it. And also losing a fighter jet pilot, even Israelis will tell you, that's a major asset to them because they don't have that many of them. It's like Iran's nuclear scientists. I mean, it's a much bigger country. They have, numerically, they have much more than what they did 20 years ago. But that's why Israel's going after them because, they're less than, 0.01% of the population. And, they contribute towards building nuclear energy and potentially a nuclear bomb. It's the same deal with the fighter jets. They've invested a lot in those pilots. They want to protect them because it takes a long time to train them. And the top ones are, very hard to replace. So if you capture two of them, that's a huge turn. I mean, that's a huge strike to Israeli morale. And it also instills a little bit of fear in the other fighter jet pilots that their aircrafts aren't as great as they think, and they can be struck successfully with a superior air defense system. Plus, Iran's got a huge array of missiles that they could potentially use as well. Surface-to-air missiles that could potentially strike it in the near future if they need it. So, they have every reason in the world to deny this and to put out their propaganda to lie, to to mainly brainwash and indoctrinate their audience to make them believe that they're still the regional power and that they still have a shot against Iran. But the reality is, if you're that great, and we'll get to the other points, why would you be asking for help? Why do you need America's help and Germany and France's help? Why do you need help from all the Gulf states? Help from the bases in Cyprus, the bases in Iraq, the bases in Syria or Iraq. I mentioned Iraq already. And also the aircraft carrier, all providing air defense and cover to defend Israel. So clearly you can't go one-on-one against Iran, but of course they're never going to admit this, and they want to claim air superiority, which they don't actually have. Instead, they're just doing these terrorist attacks through, I mentioned this before, the loitering drones and the Spiker missiles through the Mossad terror cells that they've been able to establish over many years, actually. That have just been sleeping until activated, and they just blend right into the country. They're very hard to detect. It's not like Iran's borders are necessarily porous, but they do border 7 countries. They've absorbed a lot of refugees, so it's easy to infiltrate them in. Plus, you've got some provinces, some of which do seek some kind of semi-autonomy, like Baluchistan and Kurdistan within Iran. It's easy to get some of them to turn. Not easy, but some of them will. There's always going to be a handful that will, and they're the ones that Mossad will recruit, train, provide with funds and training to be able to carry out operations when told to do so. So some Afghans and Indians have already been caught because of this. Kind of digressed off the F-35 point. But yeah, I mean, they don't want to talk about this. The mainstream media news will never cover it. They'll just deny it.
I haven't seen it anywhere, man.
It's wrong. Yeah, I know, but they're lying. So Russian news has covered this, or obviously Iranian news has covered this, and they generally don't lie. Most of the times when they come out with news, they have no reason to lie. They're already winning the war. They don't need to exaggerate or make claims that just aren't true. And if Israel's air superiority is really there, we'd see a lot more aerial attacks. We're just not seeing it. We're just seeing a lot of internal attacks. So the proof is in the pudding. I mean, okay, then prove it if you have air superiority. Why don't you telegraph some of your missions so people can actually see what you're doing? If you're that confident, you've got this air superiority you claim. I think Iran has it, and they're able to strike at will to any target. They even tell what they're going to do in advance. And the next target they have is apparently the Demonetization reactor, which is the first nuclear reactor that Israel built. We'll see if Iran's able to do it successfully. In addition to striking the Mossad headquarters, IDF headquarters, of course, the Haifa port, the refinery in Haifa, and all the other sites have been able to strike successfully. So you tell me, who's better able to protect their major, their major both military and industrial sites.
All right. So the next one is Mossad now, right? You're saying that now I see the next one here says Mossad users have been caught in Iran.
Yeah. So as Israel ordered, well, I think the next one is blackout media. So that's to, again, cover up all their casualties and damage. There's a directive that's issued. And again, if you've got nothing to hide and they're not hitting anything because your air defense systems are so good between your Patriot, your Iron Dome, Fat Arrow, and of course, what was the other one? David's Sling, or now they call it David's Boomerang because it's failed so many times. Well, then what do you have to hide? Why is there a media blackout? Why are you putting people in jail for posting, the Iranian attacks on social media? Why did Ben Gvir issue a directive that if anybody gets caught watching Al Jazeera, that they should be put in jail? They've actually arrested some people for doing this. And then the other point is, well, if Israel is winning and doing so well, why are they fleeing to Cyprus? Or why are they fleeing or through Jordan as well? I could have put both. But the point is, they're leaving in droves, and they're willing to spend up to $10,000, some reports say, just to get on a boat to fly to Cyprus. And even Ron DeSantis has sent 4 planes to pick them up, to bring them to Florida. There's like 1,500 of them he's picking up. and more. And you can't even, apparently it's so busy you can't even get a ticket on the yacht in the near future because they're so, fearful, scared of these attacks, and of course they don't want to risk serving. Next point. Are Israelis hiding out in parking lots? You've also seen them in tunnels in fear of Iranian missiles. Well, there's a video that Israel actually put out of all the tents set up in a parking lot because, again, I guess the bunkers are full. They only cover about 54% of the population. They never thought their whole country could be raided the way it has because they've struck so many different cities. They're hiding in parking lots now. That's how fearful they are because I guess...
just some breaking news, Truth, and I'll give it straight back to you because I know you're going through the thread. Trump has posted, and he posted a picture of Obama. This is basically, let me get the tweet up. There you go. Trump posts that Obama is responsible for Iran's nuclear program, and then he has a picture of Obama with around a lot of money, but he's basically blaming Obama, which is basically ridiculous because we know it's Trump who tore up the nuclear agreement in 2019. But go ahead, Truth. That tweet's in the nest.
That's so fucking disingenuous, man. Wow. I'll respond to this after Truth does his thing because this is a great thread. Keep going, Truth. I'll go after with the nuclear shit.
Yeah, that's pure gaslighting.
Yeah.
I mean, Iran's nuclear program started long before Obama took power in the early 2000s. Oh, yeah. So then did Iran successfully hack Mossad's database and access sensitive intelligence?
Oh, you didn't get to finish the parking lots, or did you finish it?
Okay, yeah. Well, I can...
Yeah, you were in the parking lots?
I was about halfway, sure. So they are hiding out in parking lots, and, I got videos of them hiding out in tunnels. I've seen one hide under a car. I also saw a Druze guy and a Ukrainian get rejected from a bunker because, they're not Israeli Jewish. They're still a Jewish supremacist state. So Jews will get favored while they'll sacrifice, the lessers first. So you can see they're both an apartheid in a racist state, and you see in their time of need. I didn't put up the video of the Druze, but I just posted that recently. So yeah, they're hiding out because they're obviously scared. If they're not able to run away because they don't have the money, then they're hiding out in parking lots. Next one is, did Iran successfully hack Mossad's database and access sensitive intelligence on Israel's military and nuclear locations, among other things? Of course they did, and that's what's helped them get exact coordinates on all the industrial and military sites they've struck successfully. They've already struck them on it before, including, of course, David Ben-Gurion Airport, Negev, the Negev Ramon, and there's that third air base as well, Nevatim Air Base as well, where the F-35s are. They may have even struck some of the F-35s that were parked in the hangars as well. That, of course, they haven't really discussed. They've done so many attacks. They're not even bragging about that one because they already struck 6 in the air, which is a bigger deal. But yeah, it was the Handela group that did this successfully. They got about 8 terabytes worth of intel on all these important strategic locations, and now they're just kind of striking them at will, including the ones like under the hospitals. There's one hospital, I think it's called Ichilov, and then the other hospital as well, which they just recently struck, and that was also militarized. So Israel's actually using human shields, it seems, for its both its Mossad. Well, Mossad is also in a civilian area, but for the IDF headquarters is one of their headquarters is also under a hospital. So you can see they're putting their civilians in harm's way. That's not, and then it's just interesting to me how they accuse the Palestinians.
Civilians are being used as human shields.
That's correct. They accuse the Palestinians of using human shields when in fact they're doing it themselves. So once again, every accusation is in fact a confession, and Israel's no exception here. Did Iran strike Mossad headquarters yesterday? A BBC correspondent confirms this. So you see, they've been able to strike the so-called best intelligence op in the world, their headquarters, and they've also killed a bunch of Mossad ops, both within Iran and also in Israel. This just doesn't get reported. Israel, of course, denies its losses. There's Israel militarizes hospitals. We just discussed this, and air defense system in civilian areas. Of course, they do, and there's evidence of this. Israeli academic Ori Gildberg. So I use the Jewish source. He acknowledges this. It's important to mention that there really are very sensitive installations, headquarters very near the hospital because Israel places its military headquarters in the midst of civilian populations, and it puts them at risk.
That's fucking crazy, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah. They just end the videos there. So a Jewish source acknowledges this. Is Israel begging America to intervene and help them against Iran? Well, yes, they are, of course. They're waving the white flag, essentially. They are in dire need of help. Israel has officially requested America to intervene in the attack on Iran to destroy the Fordo nuclear facility. They've also asked for a coalition of the willing to step up. UK and France are in. Germany's in too. And the Gulf states will do whatever they're told to do. And meanwhile, Iran's busy capturing their agents within Iran itself. They're capturing Mossad agents. How are Israel's air defense systems working? Well, I put up a video of a cell phone. You can see it looks like either a Thought or David's, I call it David's boomerang now. It's David's sling. hitting itself, essentially. There's a few of these videos out there. So it's no wonder they're doing a blackout on their media. They don't want people to see that their air defense systems suck, because these are $billion plus systems, right, that they're in place. It's a 5-tier level system plus the other 5 on the outside. 5 on the in, 5 on the out to protect their airspace, and it's failing. They're failing to protect their citizens. I guess Israel's not a very safe state for the Jews, in fact, based on what we're seeing. How about Israel's compensation claim? So here's where you can prove that there are major losses incurred by Israel based on what's been submitted. So this was just actually a couple of days old. The Israeli tax authorities received almost 19,000 compensation requests, around 16,000 for building damage, 1,272 for vehicles, and 1,633 for other property damage. I'm sure there's some insurance fraud there too. Jews will take advantage every single time to try to claim some free money, especially during times of need where they can play the victim card just like they did for 9/11. And this is according to Israel's health ministry. These are just for some numbers. I guess 94 people were hospitalized. That was just overnight from that other, from the previous night's strikes. And then that's it for all the claims. I just put out some of my personal info there for people to see. But yeah, so those are some of the top 10 essentially factors or issues that you'll never hear on the Zionist Israeli spaces. They're gonna claim victory, the presumptive victory, without actually having achieved it. Meanwhile, they're begging for help from America and the other nuclear powers to help. They've been getting it anyway. They just wanted to step up even more, even send troops. And their main focus seems to be on this Ferdo nuclear site that's beyond their reach. It's 800 meters under a mountain. Good luck. Your best bunker buster, GBU-57, is not going to do any real damage to it, because good luck trying to reach the same spot multiple times. It's almost impossible to do. It's never been replicated. When they've tried, they'd like to do simulations before they actually do the operation. They were never able to do it in any of the simulations. And yet there's one PhD guy who's actually a poli-sci guy, not even an engineer or physicist, believes it can be done. Good luck. And that's one of the reasons why Trump is hesitating, because he doesn't want to carry out a failed mission, because he'll lose face. It's embarrassing. So that's why he's held out. It's not because all of a sudden he's rational or being compassionate. That's not the case. But yeah, I hope that helps.
No, dude, that's a fantastic thread. I'm actually going to retweet it right now. And I really appreciate that you did this, because I asked you earlier today if you could do it, and you did a fantastic job, bro, because this is information that's not out there, man. So I'm going to retweet this. Yo, guys, make sure to give Truth Teller a follow on Twitter, man. It's Truth Teller FTM. Great research content, man. So I'm going to go ahead and put this right now.
Put it up briefly in the Sulaiman. Feel free to take it down just so everyone can check it out for themselves. We like it. I don't care if you share it. It's up to you guys. It's just for your own reference. All the receipts are there. I say judge for yourselves.
It's in the nest now.
But yeah, next time you talk with like Voice of the East, or if you end up on Mario Space, go through with them.
Yeah.
Go through each one, and what are they going to do? Deny? There's lots of Jewish sources on there. So you're calling the Jews liars now? You're anti-Semitic? What reason do they have to lie? I mean, there's even one of Ben Gvir admitting we didn't realize Iran's true missile capacity when we engaged in this war. Well, why? That's just failure to assess your opponent in advance. And how's that even possible, given that they have all this access to intelligence? They have Mossad. They're supposed to be the greatest intelligence service in the world. And yet they underestimated their opponent, which they've been attacking for 30 plus years just from Netanyahu alone. I don't know, man. It seems like really bad form, bad optics from Israel.
Yeah, no, this is crazy stuff, man. Absolutely crazy stuff. Here, I'm going to retweet it right now, because that's some good info, man.
Yeah, if there's anything else good, I'll just add to it, so it'll be in the same thread.
All right. All right, bam. Post that. All right, cool. I'll come back, guys, in a bit. I'm gonna go react to this Tucker Carlson interview with Ted Cruz. It's crazy shit, man. So I'll be back. I'll leave so I don't accidentally like fucking yap in here and fuck things up. I'll talk to you guys. I'll be back in probably like an hour or so. Peace.
Appreciate it.
All right, so guys, let's go ahead and let's go to our boy Tucker Here he is. Before we get into the Tucker interview with, who's this? All right, Ted Cruz. Before we get into this.
Thank you very much for spending.
Let's go ahead and read some chats real quick. Also, I'm looking right now, guys. 82% of you guys are not on OSS. 82% of you ninjas. So I got something for you guys real quick. We got this exclusive community for you guys. All right. So I got a video for you niggas. All right. Here we go. I'm go ahead and black everything out. Got a short video for you guys real quick to join the OSS ninjas. Close myself out here so you guys can see everything. Oh, hold on. Nope, not that one. There we go. All right, niggas. We got this exclusive community for you guys where we could talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. The O/Squad, aka the OSS, is finally here. But without further ado, guys, you're going to get a bunch of perks from joining. Number one, you're going to be able to call into the show when I have call-in sections on the debrief. I'm going to be talking to the OSS members only on there. Also, you guys are going to get discounts on merch and exclusive drops that only OSS members have access to. On top of that, we're going to do one annual meetup completely free on 420 once a year right here in Miami. And then on top of that, whenever I travel, I'm going to let you guys know with the Telegram chat so you can go ahead and do a meetup there because you're an OSS member. My goal here, guys, is to have you guys be able to support the mission without breaking the bank. We're going to keep membership dues low. You're obviously going to get discounts with annual codes and all types of opportunities to get a better price point. This is basically going to be done so we can continue doing what we're doing, expand the debrief, expand the O/Squad, and be able to have the independence, quite frankly, that is very tough to come by nowadays in a pro-censorship regime. All right, guys. W Ad, man. W Ad. There you go. Join up, guys. Like I said before, this is how I'm able to keep doing the stuff, make the content for you guys, despite the fact that these motherfuckers got me censored everywhere. And, you know, we're putting some sauce into this thing, man. It's a movement, man. It really is a movement. And we are, you guys are getting information here that no one else has. I mean, down F-35 jets, everything else like that. So, you know, that's how we keep things alive, like I said before, guys, and keep it cooking. So let's read some chats here. General Flynn is deep state. He literally got paid by the owner of Pegasus, OSY Tech. Wake up, Myron. Flynn works for them boys. Yeah, I know he does. This is where I don't agree with him on, but I do like General Flynn. It would only take 3 MOABs time 30 seconds apart per underground site, and it would never go, and it would be over with those deep bases and be no more. Okay. Ghost Elite joined for a year. Shout out to you, bro. Welcome. Welcome. Happy to have you, bro. Happy to have you. We got W Myron, okay, for fresh updates. He made a white version of me. Thank you. Unforgiven. I recently joined the Nielsen Network rating campaign, and so now they have access to all my viewing habits, including OSS and Al Jazeera. Oh, shit. Graper, W China. All right. The Real Zay. Myron, can you go over the difference in our religion and them boys? They hate Jesus, bro. Myron, would you watch a tree grow or a Negro? I don't get it. Myron, what are the odds of a draft? My brother's 19. He's worried about it. I figured I'd ask you. Unlikely right now. Hey, Myron, good to see you, brother. Thanks for all that great info. Quick question for you off topic, but what was the reason for Trump taking in the Mexican cartel? I believe it was a month ago. He put them on the terrorist watch list, that's why. Please check Laura Loomer her tweet. She's going full retard. Is she? Do you think his topic is something? I know her and Ian Carroll have been going back and forth. I know her and Ian been, you know, going back and forth quite a bit, actually. So that's always interesting. Let's see here. What else we got? Phenamic says, do you think this topic is something Andrew also would talk about? And would you debate him if so? Andrew stays away from this topic, guys. To be honest with you. He stays away from it, which I don't blame him. Most people do, bro. Pearl stopped talking about it. Andrew stays away from it. Bro, it's a fucking money killer, bro. Like, I mean, let's just be honest here, guys. Like, it's a money killer. Talking about this shit will absolutely get you put in the crosshairs. That's why for me, there's two ways, guys, right? So there's two things that you could do with this shit. It's either A, you say, fuck them, I'm gonna do what I wanna do, and you create contingencies, like I have with the OSS and being on Kick and Rumble, right? It's more work, obviously, because you gotta build yourself up on a whole other fucking platform, right? And it's time consuming and everything else like that. But the benefit is you get the freedom. right? Like I could talk about this shit with almost no fear because YouTube don't pay me at all. I'm demonetized 100%. So I can say what the fuck I want to say and I don't got to worry about anything because I'm able to, because I have different platforms, right? But if you're relying upon YouTube AdSense, like most creators are relying upon YouTube AdSense, you have to watch what you say. So that's kind of what it is, bro. I'm not going to knock, you know, Pearl or Andrew and these guys for staying away from this topic, bro, because it is a money killer, bro. It is a money killer. So I get it, man. I get it. It is what it is. Let's see here. Myron, please, I need you to make this stuff in Spanish so my family and friends can understand. You're the go, you saved my life. Mom is lost with Trump, and I wish you could get her this message in Spanish. I mean, someone could translate it, post subtitles. Myron, if you want a good laugh, look at Iran versus Germany in a soccer game in 2004 when the Iran fans when the German national anthem comes on. Please react to this. Okay. I don't know if I'll react to that, but Van Hessenberg, new here, saw your video on Iran and why Israel attack backfired. Have a friend in Iran, part of the progressive movement, and 100% this situation made Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, look absolutely right that the West is not our friend. Screw the sanctions. We are going to war at this point and that we will get involved. Yep, I'm telling you, bro. See, there you go. Even your Iranian friend confirmed what I told you. Just join and share your views on the whole situation. I watch on YouTube, but just subbed on OSS. Thank you so much. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube and you subbed on the OSS, thank you so much, man. From the bottom of my heart, I truly do appreciate that, guys. Because as y'all know, dude, I'm losing, guys, probably somewhere between $10,000 to $100,000 a month because YouTube is demonetizing me on this channel. This channel gets like 12, 13 million views a month, man. And these guys are fucking robbing me blind. So the only reason I'm able to continue posting on here is because of things like the OSS and stuff like that. Because you guys know it's very expensive to run my channel, man. It's like $10,000 to $20,000 a month easily between clippers and shorts and all this other shit. So it's not cheap. So thank you so much. If you guys are watching on YouTube, but you're still a part of OSS, I love y'all niggas, man. Because you can watch the show on YouTube. It's in 4K. Cool. I know a lot of you guys like to use your TV or you have YouTube Premium, whatever. Fine. But the fact that you guys join up on OSS, I really appreciate that, bro. And it's only $4 to join, guys. Link is below. Okay. I watch on YouTube, but you sub to OSS. Would you like to hear your take on this video by Geopolitical Economy Report? I'm not buying this Iran has nukes bullshit. Is it possible that there's a greater hidden motive here and that Israel is actually doing America's bidding to take control of the area's resources? No, bro. It's very simple. Don't complicate this shit, man. The reason why Israel is doing this is because Iran is the only party that stands up to their hegemony in the Middle East. It's as simple as that. Okay? Don't let these other stupid ass niggas come in here and try to fucking fool you and say, oh, bro, it's very fucking simple. Israel wants to be the top power in the Middle East and they want to be the only ones to have nuclear weapons to do so. That's it, bro. That's what it comes down to. And Iran stands in the way. Let's see here. All right, let's get into... I think we're caught up on chats. Yo, I can make Myron clips dubbed in Spanish. That's actually a great fucking idea. Oh, slash. Sure, go for it, Coco. Bean Baked says, can the false flag be Trump being killed by Jay? I don't know about that, but I don't put anything past him. Myron, what's your thoughts on Candace Owens' comments about Trump being in them boys' pockets during her interview with Stephen A. Smith? She's right. The F-35 is being shot down is not real information. There have been zero evidence or even reports from Iran about it. His Russian article is not credible. The reason no one talks about it is because it didn't happen. They didn't show the pilots because there are no pilots or crash jets. Well, also, bro, you got to remember, what does Israel do when it comes to hostages? They use that shit to justify even more force. So they might not be showing that on purpose. Myron, will there be an OSS meetup in Chicago? Wondering how many of us are here. Like I said, it depends on my schedule in August, guys. Obviously, you know, I stream a lot, man. So, but anyway, let's go ahead and get into this Tucker interview with Ted Cruz. And we'll play it. Here's the problem. The reason why people need to say, oh, this guy's a threat to America, blah, blah, blah. A lot of these countries that we target and shit like that actually aren't threats to us. Iran is not a threat to us. A lot of these countries aren't. Okay? The United States enjoys a fantastic geography advantage. What do I mean by this? you have to really traverse quite a bit of ocean to get to the United States. We are isolated. That is why we dominate this part of the hemisphere. Okay? So when they say this bullshit about, oh, these guys are a threat, blah, blah, blah. Look, that is to fund the military industrial complex, the Boeings, the Lockheed Martins, etc. They need conflict and war to justify their jobs. Also, it's a very booming business. War is a booming business because you create weapons, you destroy things, then you can rebuild them back up. So war is a business. Make no fucking mistake about it. All right? So when they sit there and say, oh yeah, we need, there's threats to America. Like, we can't just be non-interventionists because by being a non-interventionist, we're being naive about the potential threats after us. Bro, these threats can't do shit to us, man. Especially when we're not intervening. The whole reason America has threats, Ted, is because we intervene. That is why. Welcome, punch! So it's like he doesn't understand that it's because of our interventionist foreign policy that people threaten to harm us. So if we stop intervening and just focus on America and stop getting involved in the Middle East, stop doing false flags, right? Stop trying to destabilize other governments. Stop meddling our nose in Russia's affairs in the East, in Eastern Europe. Stop propping up fucking proxies like Ukraine with puppet governments. If we stopped all this bad and shitty foreign policy, where we're constantly trying to topple other governments and maintain our hegemony, if we stopped doing that, we'd be fine. But it's because of our interventionist foreign policy why we have to worry about threats. But see how one hand washes the other? We intervene, so other countries hate us. Other countries hate us. Now we have justification to keep paying these fucking military-industrial complex cronies. And this is what they always say. They're a threat to our freedom. That's what they said before the Iraq War, too. The war on terror was and now we have 2020 hindsight. It was a gross misuse of funds and money to justify the current surveillance and police state that we have now. Now you have some whistleblowers like Snowden that came out and said, hey, this is bullshit. And he paid the price for it. And I also think it's important that the interventionists are what? There you go, guys. And there's way more than just that. But a lot of these neocons, aka these interventionists, you know what it is. Oh, let me give her some of this stuff.
Triangle. And
guys, don't get fooled by this, okay? I'm gonna red pill you guys right fucking now. The peace through strength phrase is a neocon phrase. Say that again for you guys. This peace through strength phrase, right, that a lot of these neoconservatives use to justify their wars, it is a common warhawk neocon phrase. Because they don't actually mean strength through peace. They don't actually mean that. Or peace through strength, excuse me. They don't actually mean that. What that means a lot of the times is we're going to attack them to preserve peace. That's what it really means. Because if it were peace through strength, you would have your nuclear weapons, they would have their nuclear weapons, we don't attack each other. That's actual peace by strength. Right? Like what we got going on with North Korea. We are forced to respect North Korea because they have nuclear bombs. So even a radical fucking dictator like Kim Jong-un, we can't do shit to that nigga because they know that if we were to go ahead and do something against North Korea, they would fire so many fucking nukes into South Korea, they'd decimate that place. So by him having nukes, we are forced to respect him. But when neocons say this shit, that's not what they mean. They mean we need to preemptively go in and show our strength. That's what it really means. Don't let fucking guys like Ted Cruz and these other fucking neocons fool you. When they say peace through strength, that means we attack and weaken them so they don't become strong enough to challenge our strength. That's the key difference. This is clever political talk, chat. Clever political talk is what this is. And when I talk about who constructed this bullshit, matter of fact, let's look this up. Peace through strength is a phrase that suggests that military power can help preserve peace. It has been used by many leaders in the Roman Emperor, blah, blah, blah. From the Romans. Hold on. It's funny because you look at Neocon and it just comes up right away with Jewish. Okay, so look. Neoconservatism, colloquially known as Neocon, is a political movement which began in the United States during the 1960s among liberal hawks who became disenchanted with the increasing pacifist Democratic Party along with the growing New Left and counterculture of the 1960s. Neoconservatives typically advocate the unilateral promotion of democracy and interventionism in international relations together with a militaristic and realist philosophy of peace through strength. They are known for espousing opposition to communism and radical politics. So this phrase right here, bro, I'm telling you guys, it's a neocon thing. And then when you look at it, many adherents of neoconservatism became politically influential throughout the Republican presidential administration from 1960s to 2000s, peaking in influence during the presidency of George Bush, when they played a major role in promoting and planning the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Prominent neoconservatives in the Bush administration were Paul Wolfowitz, Elliot Abrams, Richard Perle, Paul Bremer, and Douglas Feith. Guess where all those niggas are from? Although the U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld had not identified as neoconservatives, they worked closely alongside neoconservative officials in designing key aspects of the Bush administration's foreign policy. Right? Especially in their support for Israel, promotion of American influence in the Arab world, and launching the war on terror. The Bush administration's domestic and foreign policies were heavily influenced by major ideologies affiliated with neoconservatism, such as Bernard Lewis, Lulu Schwartz, Richard and Daniel Pipes, David Horowitz, and Robert Kagan. Critics of neoconservatism have used the term to describe foreign policy and war hawks who support aggressive militarism or neocolonialism. Historically speaking, the term neoconservative, historically speaking, the term neoconservative refers to Americans who moved from the anti-Stalinist left to the conservatism during the 1960s, 1970s. Look, bro, I'll be honest with y'all, bro. Neocons 9 out of 10 times, that's what they are. Or they're hardcore Zionists. But let's keep going.
Take Assad out.
Israel didn't take Assad out. Okay.
And dangerous. This collapse
is a direct result of our forceful action against Hezbollah and Iran, Assad's main supporters. It set off a chain.
Lying. Then, Syrian civil war, right? You guys know that had been going on forever. Ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, right? So November 27th, the ceasefire was signed. Guys, right after the ceasefire was signed, the Syrian rebels started attacking. And then guess what? By December 8th, this guy's in fucking power. You're telling me that this wasn't planned? It was all just a coincidence? Like that fucking retard tried to say? Saying, oh, Erdogan and the Turks backed him. Erdogan and the Turks wouldn't have been able to do shit if Israel didn't weaken Hezbollah so that this guy can come in and attack Syrian military and take over the country. So how the fuck is a U.S. senator not aware of this stuff? Lying. Israel was 100% backing this fucking guy to become the next president of Syria. Why do you think Trump shook his hand? Man, bro, I got receipts for y'all niggas, man. You know, instead of me just talking all this shit, let me just show you guys. Let me just show you guys. What is this?
All right, at this moment, President Trump is on his way to Doha, Qatar. This is the second stop on his Middle East trip. He's on to the UAE next. But before getting on...
There he is. You can see him with the Saudi prince, or ruler, Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, and then there he is right there, Ahmed al-Shara, a.k.a. al-Jilani, former al-Qaeda member. And there's our boy Donald Trump.
Air Force One, he met with Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara. He also announced that he will lift sanctions on Syria as the new government looks to rebuild.
I don't fucking miss, chat. Falcon punch. Why the fuck would Donald Trump relieve sanctions on Syria without something in place? I'll tell you what it was. Recognition of Israel and doing trade with Israel. That's why. That's why they had to get Bashar al-Assad out of there. Once they weaken Hezbollah, the rebels attack, led by this motherfucker right here. The Turks backed them, America backed them, and Israel absolutely backed them. Netanyahu took credit for it right there in fucking 1080p for you guys. That's why Trump met with him and lifted the sanction off of Syria. You think he's going to just lift the sanctions off Syria for nothing? No. They got to play ball. Look, we'll put you in power. You'll become the president of Syria, but you got to be friendly to the West. And you have to recognize Israel. If you do those two things, we will go ahead and lift the sanctions off you. He said, sure. Deal complete. And they met. But Ted Cruz wants to sit here and tell you guys that our allies weren't involved in toppling Syria. That's a fucking lie. And I showed you guys the receipts. Ceasefire. Israel and Hezbollah brokered November 27, 2024. The next day, rebels start to attack Aleppo and work their way down to Damascus. By December 8th, literally 2 weeks later roughly, this guy al-Shara is the de facto leader. Bashar al-Assad runs the fuck up out of there and goes to Russia. And he wants to sit there and say, oh no, our allies had nothing to do with it. Get the fuck out of here. I just showed you a video of where Netanyahu takes credit for the collapse of the Assad regime. And this is the same shit that these idiots, if you guys remember 2 or 3 days ago, as I was debating in Mario's space, that fucking PTOR retard tried to tell me, oh, man.
All right, at this moment.
Let me just show y'all instead of just yapping. It's probably better to show you guys the proof. He got rid of the acts of resistance. He pretty much... These fucking idiots try to challenge me, man, and they get fucking shit on. What was this, 2 hours in? Yeah, bro, I could debate these niggas all day. I embarrassed. I'm gonna get it for you guys right now. Damn, this is a long ass stream, bro. This nigga Myron don't miss. All right, fuck it. I'm not gonna. It's not too much to sift through. Like I said before, Peter, he was a... And I hate hearing myself talk. Okay, but you guys get the idea. I think you guys get it. So Ted right here doesn't know what he's talking about, saying that Netanyahu wasn't involved.
What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a...
They definitely backed him. They definitely backed the rebels with getting rid of Bashar al-Assad, bro.
Israel, and very good for America.
DPG with the big 45 gifted. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that so much, man. Thank you so much. I gotta find a way to and another one. Holy. Thank you, DPG, man. You are a G, bro. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, bro. Let me look here. Give you another Don DeMarco for that one, man. And that fucking gif is hilarious, by the way. Every time he does that shit, that gif is funny. Void Tinker says, I sub today to support you, Myron, and the OSS movement. You're like the older brother I never had as a military member. I see that you what you report is truly life-saving. We need you to grow even bigger. Thank you, Void Tinker. And the way I grow is by you guys joining an OSS, and I really appreciate you guys joining an OSS. And I know you guys are going to watch me on whatever platform you guys prefer. A lot of you guys prefer YouTube. A lot of you guys watch Rumble. A lot of you guys like Kick. So, you know, with that said, you know, I'm trying to stay on all the platforms so that you guys can go ahead and watch me where you guys want. So thank you for that, Void Kicker. Love for Israel. Quick question, Myron. When Israel plants false flags, does that make them flag gets? Thanks for the knowledge. I'm confused. Nightly Wisdom, W Show. If you're the one making both the bullets and the band-aids, you'll always want to be in war. Feel free to use that, Myron. Oh, I appreciate that, bro. That's a good one. I'll use that one. Hey, Myron, can you check out Dr. Taylor Marshall YouTube? He's a super based Catholic that explains that Christian lore perfectly. It's a recent Rumble video. Won't let me send links. I don't really watch Christian stuff. I'm sorry. I don't watch religious stuff, bro. Sorry. I try to keep it, you know, because once you get into religion, bro, and you start getting into theology and shit, it's open to interpretation. It's just a pain in the ass. Planet Mansory, what do you think about a dual disarmament deal? Won't happen. I watch you usually on YouTube like 90% of the time and 2% on Rumble, but it fucking sucks how you got to be on YouTube. I sincerely think you should run YouTube just to let motherfuckers know you live and switch, because it's honestly not far too. You have more than enough value. Real ones don't mind me. Yeah, bro, I thought about that, but I know a lot of people like here's the thing. A lot of international people watch me, and Rumble doesn't work in their country. You know, as long as I could get to 50% of you guys on YouTube, you know, it's obviously I'm working towards it, not right now, but as long as I could get to 50% of you guys watching me on YouTube on OSS, then I'm cool with that. But yeah, bro, I don't want to force them over there, dude, because a lot of you guys on YouTube, a lot of y'all niggas watching on YouTube right now. But you know what? Let me ask. I'll even ask. And you guys could be honest with this. I'm sending this to the YouTube people. All right, guys, go ahead. I put a poll up there on for YouTube for you guys. And let me know what you guys think. Myron, 1v1 me, Halo 3, you bad kid. I could out-BR you all day. Okay, nigga. More sexual tension between Tucker and Ted than Tate and Bonnie Blue. Okay, Von Hesselberg says, I'm a hypothetical scenario. If and when we go to war with Iran, what is the plan? What could be the steps to be better off? You need to, bro, I covered that earlier with the bombing. Yo, I can make Myron clips dubbed in Spanish. That's actually a great fucking idea. All right. Drew says, y'all go join the OSS and support this man. One of the last bastions of free speech. I hope you understand who he's giving the middle finger to give us this information on daily. Yeah, bro. Yep. They've tried to financially ruin me. They've tried to get me kicked out of my building. Matter of fact, guys, you guys want to know a funny thing? Not only did I get demonetized on YouTube, the last building I used to live in, guys, the people that own the building are hardcore Zionists. They didn't like that interview that I did with Nick Fuentes. They didn't like the debate that I had that I hosted with Destiny. You know what they did? They didn't want to renew my lease.
Welcome, punch!
Even though I paid my rent on time, every single time, I used to literally have it just auto get paid out of an account. I had to set up a separate account just for rent, and I would try to pay my rent ahead of time, and they wouldn't let me do it. But I would always pay my rent on time. Sometimes in some situations, if I could, I'd pay in advance. The building was owned by Zios. I'll say that because we're on YouTube. They did not renew my fucking lease. I've had issues even here where some of these niggas try to start say things about me being anti-Semite and shit. I just don't tell y'all about it. I just don't tell you guys about it. But there's been many times where they fucking come after me for the shit that I say. So that's why I said, all right, I need to have something that they can't take from me. That's why I'm on Rumble. That's why I'm on the OSS. And that way I could preserve this show. Because the problem is, if I don't set something up as a contingency, right? If I don't set something up as a contingency to protect this show, so it still gets revenue and we can still continue to do this show, they'll take it, bro. And especially given the topic that I cover and the group of people that I criticize, bro. So that's why the OSS is so important, guys. They've already demonetized me on YouTube. That would have killed most YouTubers right there and then. Most podcasters would have just quit or been off YouTube all the way. Because the purpose of demonetizing you isn't to, it is censorship. They'll sit there and say, oh, it's not censorship. It is. Because when you demonetize somebody, actually, I would argue it's the strongest form of censorship, and I'll explain why. When you demonetize somebody, what you're basically doing is you're publicly hanging somebody. Let me explain. When we got demonetized, it hit the news all over, right? And basically, the message was clear. If you go ahead and you're critical of feminism, if you're critical of them boys, if you're critical of liberal ideology, right? We are going to silence you. We're going to take your money away. Media Matters wrote a hit piece and a bunch of other people wrote a bunch of hit pieces on us and got our shit fucking demonetized, right? Because Media Matters and these other companies write these articles and then they send it directly to YouTube. YouTube demonetizes us. Hits the fucking news. So instead of them just banning us, if you get demonetized, that makes everybody else chill out. It's called like a chilling effect. So anyone that does want to talk about foreign policy or Israel or leftism, liberalism, whatever it may be, they're going to think twice. So they've killed two birds with one stone because now they're shutting you up, right? Or making you where you don't even want to post on a platform anymore because you're demonetized. And they're letting everybody else know this could happen to you. So you better fucking stay off this topic. So yeah, bro, that's what it is, man. So I appreciate you, Drew, for that. But yeah, bro, that shit did happen, man. It did happen. I get hit with a bunch of bullshit from these niggas, man. I just don't tell y'all. Pilot says, W Myron, I've been watching you since Andrew Tate first appeared on Fresh Fan. I'm a big fan and just joined the OSS. Let me know if there's anything you need when you're in New York. I'll definitely show up to support. I appreciate you, Pilot. I might be there next week. So.
America, too.
So that is. I hate politicians. Bro, that is lobbying for Israel. And the reason why that is lobbying for Israel is because Israel, contrary to what they fucking tell you, cannot defend itself. Let's play this back one more time because I really want you guys to analyze what the fuck he just said. That's why it's critical, guys. There's a reason why I'm breaking down this interview. I'm breaking down this interview because this is exposing to you guys many politicians, especially on the Republican side, think this way. So I want y'all niggas to hear this shit.
Okay, the core question, AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government.
Okay. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government.
And I don't...
False. That's not true. It's not lobbying for a foreign government.
It's not.
No.
It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay. Why is that important? Because, contrary to what Benjamin Netanyahu tells you, or any of these other fucking idiots, Israel cannot defend itself, chat. Okay? Israel cannot defend itself. They have a missile defense system, right? They got 3 different ones. They got the sling, they got the David, the David sling, the arrow, and they got the Iron Dome. And they also have the THAAD, our thing that we fucking gave them, right? Despite these 4 different missile defense systems, we still have to scramble jets to help them with the missiles coming in from Iran. Not just us, but Jordanians, the French, other militaries have been involved in helping Israel defend its airspace. And missiles have still gone through. We sell Israel the weapons. We move aircraft carriers and position them in strategic locations as a deterrence. So when he says it's to strengthen American and Israeli relationship, he's being disingenuous. By strengthening the American and Israeli relationship, that by definition is aid to Israel, because Israel cannot actually defend itself from its enemies. And as a matter of fact, if we were to stop giving aid to Israel, they would be collapsing. They would collapse within days. The Arab world would unite and topple them immediately, because no one in the Arab world wants them there. Why? Well, it's very simple. They're a colonial, apartheid ethno-state that displaced the indigenous people that were there, the Palestinians. Simple as that. And anyone else that gets angry and says that's anti-Semitic to say that, no, it's the fucking truth. Explain to me how Ashkenazi Jews from Europe are coming in, taking land and saying, God promised this to me 2,000 years ago. But you're an atheist. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? They have no ancestral tie to the land. They have no bloodline tied to the land, and they're from Europe. So how is it that a bunch of Ashkenazi European Jews moved to Israel and then claim it's their land? It obviously isn't. And everybody on earth knows that. They have illegal settlements in the West Bank that they're constantly expanding. They only left the Gaza Strip so that the West Bank expansions can continue. Give them a little bit something. If they focus on Gaza, they won't focus on the West Bank. And they've been illegally expanding Israel for a very fucking long time. They're illegally occupying land that doesn't belong to them. Now, obviously, with them committing all these fucking crimes, the UN has condemned them many times. The international community has said on several different occasions that the West Bank settlements are illegal. The ICC has an arrest warrant out for Benjamin Netanyahu right to now for war crimes. But guess what? He's not in jail because we stand behind them. Every time they try to do a UN Security Council, we diplomatically get involved and veto it. We protect Israel from the international community. We protect Israel from the Arab world from attacking them. If it were not for us, they would be gone within hours. So when Ted Cruz says, oh, because first Tucker said, it's an Israel lobby, it's lobbying on behalf of foreign government. Ted says, no, it's lobbying to strengthen American and Israeli relationships. Same thing. Same thing. Because that relationship is what keeps Israel, Israel. So by definition, it is them lobbying for a foreign country. Because that foreign country can't defend itself. Contrary to what the fuck they try to tell you. They can't. America and the threat of American force, military power, and nuclear weapons is what keeps the Arab world at bay. Like I said before, we've either A, destabilized or toppled regimes that are adversarial to Israel, or we bribed them. Let's go through the countries. Sudan, destabilized. Civil war, destroyed it. Now, part of the Abraham Accords, bribed. Egypt, bribed. Libya, destroyed. Morocco, bribed. Algeria, bribed and destroyed. Jordan, bribed. Syria, destroyed. Lebanon, destroyed. Iraq, destroyed. What's left? Oh, Iran is left. And what are we trying to do with them? See where I'm going with this, chat? Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, bribed. So we've either bribed or destabilized every single country in the Middle East to preserve Israel. That's why they care about our relationship with them. Anyway, let's keep going. Fucking kidding me? That is such a fucking lie. Why is it that Cori Bush, right? This woman right here, right? Cori Anika Bush is an American politician, nurse, pastor, and Black Lives Matter activist who served as the U.S. representative for Missouri's 1st Congressional District from 2021 to 2025. The district includes all of the St. Louis and most of northern St. Louis County, right? So, in 2025, last year, I think, or in 2024, okay, in 2024, Bush ran for re-election to the seat. On August 6, 2024, Bush lost the Democratic primary to Wesley Bell, the prosecuting attorney of St. Louis County. The primary was then the second most expensive House primary in history, with $9 million in spending against Bush from the Democracy Project AIPAC Super PAC. Let's go through this again. Let's go through this again. These motherfuckers like Ted Cruz are trying to sit here and say that the Zionist lobby doesn't run this country. Okay, let's read this one more time. In 2024, Bush ran for re-election to the seat. On August 6, 2024, Bush lost the Democratic primary to Wesley Bell, the prosecuting attorney of St. Louis County. The primary was the second most expensive House primary in history, with $9 million in spending against Bush from the United Democracy Project AIPAC's Super PAC. The organization targeted Bush after her criticism of Israel during the Gaza war. Bush was the second member of the squad defeated in a Democratic primary in the 2024 following George Latimer's defeat of Jamal Bowman. So let me get this straight. This woman, okay, who represents St. Louis, right? Again, I don't give a shit. She's a BLM activist. I don't give a fuck. She's a Democrat. Who cares? The thing I'm focused on is that she had one take that they didn't like. She criticized Israel's actions during the Gaza conflict, right? And this super PAC spent $9 million to make sure she lost. You guys understand that? The Zionist lobby spent $9 million fucking dollars to make sure she loses. Okay? Now, let's go ahead and look at how many Jewish people live in St. Louis. All right. Roughly, hold on. So 45,000 Jewish adults and children living in 26,000 households in the greater St. Louis Jewish community. Okay? So that means like the whole metropolitan area. So we're talking about 45,000 now. Okay. Population of greater St. Louis area. 2.8 million, right? So 2.8, roughly 3 million people, 45,000 people, right? That's a minority. right? 2.8. So you're telling me that a small percentage of represented people had an overwhelming amount of representation when it came to elected officials in this situation, and they spent $9 million to make sure she didn't win in an area that there's not even that many Jewish people. Of what strategic value is St. Louis to the Jewish lobby? Zero. But she opposed the Gaza war. She might impede Israel's ability to get favor in the U.S. government. They made sure she didn't get in. And made sure this guy won. This fucking guy, Wellesley Bell, so Missouri's first all-time top donor, AIPAC. So AIPAC's second biggest recipient in all of Congress is another freshman, Representative Wellesley Bell, who's received nearly $2.4 million in campaign donations from AIPAC, making them his all-time top donor. Wellesley decided to accept AIPAC's offer to run against Cori Bush as retribution for her speaking out in Congress against the Zionist occupation in Palestine. AIPAC and the Israel lobby spent a grand total of $12,281,000 supporting his campaign. Are you getting it yet, chat? Are you getting it yet? Ted Cruz can sit there and lie to you motherfuckers all day, but I won't. Are you waking up yet about how this country's run? Are you figuring it out? The Jewish lobby worked really hard to displace someone that they didn't like in the government because they had opposing views of Israel's occupation of Gaza and how they're handling the conflict. So they said, fuck this bitch. We're going to put $12 million into this guy because he's pro-Israel and make sure she doesn't fucking ever get a seat. And that's what they did. Despite the fact that they're a minority in St. Louis and there's no strategic advantage to them funneling all this money from a St. Louis perspective, they have what? An Israel perspective. You're not going to vote in favor of Israel? Fuck you. We're going to make sure you don't win. And we're going to dump a bunch of money into your opponent who will be pro-Israel. And the crazy part, none of this has to get reported to FARA.
Fatality.
And this is what Ted Cruz won't tell you. You guys want to know where else this happens? This happens all across the country. And here's Cori Bush right here. Look, she has the keffiyeh. Stop sending bombs. That's why they made sure to get her the fuck up out of there.
Welcome, punch!
That's why. Look, we don't have to agree with her on Black Lives Matter and his other stupid leftist propaganda. But what we can say is she stood up to the Israeli lobby and their genocide in Gaza, and they punished her for it. $12 million to make sure she wouldn't win. Tell me that the fucking Zionist lobby isn't powerful. Tell me they're not powerful. They got her the fuck up out of there. And this was not reported anywhere. Just out of curiosity, give me ones in the chat if this is your first time hearing this. Because this was not widely reported. Unless you follow my Twitter spaces and shit, you probably didn't know about this. I remember me and Owen Schroyer talked about this in fucking detail last year. This incident. Give me ones if you guys didn't know about this, because I know most of y'all probably didn't, but I kind of want to get an idea here. If you guys did not know about it, give me ones. Which I'm assuming most of you probably didn't know, because they did not widely report this for obvious reasons. Yeah, I know she looks like a gorilla. But she fought against them niggas and she lost. And see, Ted Cruz is going to sit here and lie through his fucking teeth that AIPAC doesn't have other intentions. That looks to me like that's purely for Israeli interest. And both of them are war hawks that purposely started wars in the Middle East for no fucking reason, or want to start wars in the Middle East, or destroyed diplomacy. I told you guys about Mike Pompeo, how he stopped the JFK files from being declassified because it implied implicated Israel. He stopped the nuclear deal from happening, and he put the IRGC on a terrorist watch list.
President Trump.
Which destroyed the Iranian government's ability to generate revenue because they got heavily sanctioned for being on the FTO list or Foreign Terrorist Organization Act, Foreign Terrorist Organization list. All right, let me read some chats because it's been a minute since I've read some chats. So let's go. Top Shay says, the name Israel literally means he strives with God or he struggles with God. Biblical story based on Jacob, the son of Abraham, who opposes God, wrestling with an angel renamed Israel. Okay. Jonathan says, have you done the research on the Lavon affair? I believe Israel will attempt it again. Yes, I am familiar with the Lavon affair. It was a big fucking false flag attack. Levi Israel, he gives the revelation. Okay. YC, subscribe. YC24, subscribe to OSS. Thank you. Femek, Myron is doing what no other streamer content creator is doing and giving us unfiltered news. Let's make sure to support him and join OSS. I appreciate that, Femek. There's a way to gift subscribers, by the way, on OSS. I just fucking don't know how to do it. I know someone had given instructions before. If someone could send that back to me. Correct. This quote is not for the modern day because I'll show it on stream how to gift a sub because there are ways to give subs on if anyone on OSS can show me how to do it, but there is a way to gift subs on OSS so you could get people in. Top Shay, correct. This quote is not the same for the modern day Jews because after Jesus was killed, the son of God, that entire quote has been voided because of the disobeyed direct law, the 10 Commandments disobeyed. Okay. VT Tay says, I wish we could enjoy some Yay songs together. Okay. Melancholy says, the nation of Israel defined by Christ is the church. God fulfilled his promise to bring the savior of man through the Jews as the Messiah. God's chosen people are not Jews, but followers of the church. Okay. Super Javi gave a picture. Milo says that part of the scripture is in the old covenant that God had for his people, but what people seem to leave out is that in the New Testament, Jesus gave us a new covenant, which is for those that believe that Jesus is the Son of God and our Lord and Savior. Okay. Zaz says, Jesus did say that in the old covenant, but that was fulfilled when Jesus died. The new nation of Israel is all believers, not just Jews. Okay. King Cloud says, what if Iran played into the hands of Israel and U.S. by retaliating so America could bomb their end site? Iran retaliate aggressively, then that is the so-called reason to destroy Iran and get the regime changed. That could be it too. Nightly wisdom, Israel is Jacob, the father of 12 tribes. One of his sons is called Yehuda and was a monotheist. All descendants are called Israelites, different from the fake occupying state. Okay, fair enough. Judaism is a religion. It's a movement started by the Judea, one of the 12 sons of Israel. That Israel himself was a pure monotheistic like the patriarch Abraham. Okay, D-Lock says, why weren't you in the streamer Prom University yesterday, Brother Myron? Do them boys not want you there? Seriously, bro, you asked that question? I don't know if you know, bro, but like I am blacklisted in the streamer world. I don't know if you know that. I am absolutely blacklisted in the streamer world, bro. You're never gonna see me on a stream with like FaZe or any of these guys, bro. Like, bro, we are bad for business, especially me. So yeah, bro, they would never invite me to a streamer prom/university, bro. I'm too controversial. Marco Rubio is the same person. Trump appointing him and his cabinet should have telegraphed Trump coming up pivot on policy. Yep. Wicker says, Tel Aviv is the great gayest city on earth. Definitely an Israel bubble. Okay. Let's see here. Andrew Graff. Guys, if you donate on Rumble, it's got to be $5 minimum. Trump told us about Ted Cruz years ago. Lion Ted, fair. AIPAC funds Ted's campaign. Ted, let me tell you why Israel's good and why we should support them. He's a paid shill. He definitely is. Q Animal says, even Owen from InfoWars. Holy moly. Yep. Quick question, Myron. How many Jewish people, in your opinion, is evil versus good in a percentage standpoint? Here's the thing, bro. Not all Jewish people are evil, bro. I'm not one of these like fucking all or nothing people where it's like, yeah, every Jew is bad. Like, no, bro. Like, I mean, dude, you do realize that there's been like some Jewish people that have done like incredible work with exposing this bullshit. You got guys like Dave Smith. You got guys like Max Blumenthal. You got guys like Norman Finkelstein. You got guys like David Coleman. You got guys like Ron Unz. You got guys like who else? There's so many, man. There's so many that have exposed a lot of this bullshit, bro. Quick question, Myron. How many Jewish people are in your... No, sorry. Tucker going hard on them boys. Might he get deleted soon? Probably not. Laura's even crashed out the hot swing. She might be losing her marbles. I don't know. Benjamin and Yahoo follow the money. Yep. D Loco says, Brother Myron, did you see Adam getting canceled on PBD for saying Crimea River when Anna Kasparian talked about the American soldiers getting killed in Iraq? It's on her Take podcast. You should break down the whole altercation. Okay, I'll take a look real quick. Let me... Myron, can we get a Cookie Monster emote? Yeah, we can. Let me hit up Josie. Josie, if you're watching the show, can we get a Cookie Monster emote? I'm gonna message it in my group real fast. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Okay, I don't think Josie's available right now. All right. Let's get back to it. W Myron, W Fresh, appreciate that. Dara Lewis says, Myron, I've never been the type to watch streamers, let alone pay. You actually drop real value for your viewers, so I had to subscribe to OSS. Don't get how people drop money on guys like Kai and Aiden. Honestly, why do they keep... hold on, where is it? Why do you keep the YouTube? Kick the YouTube channel and make the brokies pay for your content. No reason to keep losing money giving out game for free. Hold on 1 second. Would be cool one day to meet you in person. I live in Cali. Much love. Well, Dayrek, I really appreciate your support, man. And I mean, yeah, you pose a good question here. Why am I still on YouTube and doing this for free and cutting my money in half? Well, a lot of people like to watch on YouTube, and I think getting the information out is more important than me making a bunch of money. So I'm willing to take the financial hit, you know, and if the people can support, that's what it is. But I don't want to force people to platforms that they don't want to go on just so I can make some more money. You know, my thing is getting the message out, and I think that's more important than, you know, making. Put it this way, I'd rather make $50 and put the information out there than make $100 and only be at one spot. Does that make sense? Like I'm okay with losing revenue for more reach to bring this information out there instead of making more money and having less reach. Because money isn't everything for me. I kind of look at money as a way to sustain so that I can keep doing this, so that they can't take it from me. Because obviously getting demonetized on YouTube is like the fucking death blow for most creators. But fortunately, we've been able to sustain because we are, you know, because of loyal supporters like you guys. So that's what it's about, man. So you know, if people want to support me, they can. Obviously, I'm always shouting out OSS, whatever. Some people might not have the money, but for those that can, yeah, man. I mean, join the OSS is $4 to join, cheap as fuck. And I appreciate it. And then you allow me to stay on YouTube so that we can get this information out, because not everyone can afford it, and that's fine. So I'm okay with getting $50 instead of $100 if the message gets out there. I'm okay with taking a 50% pay cut. And look, I know a lot of you guys give Aiden a hard time, but let me say this with Aiden Ross, right? The reason why I like Aiden is because Aiden will platform people that everyone else is too pussy to platform. He's platformed me. He's platformed Sneeko. He's platformed Andrew Tate. He's platformed Nick Fuentes. Bro, streamers like Aiden Ross would never, ever fucking deal with some of those personalities for obvious reasons. So, as much as some of you guys criticize Aiden, I get it, oh, degenerate, blah, blah, blah. I still think that's huge that he's platformed people that other streamers in his category, FaZe and, you know, AMP and all these other stupid ass niggas, like none of them would ever touch any of us. So I give Aiden credit for that. Dom says, just a shout out to my brother Myron and OSS Army. Appreciate that. VT says, I also don't believe in hating all Jews just because a few did bad. Honestly, people say like I am from this. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Hating all Jews is retarded. That's low IQ. It's extremely low IQ. Especially when some of them have done like fantastic work with exposing this stuff. Some of the biggest pro-Palestine people are Jews. Some of the people that are like the most opposed to the genocide are Jews. So that's why having this, you know, they're all bad mindset is retarded. It lacks critical thinking and it's lazy. Radek says, 11th commandment, thou shalt listen to Myron Gaines and join OSS. Facts. One chest, just to make sure you're doing IRL tomorrow night, right? If so, what will be the main topics? Need any assistance with anything on that? I don't know yet. I'll find a topic that's that we can do. Capone says, this is true meaning of Israel is three gods. The Zionists pray to GG33. Can explain it more, Myron? I don't know. Guys make money and support Myron. Money is easy. Don't believe that it is hard to get. It's just paper. Shift your mindset. I appreciate that, VT. That's why I'm trying to keep that's why I'm keeping the guys, the monthly fee is always going to be $10 a month. I'm not going to increase it. I'm going to always keep it at $10 so that you guys don't even feel it. Israel's being attacked as we speak. Oh, shit. Okay. Zach Matt is talking about knife crime and Tommy Robinson. I don't know where that came from. All right. I think I'm caught up. King Monty says, Myron, Rabbi Buttplug Shmuley said on Alex Jones' show that Trump told J.D. Vance if he gets assassinated, then bomb and completely level the entire city of Iran. Would they do JFK V2? I don't think so. Europa can get that. We need it. All right. Let's get back into the interview. Actually, you know what? Let me take a quick break from this interview. Let's jump on the Twitter space because some of you guys are saying that Israel's being attacked right now as we speak. So let's try to get some updates with the conflict. Because it is, yeah, you know what? That makes sense because Israel typically does get attacked in the morning because that's when Iran launches their missiles late at night. So let's get on Twitter real quick. Which, by the way, guys, we just crossed the 300K mark on Twitter, by the way. So that's a big down to Marco. We are now at 300,000 followers on Twitter, bro. I remember when I made this account at the end of 2023. I didn't start posting until 2024, and we were able to build up this account. Huge, man. Huge. 300,000, bro. Huge fucking W, man. Huge, huge W. A really big fucking accomplishment, hitting 300,000 on Twitter. Next step is 1 million, niggas.
Certain individuals crying. Why?
Yeah, we got,
That's so sad.
did you put this one in the nest?
Also, guys, do me a favor. Smash the like button on YouTube. If you guys can't afford to join the OSS, no problemo. The only thing I ask is that you guys smash that like button. Let's get to almost 50,000. Sorry, we already got 53,000 views right now already with 5,000 plus you guys in here. Guys, the channel's growing. We're cooking. Do me a favor. Smash the like button. Let's get to 5,000 likes, guys. We're at 3,000 likes. Let's get to almost 100% engagement. Right now, just up 43 seconds ago, Israel is in smoke. Holy fuck. Damn. Wow. All right. Let's get the latest here.
Air defenses, which is huge.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I'm literally posting about 3 or 4 different locations that I were hit.
Hey, chat. Josie's working on a Cookie Monster emote for you guys. We got y'all niggas. Cookie Monster emote coming
2
soon.
more weeks of this. What's Trump going to negotiate with? There won't be any country left.
ALX with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much, bro. By the way, guys, $50 are up. I'm going to give you guys a Don DeMarco. I appreciate that. Why should U.S. fund Israel? Should be the topic for tomorrow. We could, yeah, maybe. That might be a bit too complex for niggas, though. You gotta remember, most Americans are stupid, guys.
Days. They were begging America, UK, France, coalition are willing to step in. 2 more weeks? They couldn't even last a week. They couldn't even last 3 days.
The one in the nest, Casey, jump in.
All right, here we go. We got damage. So this is the inside of the high-rise apartments in Beersheba. So just in, damage of high-rise apartment buildings by Iranian missile in Beersheba. So you see that the glass is broken, the windows, the couch is ripped apart. Damn, it really is like torn apart.
So this is a question from Casey. He says, Myron, would you say the collabs with Dawson were the turning point of Fresh to Fitz cancellation? Looking back, do you think those vids hurt or helped the brand long term? So here's the thing. It depends on what success is for you. Success is relative, right? To some people, success is being authentic and, doing what you're saying and doing what you want to do with ultimate freedom, which obviously comes with consequence. For some other people, success is making a bunch of money and having clout, but restricting your ability to say what you want to say. To me, I think success, right, is being able to freely speak and not have your tongue cut out from you, where you have to have certain agendas or certain narratives so you can continue to get the money. I would rather make less money and be free than make a bunch of money and be restricted. Does that make sense? A lot of these biggest influencers can't talk about certain things. You are never going to see Kai Cenat talk about politics. You are never going to see Speed go into detail about why it's free Palestine. You are never going to see Kevin Hart and these big celebrities take a hard stance on anything that's serious, okay? The reality is, the more famous you are and the more money you make, the less sensitive you have to be to certain trigger button issues. You can't have hard stances on anything, okay? So, this is me being objective here. If your measurement of success is clout, fame, and money, if that's your measurement of success, then yeah, you could go ahead and say that we hurt our success. But if your success is being able to be independent while also making a good living and not being controlled, to me, that's success. So I would say, if anything, we became more successful because we're way more credible now. People trust and like us more now than before because they know, shit, these niggas stand for something, or at least with me. It's always better to be polarizing and have a hard stance than to be in the middle to try to make everybody happy and make more money. So, good question, Casey, but yeah, it depends on what your measurement of success is. If your measurement is just money and fame, you could go ahead and say, yeah, did it hurt the brand long term? Sure. But my measurement of success is people fuck with us, people support us, and we can do and say what we want. Guys, you know how many influencers can't say and do what they want? Most influencers cannot be honest about their real views, bro. They can't. They can't tell you there's two genders. They can't tell you women are stupid. They can't tell you Jews run America. They can't tell you black people commit a disproportionate amount of violent crime in America. They can't tell you that Indians steal all the fucking H-1B visas and work in tech and stink. They can't tell you that Asians have small eyes. They can't tell you that white guys got no fucking dance moves and white women are boring and they're all the same. They can't say none of this shit I just said. See how I just was able to rattle that shit off? Nigga, had the shit I just said, these other influencers would literally lose their minds if they said any of that shit or heard me even say it. I'll give you guys an example. Remember the iced coffee hour with Stephen Graham? They didn't want to do another interview with us because we were too controversial. Their fans got mad that they did an interview with us. That, my friends, is bad. Once I get in a position where I'm scared to do things because my supporters, alleged supporters, are mad because my guests are too triggering, I lost. Because now I can't do what I want. Because I have to maintain this neutral, clean image. So, my measurement of success is freedom. Some people don't care about freedom and they just want money. You got to pick one. You can't have the utmost freedom, creative freedom, and have the utmost money. You can't. If you have the utmost money, your freedom and your ability to speak freely is going to be impeded. But if you want to speak freely and say what you want, your money is going to be impeded. You got to pick one. And to me, I picked the freedom because at least you guys know that I'm authentic. How many of you guys come out and met me when I do the interviews, the debates out in the streets? Have you guys come up to me and shake my hand and be like, damn, you're the same guy on and off camera. That's the biggest compliment I can get. By far. You're the same guy on and off camera. I know. I know. That's why I'm demonetized. That's why I'm banned off Twitch. That's why Instagram keeps banning me. I'm like on my 10th account. The fact that I'm myself is precisely why I get in trouble on social media. But you can't put a price on that, bro. You can't. Especially me. I'm a hardcore minimalist. I don't need a lot of money. This money, most of it gets invested right back into the show. You guys saw it yesterday when I was on the full bills. I just bought a bunch of shit for the show. So that's what it's about, man. That's what it's about, chat.
I mean, again, this is buildings. I'm just talking about what smoke does.
This is what the Palestinians had to breathe in every time Israel was incinerating their tents. So remember when they were burning them alive?
Right. Exactly, it's true. That's exactly what it was. While they're burning them alive, yeah. The smoke inhalation, all of that. So, you know, and this isn't even tip of the iceberg of what I mean, literal like burning people alive. This is a building. I'm sure. I highly doubt that anybody is even inside their their apartments. I personally think that they're in bunkers and stuff, and I'm probably just going back and checking.
Guys, smash the like button. We only got 3,200 likes. We should be at 5,000. Derek Lewis says, Myron, what's the likelihood of America being attacked on American soil? By the way, I know my name's spelled different, but it's Derek. I don't think likely, bro. Riyadh says, any updates on the Cheney vid? Really looking forward to it. It's coming. It's coming. I got you, Daryl Philbin. I'll do it. Because he's the real architect of the fucking wars.
Impossible, there's only one missile.
Absolutely impossible, guys. This major crater on the ground from the Iranian missile hit in Beersheba, Israel. And so you see this big, like, crater hole type of thing where the earth has been sucked in from the Iranian missile.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Myron. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I was watching the Ted Cruz interview with Tucker Carlson, and holy shit, man, what an insight into how American politics, especially on the right, operate when it comes to Israel. It's very eye-opening. And I actually encourage anyone that's interested to see how our politicians are owned by Israel. You guys should watch that interview. But I came in because I heard that there's currently strikes going on. It looks like Israel's getting hit, man. Would it be fair to say now at this point that the Iron Dome and the air defenses from the sling and the arrow are starting to kind of falter here? Because this is the second day in a row now where missiles have just been slicing through their air defense.
I think that's been happening throughout. But what's happening is there's complete depletion now. They've admitted, or I believe it was reported in the New York Times, that they haven't got enough interceptor missiles to counter the Iranian attacks. Never mind the fact that, as you said, there's complete failure.
Yeah, it's very obvious now that they're running out of interceptors, and the thing is, I've said this before too. I don't know, Truth, you might know the actual cost, but from what I understand, it's costing Israel some insane number a day, like $500 million or something like that a day just to defend themselves, versus like for Iran, it's costing them significantly less to attack.
Well, it's about 200 to 300 million to defend themselves. Probably about another 200-300 million when they're doing their attacks. And then there was something else that was costing money as well. Never mind.
Is this per day?
Damage. Yeah, per day. Yeah.
So wait, 2 to 3 million per day just to defend themselves.
No, 200 to 300
million.
Oh,
like
shit!
Those interceptor missiles for I believe that and David Sling are well over $1 million each. I think I'll look it up and see which is the most expensive. But yeah, and they're depleting their stock too. They're going to need a resupply very quickly. Really expensive, right? Because everything's marked up. It's what they're using, plus all the damage as well. And, those compensation claims is not just going to be for repairs. It's going to be for. There's also cars as well that have been destroyed. So there's property damage, there's car damage. Then they have to rebuild it.
Just tweeting the nest. 18 people have been injured. You're seeing damage to buildings, cars, homes, apartment buildings. All of them have been hit. 18 people injured so far. That tweets in the nest. Back to you, Cliff.
If they hit Netanyahu, do you think they'll tell us?
Well, Israel will try to cover it up as long as they can.
Israelis and the USA totally underestimated the Iranian response. That's the most craziest thing they could ever do. Remember what I was saying before? The Iranian would wait 1,000 years, 500 years. That is the proof. Yeah, you don't believe me, right?
Sulaiman, when you watch that video, in the end, there's some sort of chemical or something that mixes with the fire, and then something combusts, or like almost a spark or something that mixes with the fire. I don't know. Just like looking at these videos.
Might be doing some other stuff in that Microsoft headquarters. It might be used as a lab. There's some chemical reactions as well. Maybe it's a source of where their phosphorus bombs or the thermobaric bombs come from. They might be sharing. Because Microsoft owns the building, likely, right? So they probably lease out some of the space to maybe one of the Israeli labs that, Israel hasn't disclosed. We just know it's a Microsoft building, but they may not be using the entire office space.
Yeah, it is.
Could be a lot of lithium.
The smoke is weird. Like, it usually isn't like this.
No, the smoke looks fine to me because I mean it's fresh smoke. That's why it's that thick and black. But it's the thing that happens at the end. I'm like something mixed with that there. So yeah, there's definitely a chemical something that happened there. So you're right, truth might be.
Wait, what the fuck?
I think we lost Myron.
Oh, he just dropped down.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened there. My shit just froze. Can you guys hear me now?
I hear you now.
All right.
I hear you now.
Did you guys ask
I
me
was
something?
just
Sorry.
saying that I heard when you defending yourself against voting for Trump, and I voted for him for the same reasons. And you know what? He's much easier to criticize and much easier for people to listen to if Kamala was in office.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, right? Like that dumbass dude, Michael, or the fat dude that came in and tried to criticize me about me voting for Trump. Like he came in and made it sound like, oh, I only voted for Trump because of foreign policy when it comes to Israel. But the reality is I voted for him from a multitude of different reasons. It wasn't just that. So for him to sit there and say, oh, yeah, you know, you voted for him for Israel, whatever. Okay, that might have been a component, but there was a bunch of other reasons. So I'm not a single issue voter like a lot of these fucking retards. So, you know, it's stupid, bro. People are dumb. So it is what it is. He was just coming in to debate in bad faith. And it's funny, too, because he said, oh, you wore a Trump sweater and you supported Trump, so therefore blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, well, you supported Tulsi Gabbard, and she is literally his DNI. So what the fuck does that make you? You know what I mean? So it's like I played his own game against him and made him look stupid. Because the guy, I hate these like disingenuous people that try to come in and like debate on totally bad faith, which a lot of them do. A lot of dumb libs do that shit. Totally debate in bad faith, mischaracterize your position, be on some bullshit. So yeah.
I was dying laughing.
Yeah, bro, that dude is the worst, man. Fucking loser.
Any more footage coming out, Sulaiman, or are we?
I think
or
that's
is that
it,
it?
only. I'll let you guys know if there's anything else, but I can't see anything else.
Awesome, thank you.
Guys, I was watching this, you know, the interview, what is it, Ted Cruz? Who is it? It was strange that like Tucker Carlson, it looked like he was just gaslighting on Trump being assassinated. He was like, you know, oh, we should attack Israel now. Like, and he kept repeating again and again. I don't think it's you know, like it's worth attacking, especially with nuclear weapons. So did anyone feel like he was gaslighting and he was trying to gain sort of consent of public?
I didn't get to see the interview, but Myron, you said you are you still on? You said you reacted to the Ted Cruz. And,
yeah, I mean, who's
Tucker
trying
Carlson?
to? Are you asking if Ted Cruz was gaslighting him or Tucker was which way?
No, Tucker, because Tucker kept repeating, look, if Trump is there's hitman for Trump, we should attack Israel. We should attack Iran with nuclear. Like we should nuke Iran. That's what he was saying. It's like if we know that Trump is being assassinated or there's plans or Iran is trying to assassinate Trump, then we should attack Iran now. So
he was mocking him. He was mocking him.
Yeah, I know that, but he kept repeating again and again. So what if, let's say, 1 week later
I didn't get to that part of the interview, so I don't know, bro. I'd have to like see it myself because obviously.
And you have to just watch it and see. He repeated it like 10 times, which is like, yeah.
So what part did you get to, and what did you think about the interview, Myron? I mean, I saw a little bit of it. I'm pretty sure I know what you thought, but I want to hear, what did,
just some breaking news. I've just put an image in the nest, which is significant damage to apartment building by Iranian missile in Beersheba. Myron, just to explain to you what he's saying about the interview. So the argument is this. I don't know if he knows, the Palestine Front knows this, but anyway, just to flesh out his argument. Obviously, Tucker Carlson and his background and his links to the CIA and how his father was CIA. And so the argument is that actually, even though Tucker Carlson was like smashing him, but in a way he was trying to manufacture the narrative within control of certain parameters. That being that he wanted to distill in people's mind that actually, if Iran was behind an attack on Trump, then we should nuke them and then we should destroy them. Therefore, let's say a week later there was an attack on Trump, or there was something like that, like a false flag. He's manufactured that consent or agreement for this attack on Iran, similar to how Charlie Kirk has manufactured it by saying, yeah, we should bomb Iran, but the reason shouldn't be based on regime change. The reason should be based on nuclear activity. So it's like control the narrative while still allowing it to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't got to that part yet, but once I do, I can definitely comment on it better, because the interview was very adversarial. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was until that point. So at that point, I just had a feeling like he kept repeating, coming back to the same point again and again. Like he repeated at least 10 times, at least. So it was a bit, I don't know. And Truth, like one thing for you. So if you saw Sulaiman's post saying Justin Majid Khademi has been appointed.
All right, we'll go back to the Ted Cruz one. Yeah, guys, I don't know what's going on. I know Rumble might have some things. They're saying that the Rumble's down. Okay, guys, just come to Kick then. Come to Kick. Kick.com/Myron Gaines X, guys. I don't know why. I think YouTube is working fine, though. So, here you go. I'll give you guys the Kick link right now. So if you're watching on Rumble, guys, just come on over to Kick. Come on over to Kick, niggas. If Rumble is down, come over to Kick. I'm dropping the link for you guys.
And a guy named Bryan.
Let's talk about Fort Out real quick, guys, because this is really important, and I want you guys to kind of see.
On June 13, 2025, Israel launched a series of large-scale precision strikes targeting Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. The operation was codenamed Rising Lion. After months of research, we've mapped out these secret Iranian nuclear sites, some hidden deep underground, others in plain sight. Each location reveals part of the bigger picture. But more importantly, we need to understand why Israel is so determined to halt Iran's nuclear enrichment, which according to Israeli intelligence, Iran's centrifuge may be just days away from producing a nuclear bomb. Not to forget the detailed process of how they are made. Iran has several nuclear programs, but let's take a look at some of the key underground facilities. First, we have Fordo Nuclear Programmed. It is an enrichment site built into a mountain, providing better protection against potential bombardment compared to the fuel enrichment plant. The second site is the Natanz nuclear facility. It houses several facilities, including 2 enrichment stations, the vast underground fuel enrichment plant, and the above-ground pilot fuel enrichment refinery. The third nuclear facility is Isfahan, the largest nuclear technology center located on the outskirts of the city. It includes the fuel plate fabrication plant and a uranium conversion facility.
And just so you guys know, Iran's predominant methodology when it comes to nuclear is uranium. They do not do plutonium. I think only one of their facilities handles plutonium. And like I explained before, guys, there's 2 different ways to get a nuclear bomb. You can either do it through the uranium route or you could do it through the plutonium route. If you're going to do plutonium, you need nuclear reactors. If you're going to do uranium, you need centrifuges to process their uranium and get it to a 90% purity, if not higher, and that basically becomes weapon grade. But if you want it for for energy / civilian use, it's typically around 3%.
capable of processing uranium into uranium hexafluoride, which is then fed into centrifuges. The fourth nuclear site is Kandab. Iran has a partially built heavy water research reactor here, originally called Arak, but now known as Kandab. Finally, we have Bushehr, Iran's only operational nuclear power plant located on the Gulf Coast. It uses Russian fuel, which is then returned to Russia once spent, thereby reducing the proliferation risk. Let's take a look at a simplified version of how Iran's nuclear extraction and enrichment
Alright, so this is important, guys. This is how they process uranium.
Process works. This is the uranium ore, and it is extracted using a drill that pulls the reamer up through the pilot hole, widening it. The broken ore then falls into what is known as an extraction chamber. Next, a bulldozer, operated remotely to keep the operator at a safe distance from falling rock hazards, picks up the uranium rock. Fast forward, the uranium is then condensed, ground, and placed into a centrifuge for further enrichment. Everyone is talking about centrifuge enrichment, but let's explore how it actually works. In this visualization, the green dots represent uranium-238 atoms, while the blue dots represent the concentration of uranium-235 atoms. This first batch is natural uranium, which contains only 0.7% of uranium-235. Here, in this image, we have 5% low-enriched uranium, which is used for commercial nuclear power plants. Finally, we have weapons-grade uranium, which contains 90% uranium-235. As you can see, almost all the uranium-238 has been removed, and it is replaced by uranium-235 representing the color blue. Let's show how this is extracted through super simplified animation. The centrifuge consists of a high-grade tube with a spinning motor at the bottom and a feeding tube at the top. Uranium is fed into the centrifuge as a gas called uranium hexafluoride. As the motor spins at high speed, the heavier uranium-238 is separated from the lighter...
And just so you guys know, like, this is a very, obviously resource-driven, complex process to do.
Uranium-235 using centrifugal force. The uranium-235 floats to the top and is collected at this section of the centrifuge, while the heavier uranium-238 in the color green falls to the bottom of the centrifuge and the enrichment process is complete. Let's take a look at how Israel uses the Air Force to strike nuclear targets.
It's how to make a nuke 101.
Iran's primary enrichment site and missile production complexes. Although these routes may seem straightforward, they involve complex planning, including calculations for air refueling and coordinating attack aircraft to pass through Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. They also neutralize potential air defense threats in Syria and Iraq to ensure a safe return in case they were targeted. Israel's strategy was to attack Iran in 3 waves. The first wave targeted surface air-to-air sites, radar installations, and Iran's air defense headquarters in Tehran, Elam, and Khuzestan. The second wave focused on destroying ballistic missiles, and finally, the third wave targeted military manufacturing industries. To avoid Iranian air defenses, they used the ROX missiles, which allowed them to strike from positions closer to enemy targets without requiring jets to penetrate deep into Iranian territory. Surprisingly, the Iranian Bavar 373 air defense system performed better than expected. We'll also look into how this air defense missile works and the strength of the Iranian Air Force, all in the video ahead. Let's us first look at Israel fighter jets used in the operations. The tip of the spears are the 5th generation F-35 fighter jets, S-16 air defense
all our shit
jets, and F-15 ground attack jets, which covered approximately 1,600 kilometers, translating to around 1,000 miles. While the weapons of choice were the Blue Arrow long-range supersonic missile and the ROX next-generation extended standoff air-to-surface missile. To cover such distances, air refueling tankers were used between flights. This measure was taken in case they needed to engage in a dogfight with Iranian fighter jets and also while returning from their mission. ROX is Israel's next-generation extended standoff air-to-surface ballistics missile. Israel's strike also took out General Hossein Salami, one of the country's most powerful and influential military commanders. It also allows the weapon to hit targets that have moved from their original positions. But in area of high-threat situation, these bombs typically use a GPS-enabled inertial guidance system to guide them to the general target area, before switching to an imaging infrared seeker for the terminal stage of flight. destroying the targets with deep penetration or blast fragmentation as required. Surprisingly, the Bayvar 373 and S-300 missiles successfully intercepted Israeli drones and some missiles. Let's take a quick look of the Bayvar 373. This system uses Sayed-4 missiles, which are housed in 2 rectangular launch canisters. It features a phased array radar system for tracking both aerodynamic targets and ballistic missiles over medium to long ranges. One of the radars used in the Bayvar 373 is the Mirage 4.
Hey guys, we're 3,700 likes. Smash that like button, man. Smash that like button. And shout out to... Oh, okay. Yeah, smash the like button, guys. Let's get to 4,000 likes.
Phase array radar with a range of 450 kilometers, which Iran claims this system can simultaneously track up to 200 targets. The Israeli attack can be divided into 3 distinct phases: first, second, and third wave, each targeting critical components of Iran's military infrastructure. Speaking of targets, since I've been traveling to the UK and Ireland recently, we've had to rely on airport Wi-Fi, which can be dangerously insecure. Using Surfshark V, Iran's air defense systems. Tehran, Ilam, and Quzes that are some of the region-verified attacks also confirmed by Iran that were hit or partially damaged. Key targets include surface-to-air missile or SAM sites and radar installations, crucial for early detection and defense against aerial assaults. Iran's air defense headquarters confirmed the attacks happened, which aimed to cripple the nation's ability to track and respond to future incoming threats. While the second wave
Ken Rose says, hey Myron, call me insane, but I wish our foreign policy half resembled that of Switzerland's. Ken, I'm not familiar with Switzerland's foreign policy. Can you send in another chat? Let me know what it is. And you can send that on OSS, bro. That way you don't got to do the $5 minimum. If you send it on OSS, you could send in less.
Targets Iran's missile capabilities, specifically focusing on...
And by the way, when you're on OSS, like you can chat from there even if you're not like a paying member. You can, the stream is open to everybody. I don't make it exclusive on there for you guys. I keep it like open for everybody. I will start soon once we get a lot of you guys in there, so that like only the paying members get to benefit the, you know, with the open chat. Like we'll get to like donate from there, get the chat read, but yeah.
Neutralizing both ballistic and hypersonic missile systems. At least 3 missile bases were attacked in a second round or second wave of Israeli strike. IDF drones also targeted the secretive Parchin military base in the outskirts of Tehran, and finally 1 drone made it through the Iranian air defense and hit the base while others were shot down. These strikes are designed to prevent Iran from launching retaliatory missile strikes. The third and final wave focuses on destroying key military barracks and manufacturing facilities essential to Iran's missile production and military logistics. Targets include the Qadiri barracks and Hassan Khan Castle, a missile manufacturing...
All right, so... Hold on one sec, chat. I'm trying to... All right.
Now, one of the reasons for the U.S. to get involved in this conflict is because it has military hardware Israel doesn't have. The B-22 bomber is one example. The stealth bomber is considered a U.S. strategic
$2 billion
weapon, with each jet costing more than $2 billion to produce. It's designed to be nearly invisible to radar, and there are only 19 in service. Each B-2 bomber has the capacity to carry more than 18 tons of bombs, either conventional or nuclear, and it can fly nearly 10,000 kilometers without refueling, and is designed to reach its target anywhere on Earth in a matter of hours. Let's speak to Adam Clements about this. He's a UN foreign policy analyst and former Pentagon official. Joining
As you guys can see, super sophisticated. This is why Israel needs
from Washington, D.C.
us.
Adam, thank you so much for being with us on Al Jazeera. A lot of talk about the B-2 bomber and the bunker-busting bombs that only the U.S. has that could strike the Fordo nuclear facility deep underground in Iran. What is your sense first of which way U.S. involvement in the conflict is heading? Are we inching towards direct U.S. strikes, do you think?
Thank you, Foley. I think what we're seeing is a lot of back and forth in the media space. of course, from all major sides in this conflict, from the United States, from Israel, from Iran. And so, in actual military terms, as far as a policy, what we're going to see going forward, the administration has definitely been maybe not as straightforward as what some would like. It would be expected. But I really...
All right, guys, we're closing in on about 8 hours of streaming. And we're currently at 1,024. Obviously, as you guys know, this is the OSS subathon. So if we are able to hit, the goal here is to hit, let's say, 1,100. So about 75 signups. If we can hit 75 signups within the next, I'll give it 45 minutes. I'll stay on. If not, I'm gonna go to sleep, bro. I get off and go to sleep. So we got, I'll give you guys you know what? I'll give you guys an hour until 1:30. So let me double check here, see the timing. All right, 1:15 ninjas, 1:15, 45 minutes. So as you guys know, you can sign up for $4. If we get 75 signups, I'll stay on ninjas.
Really think
so. We'll go till 1:15.
It's going to be a question of who wins out between the isolationists in the administration and the Iran hawks. And I think that the signaling right now has been that...
and you guys can see the number right there on the top right. So I've been refreshing it for you ninjas. I'll actually, let me not confuse you guys with the kick stuff. There you go, OSS Army, 124. So if we get 1,100, I'll stay on.
The U.S.
doesn't 76.
Doesn't want to become involved in another conflict in the Middle East. Naturally, within the Republican Party on Capitol Hill, there's not an agreement on that. There are certainly some Iran hawks that thinks that this has been a long time coming of a direct Israeli attack on Iran's interest, and that's some way of what they on the Hill assess as also U.S. interest. So a lot of debate here in Washington.
Indeed, a lot of debate and a lot of mixed messages from President Trump himself. Do you think this is calculated ambiguity?
It's certainly always possible. I think you're right to say there is some calculation and ambiguity, some war of words of trying to really send some strong messaging. I think what's the big question here is in the past week, the past 5 days since it started, as far as the administration scrambling to try to find a way to publicly message what's happened while it was in the middle of negotiating with Iran, then Israel conducting these strikes. And of course, Israel had been left out of a lot of these negotiations. So I expect to continue back and forth in the media space for right now.
Right.
And it'll be interesting to see if the administration, how long it allows Israel to move forward with its air campaign.
What would a direct route be for U.S. involvement? You know, given your experience in the Pentagon and what would a U.S. involvement in the war look like? And can any U.S. operation truly remain limited?
Well, I think you're right to ask this question because military operations are always an extension of political objectives. And so I think it's a question of what's the end state, what's the true objective of if the United States would become involved? How does it extricate itself from some conflict? And then from an operational standpoint, the United States Central Command and the Pentagon, of course, never release where these strikes are coming from. As you said before this interview, this could be from something launched from the U.S., some planes, aircraft from the United States.
This guy's fucking boring as fuck, man. Holy shit. No charisma. All right, let's still go into the bunker buster stuff and how it would work visually for you guys.
Compact design enables it to break through over 200 feet of reinforced concrete, making it one of the most effective bunker busting munitions in the world. But the U.S. is the only country that currently possesses this technology. Penetration levels among these specialized weapons. This means it can penetrate Fordo, also pronounced blue. It is a 2,000-pound or bomb developed in the 1970s. This weapon is capable of penetrating approximately 1.8 meters or about 5 feet of reinforced concrete. Next, we move to what Israel is using, the GBU-28 fitted with laser guidance at the front of the bomb. This bomb can penetrate to a depth of nearly 6 meters.
Yeah, they use this one quite a bit right here.
Equivalent to roughly 20 feet, which is as tall as a 2-story building. However, neither of these compares to the massive capabilities of the GBU-57, also known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. It can penetrate over 60 meters into the ground, around 200 feet. To put that in perspective, this depth is comparable to the height of a 20-story building depending on the floor heights. These examples demonstrate the significant advancements and differences in penetration levels among these specialized weapons. This means it can penetrate Fordo nuclear site. Let's put an average human here against this weapon, which is 20.5 feet long, giving it a streamlined aerodynamic shape that is crucial for stability and precision. With a diameter of 31.5 inches and weighing an incredible 30,000 pounds, translating to approximately...
This is what Israel needs for their mission against Fordo, the nuclear site that's basically in the mountain. This is what they need. And they need to drop multiple of these things, by the way.
14,000 kilograms. It utilizes its massive weight to generate the kinetic energy required for deep penetration. This heavy, compact design enables it to break through over 200 feet of reinforced concrete, making it one of the most effective bunker-busting munitions in the world. But the US is the only country that currently possesses this technology. To deploy such heavyweight weaponry, you need this $1 billion stealth aircraft, like the B-2 Spirit bomber featured in our recent video. That's because Iran still has a robust air defense system, and a standard aircraft could easily be detected and shot down by their radar. Step 1. The bomb deployment platform. As previously mentioned, a B-2 stealth bomber flies at a very high altitude. When the aircraft reaches the designated location and the conditions are optimal, it releases the weapon. The bomb is designed for precision, and the deployment height plays a crucial role in its trajectory and effectiveness. Then step 2 comes the targeting precision.
So you guys, this is like some sophisticated shit that only we got, bro. Right? Smash that like button and just we're at 3,800, almost 4,000.
Bomb is outfitted with advanced guidance technology, including GPS and inertial navigation systems, which are military-grade satellites. Then comes step 3, that is adjusting the trajectory. The guidance information and data is then transmitted to the bomb's 4-lattice motors fins located at the rear. These fins can move and adjust in real time, allowing the bomb to correct its course as it descends under the force of gravity. These adjustments are essential because the weapon does not have thrusters to change its trajectory. Instead, it relies on the movement of these fins and a high altitude drop to control its flight path. This is why the bomb must be deployed from a very high altitude so it has enough time and distance to adjust its trajectory accurately. Here comes the most difficult part, that is step 4, impact and penetration. The bomb, known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, weighs approximately 30,000 pounds, which is around 14,000 kilograms. When it reaches its target, it strikes with immense force, designed to penetrate deep into hardened structures, such as bunkers. The energy upon impact allows the bomb to bury itself over 200 feet into reinforced concrete, ensuring it delivers its payload precisely where it is intended for maximum effect. Finally, step 5 involves the tricky part of arming the weapon. It was installed with 2 SDB fuses. Double fuses are required as a backup. The first is for G-sensing and the second is the time delay fuse. Why the redesign was necessary, it was to ensure that the bomb could strike facilities buried beneath significant layers of hardened material. For this reason, the fuses are placed at the rear of the bomb to prevent them from being damaged. Once the time delay or the G-sensing fuse reaches its destination, it can blow, creating a mini earthquake that can bury bunkers and 20-story buildings inside them. As Iran air defense system were neutralized. This is how Israel assassinate the nuclear scientists in general using laser guidance and bunker buster bombs. The Israeli Air Force also deploys non-stealth aircraft like the F-15, armed with a range of munitions to carry out precision strikes on multiple locations. The tip of the spear would have been the bunker buster bomb that can penetrate through this 6-story building. It can level out several blocks with just a couple of ammunitions. This is the bunker buster bomb. It has a laser sensor at the front, and just behind that are adjustable fins. In the midsection, there is a warhead.
One of these bombs is the ones that killed Hassan Nasrallah as well.
That weighs approximately 650 pounds, containing tritonal explosive. This is a mixture of 80% TNT and 20% aluminum powder. Let's take a look at how this works. Step 1. First, a laser is used to illuminate the target, or GPS guidance is already assigned to it. Step 2. An F-15 jet flies near the illuminated target and the bomb is released. Step 3. Once the bomb is dropped, the guidance system at the front connects with the tail and fins. This enables the bomb to make precise adjustments, guiding it accurately to its target. Step 4. As mentioned, this is a bunker buster bomb designed to penetrate around 6 meters of reinforced concrete bunkers and can travel up to 100 feet of soft ground or buildings. Step 5. In the past, the GBU-28 has been equipped with a delay fuse like this one, allowing it to detonate after penetrating its target, rather than exploding on impact. The bomb contains 700 pounds of TNT, which generates a blast radius of several hundred meters, quite significant for a bomb of this size. We make original animations from scratch with just 3 animators, so please subscribe, like, and comment for more videos.
All right.
There are different...
All right, that goes into how bunker buster bombs work. So now you guys... Oh, no, actually, yeah, we covered the Fordo.
And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs that are big enough to take out Fordo.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the one we just went over. Now you guys know intimately what they're talking about. Guys, 100 away from 4,000 likes. Smash that like button. Also, join the OSS, my friends. We're still at 1,024. So, again, like I told you guys before, by 1:15, if we're not at 1,100, I will just... chats. OD4L says, Test, I posted chats earlier just making sure that you can see them, Myron. Shout out to OSS, we keep turning. I appreciate that, OD4L. 11teen says, can we give the brokies an OSS or not? Yeah, you can. I think you got to do it on a desktop, though. Medicated machine. That's what Josie told me. Come on, you guys. Spend $4. You guys spend $4 on your monster drinks and your fruity vapes. Come and support the OSS. Yeah, I'd appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, Medicated Machine. Silverback Slaps. Yeah, man, my bombers are on alert for sure. Dopey420 says, each B2 can only carry 1 Moab at a time. That's why Israel can't do it. Fair. Myron, what do you think Saudi Arabia thinks about Israel's behavior in the Middle East? Also, how does Saudi Arabia view this war between Israel and Iran and the possibility of America joining the war? Saudi Arabia, bro, is they're opportunists. Let me just be very honest about this. Saudi Arabia are opportunists. They're going to go ahead and deal with whoever can give Saudi Arabia the best deal. The reason why they don't like what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, but the money and economic prosperity matters more to them than Palestinian freedom. That's just the truth. The Saudis have always been friendly with the Israelis. They just do it behind closed doors because the Saudi people, it's wildly unpopular to recognize Israel. So the Saudi people don't like it. So that is why the monarchy and the leadership keeps it behind closed doors. But all the Gulf states cuck for Israel. They just do it behind closed doors. UAE, Oman, all these guys. Lamo says, Myron, isn't these bunker busters what Israel used to take out Hassan Nasrallah? Yes, absolutely it is. It doesn't mean that Israel currently has the capability to take out the Iranian nuclear site. No, because the nuclear site is way further down than what the bunker busters that killed Nasrallah. Good question. Jay Balmaski, happy Juneteenth to my ninja. Ted is cooked. Gnome Billy says, I was artillery in an army in Afghanistan from 2009 to 2010. We used M77A2 howitzer. We had this capability with cheaper munitions, the higher tech, more precise. It was called Excalibur, which, from my understanding, was kind of old when I was in. This tech isn't all that amazing. It's just the ability to go in deeper, no pause, into these bunkers, but it's kind of wild. This is a photo I personally took when I was during one of our missions, okay? Slat by, cruise missile Ted. Bro, North Korea has nukes. Like, dude, that's from Niga's Groiper. OD4L actually showed a picture of how you can gift the sub, I guess. Let me go ahead and try to share it on screen with you guys real fast. This is the picture he shared. OD4L, I don't know how you did this, but yeah, guys, that's, I guess you can put someone's email there, as you guys can see. Gift a subscription to other members. Choose your recipient. So you put their email, put their name, send a message, and then you type in the community, and then you can go ahead and gift. OD4L, did you do that on your phone or did you do it on the desktop? Let me know. /motherfuckers from Milan. Appreciate that. Jay Bomsky says, only commentator that actually speak the truth on Ukraine and they cooked. Yep. Nika's Groiper, that doesn't make sense. Europe doesn't like Russia anyway. Why would Russia want to get his own pipeline? That's not being used, bro. They even did a whole pipeline operation against the Ukrainians. Yeah, bro, that's why we blew it up. SR, subscribe for 1 year, $75. Appreciate you, my friend. Milan says, it's not because each country in Europe is in bad situation because they are stupid. Terrible situation in Europe is caused by EU. I'm Polish. Poles hate EU like Germans in 39. Yeet from JB Bomsky. Milan says, however, EU is fourth rich country. Problem is EU leaders are retarded. They are. The United States gets the most benefit for the pipeline blowing up because it forces them to buy much more expensive U.S. gas. Yes, now you're catching on. Streaming some rivals if you're up for it, bro. Great stream tonight. I appreciate that, bro. DPG. I'm tired, man. I don't know if I'll play. My first question, how are you? I'm fine, Milan. Thank you so much. Hippo says, just want to give my daily thanks to you for your hard work. Question about AIPAC. I'm not from U.S. If they were registered as a foreign lobby, would they not be allowed to donate to U.S. politicians? Is this what they exploit? No, they would still be able to donate to U.S. politicians. It's just that it would all have to be documented. And when it's documented, well, that creates a paper trail. When it creates a paper trail, people don't like that. You're Just a Host says, hey, Myron, can you play Lucas Gage new Fire song AI? It's a banger. I'm on YouTube, bro, so I probably can't play it, to be honest with you, man, right now. So, it's because I know it's probably going to be crazy. Let's see here. Guys, so we are right now, it's 121. I told you guys I'd get up at 115 if we didn't hit the 1100. We're at 137 subs. The goal is 1500. I do see here. So what I'll do is I'll do this. We pretty much finished this interview, so we'll close this out. I'll probably save this for tomorrow. Bro, this bitch Emily Austin is a fucking retard, bro. Holy shit. I'll show you guys this tomorrow. I'll probably cover this interview tomorrow. She gets absolutely schooled. Such a dumbass. But, real quick, message from our sponsor real quick, aka myself. Join the OSS, niggas. We got this exclusive community for you guys where we could talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. The O/Squad, aka the OSS, is finally here. But without further ado, guys, you're going to get a bunch of perks from joining. Number one, you're going to be able to call into the show when I have call-in sections on the debrief. I'm going to be talking to the OSS members only on there. Also, you guys are going to get discounts on merch and exclusive drops that only OSS members have access to. On top of that, we're going to do one annual meetup completely free on 420 once a year right here in Miami. And then on top of that, whenever I travel, I'm going to let you guys know with the Telegram chat so you can go ahead and do a meetup there because you're an OSS member. My goal here, guys, is to have you guys be able to support the mission without breaking the bank. We're going to keep membership dues low. You're obviously going to get discounts with annual codes and all types of opportunities to get a better price point. This is basically going to be done so we can continue doing what we're doing, expand the debrief, expand the O/Squad, and be able to have the independence, quite frankly, that is very tough to come by nowadays in a pro-censorship regime. And you can actually join now for only $4, guys. It's only $4 right now, running a sale. It's pinned at the top. This is how I fight back against demonetization because YouTube is fucking lame. So, and then for the year, you can join for $75. So, best way to support the mission, guys, instead of sending a super chat, join the OSS. And I read all the chats on the OSS as well. So, okay, let's, we're going to go ahead and cover this. You guys asked for it, the PBD stuff. So I will go ahead and give you guys this. Even though we didn't hit our goal, I'm going to go a little bit over time and cover this because you guys requested it. So yeah, we'll cover it. This comes from the, I don't have the actual video. I know someone sent it to me, but I see that the Majority Report dropped the video on this, Sam Cedar and them. And then also, I think Josie made the gift for you guys. Let me look here. I think she did. Oh shit, she did. All right, let me get this shit for you guys right now, bro. Hold on. Bear with me, chat. I'm trying to save this shit so I can give it to you guys on Rumble and on Kick for the subs. The hell? Why can't I save it, bro? Bear with me, niggas. I'm trying to fucking get this shit for you guys. God damn it. Bro, I hate the internet, man. Let me try this copy message.
Yes, we're going to play it now. Go ahead.
Guys, join up the OSS, like I said before. I'll stay on a little bit longer. The goals. Oh, and do we have? Okay, awesome. We have 4,000 live viewers. Or sorry, 4,000 likes.
I mean, they didn't ask any questions. They were literally shirtless, waving white flags, saying, we need help, we need help. They got shot and killed immediately. The IDF is super belligerent in how they're carrying out this war. They're killing a lot of innocent people. In the case that I'm outlining, I'm talking about 3 Israeli hostages. If you're not willing to be critical of Israel, I question how honest you're being about this whole situation.
I'm critical of Israel just like I'm critical of America.
Can we be...
Lindy?
In other words, not at all.
In other words, I think they're
only
awesome.
the leftists.
Yeah.
I thought this was Adam. America makes mistakes, I'll call them.
Can we be...
Lindy,
hold on.
I just wanted to make sure we got that.
Yeah.
And then they cut to her hanging her head. This is madness. And the show is supposed to be called Her Take Around.
Isn't it supposed to be the feminist or
Valuetainment.
the Valuetainment show? There's and he literally shushes the woman on her own show.
Look at how he's dressed, just like I'm critical.
So look at how he's dressed though, like the open button up and like the suit jacket. It's just so he just
and it looks crazy there.
It looks like the
maybe I can let me see if I can find it because I don't want this fucking losers commentary if I'm going to be honest. Is this it? Yeah, this got to be it. Let's see.
Iran, while it hasn't officially pulled out of the non-proliferation agreement, they have violated both the spirit and the technical limits of the JCPOA.
But they're not in the JCPOA anymore. That doesn't exist.
But this is
Trump
right.
pulled
You
out
said
of
out of that deal because they violated it.
You said that,
But Anna, listen.
Shit, this shit's for 45 minutes, bro. Come on, man.
Well, it is a defeat of Israel.
Your blind
Why would
hatred to Israel doesn't let you at least acknowledge the truth that she just told you, and you just shut down Jillian when she tried to feed you the truth.
Adam, you have no argument. You have no argument,
Just
Adam.
because you say I have
your only argument is
doesn't mean you
hate
have
Israel. You hate Israel. That's
Well,
not
you
an
do.
argument.
Do you not?
Man, I don't give a damn about Israel.
Well,
I give
there
a
you
damn
go.
about my own country.
And
I don't
which
give a
is
damn about
Armenia? What's your
Iran.
country?
I don't care about
What's your
Israel.
country?
I don't care about the United States of fucking America.
Really?
That's my country.
Okay.
And I'm sick of fighting wars on behalf of Israel.
Can other people talk other than Adam
So when
and Anna?
9/11 happened, you're saying that they fought that on behalf of Israel?
Yes, I am saying that.
Okay, so you're
it was
blindly
based on a
retarded.
No, I'm not
So
blindly retarded.
congratulations.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to react to this tomorrow, niggas. I'm gonna have to react to this tomorrow, guys. This is crazy. Wow, I didn't realize that this is a much longer clip. This is like 45 minutes of them doing this. And I think this is a newer channel. What is this? This is like the
I want to put this one to bed.
This is like the equivalent of like the female version of The View, but I think from a more centralized, yeah, it's valuetainment. Okay, yeah, now that makes sense. All right. Interesting. Yeah, so it's like a relatively new channel. When did they make this? Yeah, they just made it a couple months ago. Yeah, they just launched it like a month ago. Do they do this thing live? Is this live stream, chat? No, they don't live stream it. They only live stream some episodes, but most of it is not live streamed. Okay, it's pre-recorded.
I want to put this.
I don't. Yeah, most people don't like to. Okay, this is a 20-minute version of the fight, I guess.
What triggered?
All right, maybe I'll have to react to this tomorrow, ninjas, because this is longer than I thought. I'll tell you what, ninjas. It's what time is it? It's 1:24. All right. If we get to 1,050, so 13 signups, I'll stay on and I'll break this thing down. This 20-minute video. If not, I'll do it tomorrow. So you guys will get it anyway. Oh no, well tomorrow I'm doing the debate. Shit. Tomorrow maybe not. Tomorrow, maybe not. Maybe I'll jump on stream tomorrow after. We'll see. But if you guys want me to, cover this now. If I get 13 people to join the OSS, or the other option is, I'll give you guys two options. I'll give you guys options. Bear with me. We're at 23. Let me look here on the kick. We're at 2321 if we get to 2,500 subs. So if we either get to A, 2,500 subs, or 1,050, so 13 signups, I'll stay on air. If not, no big deal. I'll get off because I am tired and I'm starving, bro. Because I literally worked out, guys, and now I'm here streaming, and it's been 8.5 hours. I haven't eaten a meal yet, so I gotta fucking eat, and I don't like eating on camera. So I'll let you guys kind of pick. You guys can't just depend on fucking DPG to rescue you niggas, bro. Jay Baumowski with the $10. I appreciate that, my friend. If you guys want me to stay here and cover this thing, either 2,500 subs or we get to 1,050 OSS members. So that's what we'll do. I'll give you guys two options to get this thing up. And then I'll cover this thing and we'll break it down. And we can dissect the debate between Anna and Adam. Eat some Hot Pockets. Nigga, I'm not eating the Hot Pockets. The fuck? So yeah. I don't know why. I'm trying to get this gift for you guys, bro, but it's not working. All right. While I So yeah, guys, we got two options. We can either A, get to 150, or get to 2,500 subs. So that's what, 180 away or some shit like that? If not, no worries. Tony Santana said, bro, I just subbed. Okay. Road Roller with the 5 gifted. Appreciate that, Road Roller. You get the funny GIF as well. That's another benefit, guys. When you gift a sub on Kick, your favorite merchant shows up. Right, let me jump in this Twitter space, see what's the latest here. I'll give you guys a little bit more time. It's 124. I'll give it till like 140. If we get to the thing at 140, then I'll go ahead and
It's a typical playbook. We all know, everyone who's up here knows this. The playbook is, once you're losing the argument,
I'll give you ninjas 15 minutes to get to either A, 2,500 subs, or B, 1,050 supporters on OSS Army. We're building up, chat. We're building up. So I'll go into Twitter space. You guys got 15 minutes, 16 minutes to be exact.
is when he starts to ask the Israel stuff. But
I'm gonna do that.
It gets really crazy though. There's this one bit where you could see it in Tucker's eyes, like. I will give him credit for asking the hard questions and getting it televised before any event happens, because at least he's made it clear that Ted Cruz is a neocon, right? And he knew how it worked. So it was very interesting to see what Tucker was saying, because he was trying to, in my opinion, expose AIPAC's control. At one point, even going as far to say, why does every country have to sign up as a foreign country under a certain law, whereas Israel has managed to sidestep that, and he got Ted Cruz in such a point where you could see Ted Cruz thought to himself for a second, why the fuck did I do this interview?
Very well said. That dude's a sellout.
I'm about to find it. Hold on 1 second. Let me just say hi to Myron. Welcome, Myron. Did you just finish your podcast? How's your night going?
Yeah, I'm winding down. I'm still on stream right now. But yeah, I'm gonna get ready to wind down in a little bit. But yeah, man, we're just obviously I just finished watching the Ted Cruz interview with Tucker, and man, did that shit expose a lot. Fucking absolutely wild to see how bought our politicians are. And I think it's very important for people to understand that a lot of people are kind of like in Ted Cruz's situation, where the Republican Party is absolutely controlled by the Zionist lobby in America, even more so than the Democrats. The Democrats hide it, but the Republicans are totally cucked and they're open about it. So, yeah.
What was kind of funny, ironic.
Yo, thank you so much to Descendant of Loki with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, sir.
For Israel, you're blessed. There's some sort of religious thing which he was trying to say came from somewhere in Christianity.
Thanks, Loki.
And even Tucker couldn't get this right. There's nowhere in any of the Christianity books anywhere to be said. It's in a newer book, which was the Scofield Bible, I believe, which tried to do this whole bullshit. But the point is that that was one of the funniest points, because they were saying essentially how, well, Ted Cruz was saying essentially how his religion is empowering him to make his decisions, when you have in Iran someone whose religion is empowering them to make their decisions. And in that situation, who's right or wrong? Who fuck knows? Only God knows. And I will tell you one thing, God would not want you to fight over land and would not want kids to die needlessly. So Ted Cruz can make arguments, but they're also massively flawed. Like, massively flawed.
The Bible verse they were referencing was Genesis 12:3.
Okay.
But in there it doesn't
And
mention Israel.
like if you read the Bible, it doesn't say anything about Israel. Or
Exactly, well done. But so the Scofield Bibles were introduced as that.
Good.
Anyway, no, I'll leave you to it, Mace.
No, it's okay. I was just go ahead. I'm gonna move to the 23 part.
Shout out to Albo Ace with the big 10 gifted subs, bro. Appreciate that, my friend.
Let's talk this week.
Appreciate that, brother. All right, so we got here. Angelo says, I'm sure a bunch of y'all spend more than $4 on thoughts on OF. Fuck that, WSS, okay. One chest HRS Pracker. Okay, so we actually showed a picture of how to do it. So what you do is, I guess you click My Communities and then My Support. Okay. Manage subscription. Oh shit, okay. So here you go. Let me what I'll do is I'll kind of share this on my screen if I can. All right. So this is how you do it, ninjas. Well, let me make sure I don't like dox you or anything here. All right, I'll show that. I'll find a way. Okay, so this is the first one. All right. So this is how you do it, ninjas. Shout out to our boy One Chest. So I'm using Rumble Studio here, as you guys can see. You guys can see my whole feed here. Can I make this bigger? Maybe I can make this bigger. Let me see if I can zoom in on this a little bit. All right. So right here, as you guys can see, here's your, when you're on the app, right? When you're on the app, you come in, you click My Support. After My Support, click Manage My Subscription or OSS. Then it should say Manage Subscription. Then it goes Gift Subscription. All right. And then you can choose who you want to give it to. Right? So all you brokies in the OSS chat right now, ask somebody and give them your email and they will be able to gift it to you. Make sense? So there you go. Shout out to One Chest. So that's how you do it. Go to My Support from your page on the app. Then you go Manage My Subscription or click OSS, Manage Subscription, and then bam, you go right here, Gift Subscription. And then you put the person's info. Shout out to you, One Chest. My ninja. My niga. Let me make this a bit bigger, smaller. Let's see here. We got here Jay Bomsky, W Lesbo. Myron Gates, can you get us matching armbands for the meetups? And my merch was promised to me 2,000 years ago. Okay. Abduma says, Myron, please tell all the viewers in the Twitter space to call their congressman and tell them how horrible the Iran war is. Bro, it's bad. Milan, problem with alleged Christians paid by the Jays. They use the Old Testament. Old Testament is a Jew story. How they betrayed God many times. Okay. Yeah, the Old Testament is basically the Torah, right? Isn't it? Fair enough. No kings, shit, we was kings. And then Guapoji says, niggas out here spending money on V-Bucks but can't spend $4 on Myron. Bro, it's all good, man. It's all good, bro. Oh shit, we're past time. North Korea doesn't recognize Israel? That's funny.
Point when it comes down, you wait until later on. This becomes so important because later on, when he tries to make him pick a side, it's just already clear he's already there for a reason. He wasn't there. He wasn't there for the American people.
Yo, One Chest, bro. Thank you so much, bro, for that instruction thing, by the way, guys. Because I didn't know you could do it on your phone. I thought you can only do it on your thing. But yeah, you just basically go into your profile, guys, and click Manage Subscription, and it lets you gift it to other people.
Any senator, get into it with Tucker in a long time. This is key. Maybe have changed the course of history. I will put it that way, because to get these rhinos out in the open now is so important. In 2 weeks' time, all hell could break loose. We don't even know. At least we know where these people stand. So when they're telling us what is what, we know where their stance is, which is he wants war immediately. You know.
Yeah, exactly. This fool pulled $1.3 million from Israel or AIPAC, whatever you want to call it, last year alone. Imagine how much he's pulled the last 12 years or 13 years he's been in Congress. Just
It becomes very clear how he raises the money. This is really important because this is like next level understanding of the lobbying system. So he said by individuals. Well, they'll later say is that it's not just individuals. They'll have like a dinner party of 40, 50 guests who are very pro their viewpoints, and they'll invite people who might not be 100%, like someone like Tucker, for instance, just to try and get them to give money. So it's more like a decentralized network of individuals with some sort of power. And then what's very interesting is how they lobby on behalf of Israel, because it's all by proxy. And they do this on purpose because then they don't have to sign up underneath the Foreign Nations Act or whatever it is. And it's this proxy method. If it was any other country like China, there'll be serious implications. So this is where it gets really interesting, because Tucker will literally push him on this massively later on. I'm just preparing this so then.
All right, well, we already broke all this shit down. So this is what I'll do, guys. I'll cover this, and I'll cover this tomorrow. The Pierce Morgan debate and this debate. After I do my debate, after outside and shit like that. So it'll be a good time. But I think I'm going to close it out for tonight, guys. We're going to slowly keep growing the army. I'll be on tomorrow. I'm going to debate idiots outside. That's going to be good. And then maybe I'll come back tonight. Or sorry, maybe I'll come back after. And I'll go ahead and I'll come back after. I'll go ahead and maybe do an OSS stream for you guys. So, well, hey, man, we didn't hit the number, guys. I told you guys we need to hit 1,100. We didn't hit 1,100, man. A lot of you guys on YouTube are just, you guys are not supporting, bro. You guys are not in the OSS, man. If you're not in the OSS, man, it is what it is. It's okay, though. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry, guys. We'll be live tomorrow, probably around 8 o'clock or so. Let me hit up Noble. What's the topic that you guys want? OSS guys, what do y'all want me to? What do you guys want the topic to be for tomorrow? What should the prompt be? No, I mean the topic as in for the debate, guys. What should the topic be for tomorrow for the debate? That's what I asked. Drew Alva says, wins and losses come a dime a dozen, but effort, nobody can judge that because effort is between you and you. Facts. All right, I'll come up with a good topic, guys. I'll come up with a good topic. But anyway, ninjas, I'm gonna dip out, man. I love you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. It was a great stream, bro. We went for almost 9 hours. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow at about like 8 o'clock or some shit like that. 8 or 9 p.m. I'll be out there debating people on the streets. And then we'll definitely be maybe we'll do a follow-up with the OSS show after. So all right, guys. Love y'all, ninjas. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna try to start the debate around 8 or 9 p.m. But you guys know how that goes because we got to set up and shit like that. But yeah, we'll try to start it up a little bit earlier. All right. Love you, ninjas. Peace.